Tap 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 tap, is this thing on? Hello L underscore? L underscore? Tap 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 tip tap top tap, oh, it is on. Hello everyone. You will never guess this week's meta, literally impossibly challenge. Camilio Dilepis.
Wait. Is it Monday? Already? I don't know about this. I don't know if I trust it. We'll check later. The weekend can't be over that fast, right? Man. Dude. I had a weekend and a half. Holy man. Dude, welcome back. It's time. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Indeed, I had a weekend. I had a lot of things happen over this weekend. A lot of cool projects offered my way. A lot of cool opportunities sailing in. Yeah, man. I'm fucked. I got so much work to do. I'm really excited about it though. I got some cool stuff to share. But anyway, good to see y'all. What is up? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Aduria, thank you for the 100 bits. Steel, thank you for the 29 months at tier 1. I appreciate that. Aduria, the meta for today is the Camilio Dilepsis. Did I get that right? The meta for today is the flap-necked chameleon. And apparently, guys, we will never get the meta. We'll never crack it. Well, I know the meta. Because the meta is things you'd rather play with or play D&D with than literally anyone on Reddit r/D&D. And as far as things that I'd rather play with D&D than anyone on Reddit, I'm going to give it like a solid 9.4. Yeah. I think that's what this is. That or animal sidekicks from Disney movies. That's true. That or animal sidekicks from Disney movies. In which case, because this is a little chameleon bastard from Tangled, I'm going to give him a solid 9.6. Probably second only to Miko, Percy, and Hey Hey. I can't believe I just pulled 3 animal companions from Disney movies out of my ass just there. I'm actually impressed with myself, you know. as the husband of a Pocahontas enjoyer, I'm surprised I remember two of those little bastards. So Pocahontas is actually Ella's favorite Disney movie. That and I don't know, Little Mermaid, Flounder. I can remember that one. Shit. Good morning, guys. Good to see you all. Anyway, it's Tuesday. Is it, Lobster? Shit. I missed it. I didn't I? The weekend went by in a flash. Did you do anything cool, Sleepy? Put a pic of the Work in Progress channel. Might plan to do more fills tonight. Hopefully we'll have fills done. Fills for what? What are you working on? I hear you want to steal D&D ideas. Yes, Ember, I need D&D ideas. That's right. I need ideas for character concepts that I can draw for TikToks, because TikTok seems to enjoy those. In fact, my best performing TikTok ever is my Fey Necromancer idea, where I also drew my hot lesbian friend Ulner, or at least the PNG that she LARPs as on the internet, and that's currently my best video to date. And so apparently I need to draw either more D&D character ideas or hot necromancers, one of the two. So I'm gonna assume it's D&D ideas, because if my TikTok demographics would tell me anything, it's that I got a lot of book talk girlies in my comments. So I don't know. Good morning, Cass. What's up? It is 7 in the evening for me. Oh shit, 7 for you. It is 10 here for me. Andre, so good evening to you, my friend. Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Exactly. Yeah, Pocahontas was always Ella's favorite movie growing up, you know. She's a Pocahontas enjoyer. She always wanted to be a princess, and you know, I guess that's how she handled her trauma, was by Disney movies. So
knock knock knock. You in there, Evan?
What's up, Alf?
Yeah, I came to talk about all the D&D ideas this
please
weekend.
Do.
DM'd for 2 long campaigns and a one-shot for my 3rd long campaign, cause one of my friends couldn't make it.
Tell me about it.
I'm exhausted in the best way possible.
That's not a story. That's not a story, Alf. I need to know how you TPK'd your part. Oh man, thanks for tier 3, Alf. I appreciate it. And Alf, especially thank you for the tier 3, because remember, this month I am going to be going for the Plus program on Twitch, which means that every single natural sub counts massively, except for tier 2s, which count double as the tier 1s, and tier 3s count 6 times as much as tier 1s. So thank you for the tier 3, bro. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. But welcome back to the month, man. Good to see you. Good to have you. Glad you spent some time playing D&D over the weekend. But I do hope you TPK the party. So my live 2D model I'm working on, doing flats for all the pieces. Next is rendering, then I'd go to rigging. Why are you doing flat colors before painting? Where did you learn that? Who told you to lay down flats before you started painting properly? Oh my god. I don't know if I can condone this lack of artistic technique. I don't know if I can support it. I don't know if I can endorse it. We don't lay down flats. We start painting underwashes. That's there you go. That's right. And also the Rembrandt triangle, don't forget that one. No, I've been thinking actually a lot about process and how to talk about process videos, and I've come to the conclusion that I basically shouldn't talk about getting better at art ever on the internet whatsoever. Because all people want to draw is anime these days. God damn it. The only companion I can name is Mushu, because he says dishonor on your cow. Well, there you go, Garth, and that's fine. The week was nice, or this was a nice weekend, but agreed it went too fast. What'd you do, Dirty? Did you do any games? Any gaming? Any Baldur's Gate 3 with the boys? Just sitting around, playing BG3 on your laptop, sitting on your bed, and it's all hot and sticky, so you take your shirts off, and you're just sitting there, lying on each other with the boys playing Baldur's Gate 3. I'm assuming that's what you did on the weekend, so... We need the TPK story? Exactly. Yeah, see? Alf, even YouTube chat agrees. But I did a bunch of work over the weekend. I did a whole bunch of things. I got a list fairly done on my weekend. I didn't get my weekend list done completely, though. So I have some things to do still. But this week, like I said, is going to be the Ultra Horizon Concept Sketch Week, which means Horizon is around the corner. It is, in fact, imminent at this point in time, because I finished the last bit of writing. Yep, I finished the last bit of writing. So Horizon is written. Now, is it good? Does it need to be edited? Sure, it needs to be edited. Is it good? Absolutely not. But I think that it's fun. I had to write in. Basically, all I needed to do was write in the side quest for the jungle monster, which wasn't much writing at all. But so there's still the maps and everything, but also the concept sketches. And then it's ready to be posted to the Discord. So we'll see what people think. We'll see what they play. We'll see what they want. We'll see what they hate. And then I will go from there. I'm nervous. Yep, I'm nervous. But I'm confident. I'm confident. I'm nervous but confident. Same thing, right? Yeah, basically. I went shooting to try out a new pistol finally. That's cool. And then played advanced Minecraft with the boys. Does that count as steamy, somewhat homoerotic Baldur's Gate sessions you're thinking of? Listen, sitting on your bed with the boys. It's not, dude, it's not steamy, somewhat homoerotic Baldur's Gate. That's just regular Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, come on. Like, what are you going to do? Make the boys sit on the floor? No, you're all going to sit on your bed, right? But obviously it's too hot, so, you know, like, God, why do you guys make it sound weird every single time? I don't get it. Why do you always make this sound weird? Yeah, come on, man. I actually played a little bit of Warcraft for the weekend, too. I did a couple of things for fun, for me, you know. Right now, Ella is deep into convention prep, so she's not available for literally any World of Warcraft, unfortunately. So I've been playing on my own. I've been doing some questing and stuff like that, and it's been fun. I've been actually enjoying spending a little bit of time on World of Warcraft doing stuff. But I think that this weekend, I think I'm going to plan on a big, long Mon Hun weekend. I think I'm going to do that. Yep. You can't stop me. I'm going to play some Monster Hunter. Some moho, as they say. But I'm really inspired to do some like Monster Hunter-y type quests going forward in Eldar, because I think they're really great things to be able to like give to a you know, a Patreon type adventure a month kind of thing, just an extra little quest to go to a flowing island and kill some big monster or whatever and take its horn. Or whatever you do in Monster Hunter. I don't know. I haven't gotten far enough to actually do any of that harvesting, crafting shit. But that's kind of the jungle beast encounter quest, whatever, is just to go do that. So I'm pretty much there, the way I see it right now. Mihoyo, dear God, he's playing Genshin. No, I would never play Genshin. I would only play Genshin if I could play Genshin with Ashy of Heart backseating me the entire time. Yep. That's the only way I play Genshin. If I could have Ashy making passive-aggressive comments about how I'm doing the game wrong while eating snacks on Discord with me, that's the only way I'd play Genshin. So, because I can only get Ashy of Heart passive-aggressively backseating me once a week while playing D&D and playing my Avenger wrong, I probably couldn't reserve enough time in her busy schedule for also doing that with Monster Hunter or Genshin Impact, especially. A huge demon thing that crawls up out of the Shattered Sea is a good moho quest. Well, here's the problem. Anything that pops up through the abyss is actually pretty terrifying and kind of a big deal and would merit the attention of the big paladin orders, such as the Duskwatch, the Bjordovich, or the Dawnblade. So there's a bunch of them, man. I don't know, we gotta keep the Shattered Sea safe. But I do like the idea of that, going down to a low island to clear it off of some Duskwatch, or sorry, some abyssal creature or whatever, you know, save the inhabitants of the island, or even just going and hunting natural beasts. I mean, that's kind of the vibe of Thorash. But I was really thinking about that, like how many kind of like creatures like that, how many large, how wild is a world, a good D&D world? Because you have places like Monster Hunter or especially Legend of Zelda that feel extraordinarily empty, where like monsters and creatures and unknown wonders, things like that kind of reign supreme. But then you've also got sort of this idea of established fantasy of these ancient civilizations and cultures that have gone back from, you know, the dawn of time. How the elves have occupied this forest for generations past memory or whatever, man. And I do think that it's kind of an interesting idea. What kind of vibe do you set for your world? Because like I think everybody likes the idea of having a really big populated D&D world, but I don't know, man. I'm starting to think that having emptier worlds is kind of the way to go, while having a large sort of like population center somewhere is a good thing. Because yeah, I mean, like what's there to explore in a world where the world's been explored for 10,000 years? You know? If your history goes back as far as it should for a satisfying ancient conclusion, but then also, you know, you want there to be unknown things to discover and rediscover, I feel like you kind of have to shoehorn a little bit to kind of shove it in, crowbar it in a little bit. And so it's got to be an elegant way to do it, but I haven't really seen a fantastic way of doing it, except for maybe the idea of the different realms of Eldara. So within the Shattered Sea, I don't know. The Shattered Sea has been pretty populated for a long time. I think there's still room for wonders, but it's tough because the issue is, since land is so difficult to come by, I feel like whenever there is land, people kind of snap it up and, I don't know, just put a house on there, some farms or something, man. Yeah, I don't know. But they'll be too late, right? They will be too late. Which means you have to save them. The party. You are summoned together. You are tasked by the local lord or whatever to go save the thing at the place with the who asked. That's right. That's the way the quest is going to go. But those quests, I think they'll be pretty easy because they'll be basically like 1 or 2 tokens, 1 map, and like 2 pages of story. That's pretty easy to do a little monthly quest or whatever to give to the good people of Eldara, so you guys can go hunt things and, you know, kill monsters and slay demons and destroy abyssals at your leisure. I mean, that's kind of a dream, I guess, place to get to for me, is if I can get to the point where I can have the resources and time to make an adventure, like a small side quest type thing every single month with some concept art for it and things like that. I would like that. That'd be good. That's a goal for by the end of the year, I think, maybe. You're in the tavern and stumble out drunk just before it gets crushed by an abyssal kaiju. That's your one-shot starting point. Well, I mean, but then you destroy the tavern. We have to draw tavern innkeepers today. So what do we get? Are you really going to tell this nice little Rokari couple that the Azure Burrows gets just flattened by some Godzilla kaiju-like monstrosity? Are you really going to tell them that? Because I don't want to, you know? I made a mistake with the Azure Burrows, though. It's supposed to be the end that's kind of the hidden gem of Horizon, because I wanted it to be like the really homey, sort of very sweet kind of like, you know, just nice people being nice to you as your party. But two of the D&D groups that I've run through Horizon, neither of them trusted the Rokari there. They're like, they're up to something. There's no way this nice inn would be so inexpensive. And I've tried my absolute best to communicate them as just kind of like a naive young couple that have just moved here and have no idea what the value of silver is really, and they don't charge as much as they should and whatever, and it's kind of the hidden gem of Horizon. But everyone thinks that there's some nefarious plot. Like, people are really showing their D&D trauma, you know? The inability to trust any NPC. I'm like, who hurt you? What did your last DM do to you? Because I don't actually like betraying my players that often, you know? I find that when you betray your players, like maybe too often or at all, I find that the players are overly suspicious about everything, right? And it doesn't work all the time when that is the default setting of players. But I think the problem, if I had to trace it back and tried to like venture a guess as to what the problem, what the issue is that causes the symptom of mistrust, I would say, to be honest, I think it is bad DMs that have that try and hook low-hanging fruit all the time. And you know how I don't like to use the term good or bad DMs, but I will say that bad DMs that hook low-hanging fruit all the time, that's a bad DM thing to do. It's just don't always take the low-hanging fruit, because it's a resource. It's a resource. Yep. Low-hanging fruit is a resource you have to spend very wisely, and if you spend it carelessly, then you have players that mistrust the world. So, then you have players that mistrust the world. So, 1 bad DM's 2 mimics. Ooh, mimics. Do mimics do it? Yeah, I don't actually like mimics because I don't really have anything in Eldara that is shape-shifting. You know? I find that shape-shifting isn't a great fantasy trope, I suppose, to be used so casually, right? If there was something that was a shape-shifting entity or spirit or creature, whatever, I'd want it to be rare and wondrous. Not like, oh no, the chest is a mimic again. Like, mimics to me are things that aggressively utilize the fourth wall. Aggressively. Which is fun and funny because a lot of D&D doesn't take care, doesn't really need you to sit behind the fourth wall. It's part of the whole setting, which is fantastic. But I think if you're trying to build a serious kind of fantasy setting, I don't think fourth walling your players that often, if fucking ever, is a good idea. So that's why I don't have mimics or any sort of shape-shifting creatures. So yeah, I'm sitting here paying for other DMs' laziness in giving their players mimics and betrayals all the time. And now to the point where I try and say that, like, yeah, man, your intuition is that these are really nice people. They're just really sweet people, a nice young couple. You know, I'll even sometimes throw something into my players and say something along the lines of, yeah, you feel like a sense of like, man, you got to protect these kids. Like they're just out here, man. And even then my players are like, I don't know. They're smuggling drugs for the pirates. I'm like, oh, God damn it. God damn it. No one would bake us fresh bread every morning and leave it outside of our doors at the inn. No one would be so welcoming to travelers and strangers in their inn in Horizon. Like, God damn it. God damn it. Only a 17 today, Heat. Only a 17. Well, better luck next 5,000 channel points. I like the idea of real treasure chests in a mimic room. Yeah, I mean, that's fun. That's fun and gamey and stuff. And that's a fun idea, but that's the thing. Like, that's so D&D, right? And I think that D&D is two things. It's either the serious fantasy setting or it's the kind of me D&D movie stuff. And I guess, I don't know. I'm just trying not to make the meme D&D movie version of D&D. So we'll see if people like it, though. I don't know. If shapeshifters are everywhere, the entire society would be geared towards distrust and verification. Right. It'd be like, oh God, it'd be like the age of online. Oh no. Oh God, ban evasion. Oh man, shit. It's a constant war. Yeah, I go to fantasy games to get away from this. Come on, bro. I think D&D memes and horror stories kill trust, or really just the community. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe there's a way you can set up your world in a level of seriosity that allows your players to maybe find some comfort in the game, as opposed to constantly thinking it's just going to be fading into the meme. In fantasy, the characters are always shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Yeah, that's right. They're always shocked, right? Saw a video skit about certain objects in a chest in the room was a mimic. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the room is a mimic. Now the house is a mimic. The entire D&D game is a meta-mimic. That's right. Reality is a mimic. The universe is a mimic. The laws of physics, space-time are a mimic. The only way to cure the party is to Baru and Owen, the Rokari couple, about 30 minutes into the adventure. That's a great point. I guess if they are mistrusting the Rokari couple, and then I just murder them in some terrible catastrophe that the players could have stopped if they had, paid more attention, then that's a good way to set the tone for the game. This might have unintended side effects. Gygax was a ridiculous DM, so it was a little baked into the original campaigns and culture. Absolutely ridiculous gotcha moments are also difficult. It's nice that you're helping contribute to a modern, trusting tone. Well, and the thing is, though, that Gygax was a ridiculous DM, but I think that the thing is about, like, the way I feel about that, honestly, is that silly D&D, like, the last time silliness was funny was Monty Python Holy Grail. That was the last time silliness and irony was funny. Everything since then is a simulacrum of an age of original D&D and medieval silliness and the entire thing. Everything since then. The entire D&D movie, if you look at it as this flesh-peeled, bloody, gaunt simulacrum of what Monty Python and original D&D was based on, then you might see the movie and modern D&D a little bit different. And I think that's the kind of the problem, is that if like my whole thing is that, like, if you want to be funny, if you want to hit me with low-hanging humor, like a pun or an orb meme, it has to be original. I'm fine. People think I don't like puns. I love puns. I just don't think anybody's been original with a pun in fucking 14 years, you know? And I think that's kind of the problem with D&D humor as well, is that D&D, you know, you can be silly and ridiculous, but like you have to do it in a way that I haven't seen 35 times in my, you know, age of D&Ding or whatever. It was like when I worked at the game store, where every once in a while I'd have someone come in and they'd think that they have this original deck idea. And they'd be like, oh my God, dude, I have this great idea for a deck. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, what do you got? Bro, I'm gonna generate a lot of mana, and then I'm gonna cast big creatures with it. So I'm gonna get spells that increase my mana. I'm like, and then I'm gonna have big creatures in my deck. I'm like, wow, that's so cool, dude. So you're playing, you know, and I'd list 5 types of decks. Like, no, I figured it out myself. You're like, okay, Timmy, you know. D&D silliness is the same way. Yep. I'm just more tired of it, I think, than a lot of people are. So that's why I am taking the world seriously. I don't expect people to take the adventure seriously, but I have to take the world seriously to at least give them a chance to ridiculous in an original way, I guess, you know. If they were there, they'd have died too, and the droids would be in the hands of the Empire. Oh shit, you're right. God damn it. Every single time I try and not Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen my party, I end up actually doing that. So I need Jawas in my world, I think, Atari. I need Jawas. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have Jawas, and I'm not going to explain them. I think D&D players need a little bit of lack of explanation once in a while, right? You know how, like, you ask a person will ask a question of a piece of media. They will say, I wonder what a Jawa looks like underneath the hood. They'll pose that question, but they're posing it to a screen that doesn't fucking care about their question, that will continue to represent the mystery. However, D&D players will say to the DM, what's under the Jawa's hood? And you're like, you don't know, man, or you just see little glowing eyes. Like, well, I'm gonna go over, I'm gonna pull the hood off the Jawa. It's like, okay, chill, it's okay. It's fine for some things to be mystery. It's okay. So I need to put some Jawas in Eldar, I think, Atari. Something like that. Those are bold words, Evan. You think that there is no good humor anymore? You might call the Star Wars Christmas special a masterpiece. I do think the people are also discover similar ideas as they grow. The discovery is still fun, though, and new people can have the same experience you had when you first discovered it. Totally. Yeah. I mean, that's why I think that teaching a lot of people like D&D for the first time with a collective experience is very important. So when I have a new D&D player, it's their first time we're playing D&D, I love throwing them against goblins. Because goblins, kobolds, those are traditional, archetypical first things to fight in your D&D game. You know, everyone's fought goblins and kobolds at some point in time early on in their D&D career. So I love that because, you know, whether it was the Lost Mines or whatever adventure you started on, a lot of them feel pretty similar and people have similar stories to their origin. I see it kind of like a mimetic MMO that people are collectively starting at the same starting zone. So everybody in Warcraft has stories of dying to the same, you know, cave in Teldrassil or whatever. And so too people have similar stories of defeating certain challenges, goblins, bugbears, kobolds, those type of things. I love that. Yeah, I do like people kind of having that collective experience. The only thing I can't do is the humor. Yeah, that's the only thing, you know. D&D silliness is a way to be silly. Like my players on Sunday prioritize making jokes and being way too silly. I enjoy silliness in my moderation because at the end of the day, I'm trying to tell a story in my world. not have everything be a joke. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, I mean, just, I suppose just tone for the game. But the thing is, I don't expect people to play my game with any sort of specific tone or whatever, or sort, you know, within their own group. But I have to set a tone that is somewhat compelling, I think, because once a world that doesn't take itself seriously, I can't. You can have a silly game in a serious world. I don't think you can have a serious game in a silly world, you know? What's up, Tank? Our first fight was with goblins. We thought it was going to be easy until they busted out some crazy Psyops War of the Realms. Really? Yeah, hey, listen, those goblins, man, they don't, we good balance of comedy and serious moments. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, your group's awesome. It's, it is a good balance, because I think that is important. Like you said, balance, you know? Balance is great, but that's why I always talk about, you know, trying to take Eldara seriously. The setting itself has to make sense. It has to take itself seriously. I have to set the rule. What people do in Eldara, that's completely fine. But then when certain ideas, in my opinion, venture to the world, like a mimic, I think, is a D&D world not taking itself too seriously, which is lovely, by the way. Why should we take anything too seriously? Well, you know, that's every writer, every creator's own personal kind of, you know, range, I guess, of seriosity. And so for my intuition, I think that I need to ensure that the world itself is far more serious, and the characters within it are the things that aren't so serious. So you can have the wisecracking bard or whatever. You know, it's a good example of this, I think, that might work. This maybe not is a great example, but I think The Witcher might be a good example. The Witcher, I can't think of anything in the world that doesn't take itself seriously. I can't think of any built-in silliness. Now, you have humor and levity, and you have characters and comedy, and you have a nice balance of things, but I think the world itself, I can't think of any, like, dumb, you know, ideas that make me kind of, like, roll my eyes at something in The Witcher, or, like, you know, maybe a bit further of example is The Lord of the Rings, right? Gimli and Legolas are very comedic and silly, and it's a whole thing, but there's nothing in the Lord of the Rings as a world that makes you feel like it doesn't take itself seriously. So yeah, it's just an intuition of mine that I think might rub some people the wrong way when I say things like, yeah, there's no mimics in Eldara, I don't particularly like that, you know, shape changing, extra dimensional space, whatever. These are not things that I want to include in my own adventure, in my own fiction. But also the thing is that if I don't do that, people always can. So when I write my adventure and put it out there, there's nothing stopping you guys from putting a mimic in a dungeon, you know? But once I place the mimic in the dungeon, it's way harder to pick out than it is to put into it. You can always put more salsa on the fish taco, but you can't pick a bone out of the beef tacos, as the writing saying goes. All right, we got innkeepers to draw, man. We got innkeepers to draw today. Because we've spent way too much time drawing the heroes. I need to take us a little break today and just draw some innkeepers that you guys can go talk to at game. So if you've read or played any of Horizon, you'll know there are 3 inns that you can stay at in Horizon. There is one, the one main one that I forget the name of. 2 is the Damarian Glade. It is the expensive Elven Inn, and 3 is the Azure Burrows, which is a small little homey inn ran by a Rokari couple who are very nice and not sus at all. And what's up, Deck? Good to see you, dude. Doctor Who tumbles wildly between those two things. Hitchhiker's Guide is pure silly. Exactly, but there's a loveliness to it. I think Hitchhiker's Guide does a very good job of it, right? Why do beef tacos have bones? Oh, shit. Listen, Vixie, I maybe you can afford the good Costco ground beef. I gotta get what I can get. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Listen. I ain't gonna say where I get it from, but I procure it one way or another. It's tough up here in Canada, you know. Down in Texas, where you just live, ranching, cowboying, driving cattle across the range. You know, when you're not streaming. We could always do take reference frames like rules and worlds, but make it their own pages anyway. Different groups like different things. The DM is part of the responsibility to adjust to so that everyone has fun. Yeah, but I think that's also part of like a group. What's the word? Formation. I don't want to say expectation. I think you form the group as well. It's not just the DM's like responsibility to make sure everyone has fun. It's also the group's responsibility to make sure they have formed a group that they all want to play with and jive with and get along with, and everyone sort of has a similar, a more frictionless fit with each other. I'm a big proponent. Listen, I'm a big proponent of not playing D&D with everybody. I always have been. I think there's tons of group people that I love in my life, but I'm just like, we just aren't playing D&D together because we don't play the same kind of D&D, you know?
How are you doing?
Yo,
what are we doing today?
Xenix, what's up, dude?
Still no lore? Disappointing.
What do you mean no lore? It's literally what we're doing today, dog. God. What's up, Xenix? Got the extra protein in your ground beef. Mr. Fancy over here. Yeah, listen, Dixie, I'm trying to get jacked this summer, all right? I gotta get jacked. I can be strong. Because if I go to Ren Fair and I'm not looking jacked at Ren Fair, what am I gonna do? Not look jacked at Ren Fair, Vixie? Please. Come on, Vixie. You should know better. All right. So, project this week. This week we have to do. What's online for this week? This week is a couple things for Horizon, which is gonna be awesome. There is going to be what are we doing? Miwabel. We're drawing Miwabel as a dope-ass paladin. And then also Hermitha, a cleric. So you guys can all dunk on me for drawing a cleric for once in my life. So I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be a good week of projects. I've got a lot on my plate though, a serious amount of work to do, and I'm ready for the challenge. I realized last night I had a little bit of a conversation in another streamer's chat with somebody that I've looked up to for a long time as well. They were like, hey, I want you to draw something for me. I was like, oh fuck, I don't have time for this, but I will make time. And I got a lot going this month, but I had a moment of clarity where I was a little overwhelmed by the amount of work and the amount of things I have going on. And I looked to the heavens. I looked straight to the sky, the northern lights cresting over top, and I said, fucking watch me. So let's get it, man. It's gonna be a dope ass week. What's up, Tolkien Lover? Good to see you, dude. Good to see you. No D&D is better than bad D&D. Yeah, list some hammers. I need, you know what I want, Tank? I want maces, right? I want some maces. That's what I want, to do mace shit or whatever, but I don't know where I can get hammers or maces from. Because all I have is a very expensive gym membership to my old people gym, and kettlebells. So I need to form some hammers, dude. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I've always wanted to find some hammers or maces, and do more practical, weird lifts and shit like that. Gotta get jacked for the Ren Fair. See, Vixie knows. I gotta get jacked for a D&D game. Because after all, Vixie, how are you going to take me seriously as a paladin of justice, as Endrick Avalon, Avenger of the Order of... that one? How are you going to take me seriously if you don't know that I'm also 6'5", 280 pounds lean, with 24-inch biceps? Will ruin your immersion in our D&D game tonight. If there's one thing I want to make sure that I preserve at all times, it's the immersion of my salad. Yep. That's right. Versus inflatable muscle suit, dude. I just got a little ways to go to keep losing it, and then I'm good. Okay, so we got 2 innkeepers. I'm gonna see if I can get through both of them today, and then we'll see if we get these 2 today, then we'll also probably get to drawing Hermitha. Oh, also, I've got another D&D character I need to draw for War of the Realms, because Tank, bro, I finished Tank's art the other day, and what does Tank do then? The next week, the week of The week of, Tank decides to go make a heroic sacrifice after I draw Torben. God damn. Dude, I dropped my pen. I was sitting here watching. I was doing stuff. I hear Tank say he picks at the collar. I'm like, uh-oh. What you doing? What you doing, Tank? Tank, what's going on? And I literally I dropped my pen and just sat there staring, contemplating what the fuck just happened. Good God, man. War of the Realms. It's a good time. With the old circus bodybuilder weights work out. Yeah, exactly right. It's important to be immersed as a salad. I know. Listen, Vixie, how am I going to convince you to come play video games with me if I can't even convince you to play D&D with me? So, Mace bells are decent on Amazon. Synergy Fitness in Canada is Canadian. They have them. Bells of Steel just came out with an adjustable mace bell as well. Really, what is this one? Synergy Fitness. I've never heard of them. Synergy Fitness. Oh. I could probably get stuff here without having to pay $400 in shipping then. Free weights. You know, maybe I could. Oh, you know what I could do also here? I've been looking for. Oh, they got mace. They got clubs too. Okay. All right. Okay. That's fracture stream. That's I've whew, okay. Whew, he's not dead though. I know he isn't dead yet. He's not dead. We will save Torben. I don't care. I will rage. I will throw my rage against the world to save Torben, even though I'm not even in the game. So, nice portrait on the wall of the guild. Yeah, exactly. I spent 11 hours on a memorial piece. Well, here's the thing. We will see Torben again. But for now, we're just missing him. All right. Mm-hmm. We'll hammer your heartstrings. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. What's Taylor's last name, by the way? I don't think I caught that. How do we spell Taylor? Taylore? I imagine it's something with some cool accent and characters or whatever. All right. Where was I? There we go. Okay. I gotta hit record. I gotta make sure we do this because I got probably a portrait a day that I need to do. If I can get 2 done today, that'd be great. If I could start Hermitha, that'd also be nice. Chelsea was so nice when she messaged me back, dude. He was so cool. All right, line work, delete, or ooh, I gotta make 2 copies of this layer so that I can keep my old sketch work. Okay. All right, we're good. We're ready. What's up, Guapo? What's going on, man? As long as Torben is remembered, he will stay alive in the hearts of us all. Well, I think he's just gonna probably break out on his own, so I'm not worried about it. Tael. Oh my god! Of course. Okay, hold on. Let me just copy paste that shit so that I can. Yeah, hold on. Does Photoshop even? Hold on. Let's see if Photoshop even evens. Oh, that's Miwa. That's not. That's not the. Okay, I'll just put it on Torben's one here. Because I'm definitely not gonna. Okay. Oh, it did it. It did all the characters and everything too. Okay, sick. Excellent. Cool. Good. Good. But yeah, I started the Miwa Bell piece, by the way, as a paladin, so I hope she likes it. Anyway, for now, we got Rikari Innkeepers to draw. Do cat girls and boys have 4 or 2 ears? We've been over this. We've seen the chart, and it's terrifying when you get into it. But yeah, so this Rikari like pairing. They're a nice, sweet young couple that you can go talk to in the Azure Burrows if you want, and they have some pretty cool perks of staying with them. Some little events and side quests and things that are a bit unique to the Azure Burrows, and I am excited because I want my players and I want Horizon goers to feel like no matter what inn they stay at in Horizon, they will get something slightly different. So it's kind of a bit of a different way to play the game every single time. Obviously, you know, there's different side quests and whatnot, and a lot of it's on the DM's kind of shoulders to make sure the adventure is different if a player plays it more than once. But I kind of want to build some of that into the inns. So our poor sweet little innkeepers here, which we are not going to Owen and Baru, although definitely Atari is going to in his Eldar, or his official canonical Eldar playthrough. Drug runners, they're just a nice young couple from where? Shit, I forget where the Rokari are from. But wherever they're from, Guapo, they just want to start up a nice little inn. They're just there to make sure that you have a nice time, you enjoy your stay, and you're well rested after your adventures and travels. They're not smugglers, drug runners, or everything. You've been hurt too many times, Guapo. You've been hurt far too many times in your D&D games. Oh my god, we might actually have to, do, ooh, I forgot, a mod portrait this week as well. Also, the weirdest thing happened to me. Tank, did you somehow introduce me and my work to Quincy? How the fuck did Quincy find me? Because now I'm talking about doing a project for him at some point in time, and what? How would you roleplay Rokari? What kinds of quirks and mannerisms would they have? A little bit more on the kind of like, if you think about the difference between a predator animal and a prey animal, you'd RP them a little more prey animal-y, right? So they're just a little bit nervous, a little bit kind of like fidgety. That's how I'd RP the Rokari. It's a little bit more like, you know, a smaller, like 5-foot fox folk, right? Not some like hulking gargantuan, like, I don't know, Geminos or whatever. It's pronounced Philolic. Oh god. Furloic? Furloic. I'm probably still not getting that right. Elder Furhawk for magic or witchcraft. Oh god, that's so fucking cool. God, this character's gonna be dope. I get to draw a whole bunch of braids too. Probably indirectly introduced. It's so bizarre, man. God damn it. Yeah, Quincy's cool. I watch his stream sometimes, and I just randomly became acquainted. Followed me on Instagram and everything. It's fucking cool. Dude, there's so many cool people now. God damn it. It's a challenge for me to be a cool person one day myself, so I'm gonna take it. Quincy's working on a book. If you did the drawing, that would rock. I mean, that's a thing that was posed as a possibility or a suggestion in chat the other day, so I don't know. It's just so fucking cool, man, to like get a chance to meet people that I've been like following for a very long time, and for them to be absolutely amazing individuals, you know. All right. See, no Guapo, no mysterious drug runner would have nice little ear ribbons. Think about that. Think about that, okay? All right. And they love a nice bowl of cereal. Yeah, okay. I can also see them setting up the inn like Home Alone 4. You just don't want to go in there if you're on the enemy list. So you know what the true sort of vibe of the Azure Burrows is, Atari? Basically, they are a completely naive, don't know what they're doing, overly trusting, overly friendly young couple. the patrons of the Azure Burrows are the ones that you would fear, right? The giant, salty, swashbuckling sea dog sailors that have a moral obligation to protect their favorite little, like, you know, tavern. Those would be the ones. It's kind of like the scary dog privilege. The actual Azure Burrows might be run by two naive little, you know, young fox folk. It's the patrons that you wouldn't mess with them lest you incur the wrath of some very scary individuals. That's kind of the vibe of the Burrows. So he's just a genuine real life. Well, I mean, the only time I've ever seen him play D&D or like not streaming or in videos is when you guys did the stream with Scotty, the Fallout game. That was really fun. That was really cool. That was a dope time. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just want to do like cool shit like that, and you know, try and spread a little positivity and make people happy like that. It's really cool. It's like such a, I always see it as like such an important thing and such a gift. Because right now, like, you guys know how cynical I am of like media and shit like that, and how the world's just trying to keep you angry, scared, and mad all the time. So I really see people who are like trying to actively kind of resist against that, and actively trying to just like do stuff to make you happy and make people feel a little bit better and whatnot. Give people a little bit of courage to face the next day and permission to rest when they need to, things like that. I think it's really important, and yeah, God, I'm just such a big fan of that. So they absolutely would. It's like the Ricari version of those guys who have one hanging ear with a cross. Wait, or one hanging ear with a cross. Yeah, for real, right? You know, they're like the deli in the mafia-run neighborhood or whatever. Completely ignorant to the dangers around them, but like, you know. So why are they among so many seedy people? Well, they are not themselves close to the docks, but they are they're a tavern and inn that is further away from the, like, if you wanted the actual lore reason, it's because they run their tavern and inn like kind of like a Hobbit home type thing, right? So all of the people in Horizon view it kind of like going to grandma's house, you know? Because they just basically run it like their living room and you're staying with them or whatever, right? So when you go there for a home-cooked meal, it's like this really nice, wholesome place. So it's not necessarily that they're hanging out with seedy people. It's just, you know, a harder group of individuals, right? Like, having a bunch of big, burly, swashbuckling, you know, no shit-taking sailors aren't necessarily seedy people. They're just, you know, the big tattooed up sailors that, you know, don't mess around or whatever, right? And they go there because they like the food, they like the atmosphere, they like being treated like a, you know, welcomed into somebody's home, as opposed to having to be relegated down to, you know, the seedy places, I guess it were, right? It's kind of like, you know, the old adage that if you really want your kid to be safe, tell them to go find a patched up biker or whatever, because they're like some of the most helpful people. And I kind of have stories and have had, you know, bikers and dudes like that in my family, and I can definitely attest to it being true in some regards. So I kind of feel it's sort of like that with them. So they just have the home privilege, I guess, with a lot of these kind of, you know, really good dudes, but, you know, harder individuals. Great people, but definitely harder individuals. So not necessarily consider them seedy. The first D&D game was with Quincy, Lewis, at Michael, Nguyen, and Questkeep. I don't know who Questkeep is. Wait, when was that, Tank? Really? That had to have been somewhat recent, in the last couple of years or something, right? Am I crazy? Because, bro, I noticed you were like helping quote rules and shit. Like every time I watch combat, you always help quote all the rules and stuff, as if you know every last little thing, every detail. I assumed you'd been DMing for a very long time. Jesus. I had no idea. Holy shit. That had been somewhat recent, like in the last couple of years, right? I'm probably ending my book. Apparently I'm not writing a fun, cute love story that I've been playing for 5 years. No? Uh-oh. What were you doing then? Hey, what were you doing? What? Hold up. Hold up. No, man, the Ricari are nice. They're just chilling. They're like the protect them at all costs kind of inn. Now, I think most people will probably still pick the general, kind of the Wind Willow Inn. The Wind Willow Inn is right in the middle of town. It's the one that kind of has
Never
the most...
beating the Catgirl allegations.
Aduria. The Ricari are fox folk, please. Thank you, man. The Ricari are fox folk? I don't know where you're getting the Catgirl allegations from. Like, these are clearly fox ears on them, not cat ears, so... Yeah, if you'll excuse me. Right? Please? And come on, you gotta give them at least one, right? So don't fight the allegations, dude. Tank, I had this stupid meme for a long time because I got a lot of commissions to draw like D&D cat girls for people. I had this stupid meme hanging over my head for years that all I did was draw cat girls, to the point where somebody even made me a VTuber model of myself as a cat boy, and I use that channel as my alt channel once in a while when it's late at night and I want to stream, but I don't want to be on the main channel and have to, you know, be on camera and everything. So yeah, come on. It's like the allegations on TikTok and Instagram that I don't know how to draw men. It's all a meme until somebody like messages me for a commission and says, "Hey, so sorry, I had a character, but do you actually not draw men? Like, do you refuse to draw men?" I'm like, "No, god damn it." Oh, Jesus. Yeah, come on, dude. Forgot about that, right? Yeah, jeez, dude. Traumatizing my character, but hey, at least the main couple is alive, and maybe not the happiest, but they're alive. There you go. It's good enough, right? Mm-hmm. Drop $1,000 commission, yeah. That's right. God. It's all a meme until people think that I just can't or refuse to draw men, or that I only draw cat girls or some shit like that. So I need to draw some like paladins or something, some noble knights. I really want to do that game, that stream game where I get a bunch of people to play paladins and then nobody makes it out alive. I really want to do that at some point in time. Whenever I write that adventure and I'm ready to push it on Patreon and in Discord so you guys can play that shit, I'm gonna get people and play that. Ella Blackwood, I don't know. I need some paladin enjoyers. I bet I could get Vixie to do it. I bet Vixie would play Paladin in my Paladin-only game. I know Ashy would. I don't know if Ulner would, though. So I gotta figure out. I gotta find the homies, you know? Yeah, Ella's ready. Which part of the No Men meme is that you encouraged us to do it for a TikTok video? Well, I was farming it for a little while, and then it grew. And then it grew. And it's now a self-aware meme that I'm never letting go of it. So as far as I've seen, it's never letting go, so we'll just leave it there. You haven't said Paladin. Ella came running in, right? Happy Monday to you too, Geek Dad. Hope you're doing well. For Monday's going fantastic. I don't know why, it feels like a Tuesday. It feels like a Tuesday, and I can't explain why. Like I should have woken up today and checked my World of Warcraft vault. I should have checked it for mediocre gear that isn't going to help Ella and I in our delves. Damn it. Damn it. I said the truth thing and it made me sad. Paladin is life? I mean, Ella, we'll see what you think after you play an Astral Knight. We'll see what you think about it after I get you through a full game of playing as an Astral Knight. Maybe Adur is right. I'm not even gonna try and beat the allegations of this one. I yelled hammer in one video, it took off, and now it's a big part of my brain. Yeah, I hope you are satisfied with my throwing of dude, Teg, when I recorded the process video for Torben, I threw my fucking voice out, just screaming at my fucking microphone. And then I had to play D&D that night. Just aggressively yelling hammer. The ancients speak his name. Yeah. Listen, those are some videos. That's how the brand happens, right? Astronaut is also life. Basically, as long as I can have a giant sword or hammer, I'm set. Yeah. Well, you base the entirety of Blackwood dice off the hammer and the shield of Ella Blackwood. It might be time to bring in the Astral Knight branding as well. The Astari Order. The long sword. Wait, the only long sword's not great swords. I guess it's still a giant sword. But it's more elegant, right, Ella? It's an elegant sword for a more civilized age. Wait, wrong game. Stop. How many takes did it take? So when I record audio for my videos, I'm pretty bad at it. So if I don't know how many takes it takes, but basically if I have a 45-second video, it's usually about 4 to 5 minutes of audio recording that I have to chop down and edit down to the proper, like, you know, it's less things that will, like, I'll stumble over things. So I just stumbled when I was saying, but since we're sort of in a bit of a more natural dialogue, it's fine. But I find that when you're doing a recorded video, you kind of need to land every word, enunciate properly, project your voice, all these things, you know, without kind of any kind of natural inflections and stubbornness of your own voice. So there are certain things I'll get like sort of tongue-tied on because I'm trying so hard to constantly suppress my lisp, right? I'm trying so hard all the time to suppress it, which is so weird that it comes out more in the videos than it does on stream, which is so frustrating. But yeah, those are the things that'll take me, right? Like saying D&D artist or whatever, artists. If I say like D&D artists are the best, it's like, it's a lot of like, so I'll have to do some like slow down, like pause myself, slow down, re-say the line or whatever for the video. It's infuriating. Yo, Cross the Streams, thank you for the 35 months. Holy shit, almost 3 years. Jesus, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. That is very kind of you, my friend. And welcome you back for one more month in the Dragon's Claim. And we are honored to have you here. Appreciate it, dude. You can take me to comic series, Catboy and Hammerman. I'm not a Catboy. Okay. All right. Okay. Homebrew Tailor subclass as a battle seer using runes for protection and insight into future events as Guardian Flavor Blade Singer. Going to be interesting to play. It's going to be very interesting to watch because, like, I feel like more combat control and stuff is going to be really cool for you guys.
God.
What's up, Mel?
Has blessed us with Evan's presence.
Yes, hello.
The orb for functioning internet.
That is me.
Emoji.
Hello. Welcome back, Mel. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you, Mel. Thanks 100 bits. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Yeah, a wizard. That's going to be a sick addition to the party. I feel like the front line will be okay. You know, between having a cleric, a dragon monk, and then a battle master warlord gigachad fighter, I think the front line will be okay. So I'm very curious to see how you theme everything.
Hell. Save me
again.
Ivan Blahart.
Damn. I'm sorry to hear that, Mel. Good luck. Good luck. You'll get through it. I believe in you. Thanks for 100 bits, Mel. Don't let us get out the spray bottle. All right, chill. Chill. If you want to meme on anybody for being Catboy, wait till Alf gets here. Wait, no, shit, damn it. Ah, shit. Damn it. Ah, damn it. Wait, oh god, I said the thing. Okay, don't clip it. Don't clip it. Oh, I have a new alert, by the way. That's right. In honor of a video Alf sent me, I have a new alert for 666 bits. It's Miniful telling me she hates me. Yep. It's in honor of Miniful. It's a brand new alert, by the way.
Answer I was looking for. Evan, help me. In the name of the orc, save me. Smiley face emoji.
If you want, I can write you a D&D note for work. I've written notes for people to get out of work before, Mel, and it's worked a couple times. I wrote a note for somebody to get out of the class one day where I wrote a note to their professor saying they had to play D&D instead, and the professor thought it was so funny that that she allowed it.
I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
Can you believe she'd say that about me? Can you believe that her mic quality would get that shitty just to tell me that she hates me? Can you, Mel? I can't. It's fucking toxic if you ask me. His runes are like mirror image so he can stand on the front line, but if attacks sneak through, it'll suck. Oh, okay. Because he does have the long sword, right? Or is it a short sword? Sorry, short sword and spear. Or, what am I saying? And staff. Short sword and staff. I kind of have, like, if I have it, if there's a canonical sort of like vibe for the short sword, in my head it's this. Ooh, yeah. There it is. Oh, God, that's right. Oh, it's a thick boy. Oh, that's a thick boy. Just a big, beefy pommel. Yeah. The aggressive lines through it. Oh, man. That's the kind of, that's the kind of sword that I imagine he has. Not sure if it's Viking enough. I'm not sure if it's Nordic enough, but, God damn it. King Theoden? Yeah, Hurgrim. This is the first one that I ever got. I have 3, but this is my favorite because it was the first one, so I really wish I could get the scabbard for it, but God, I love this sword. It's so, dude, it's so beautiful. Look at that shit. Look at it. I have it on my wall. I stare at it every day. Every day. Minnie's now the enemy of Evan? No, I'm the enemy of Minnie. Yeah. Like Theoden's sword, maybe a little shorter. Still as thick though. Like, is it a chunky, thicker sword, or is it a little bit thinner? Do you think? Because yeah, you're probably right. It would be quite a bit thinner then, because that's more of a cavalry horseman sword.
Yes, Minnie is just too cruel.
Right?
So cruel you have to remind yourself every time someone donates that many bits. Smiley face emoji.
Thank you for the bed smell. I appreciate it. Plucci, what's up, dude? Plucci, I don't remember what Vixie was saying, but Vixie was talking some shit in our D&D game about you. I don't remember why, but I was gonna snitch on her. She was talking some shit. I don't remember what it was, but there is shit being talked. Told her she was being toxic. just so you know, this is sticking up for you, bro. It's a gorgeous sword. Perfect time to come back. Yeah, it's a great sword. I love it. I don't have like a lot of sort of the replicas from Lord of the Rings, but I do have 3, and I do love them. They hang on my wall and look very fancy and regal and whatever. So can't be too beefy. He is a wizard, right? He okay. Listen, he is a wizard, but he's still an Asgardian. Okay, so yes, he's a wizard, but let's face it. You know, he's probably still pretty jacked. You know, that's just how I envision Asgardians anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. Maybe the caster class is I'm overestimating the physicality of the caster class, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Switch from YouTube to Twitch. Good to see you, Shadow. What's up, dude? Thanks for chilling, man. Good to see you. So there's that too. What's up, Nick? Good to see you, bro. How you doing, man? I actually kind of wanted to do, I was really inspired after I did the piece of Torben to do a lot more of that kind of like knot work in some of my designs. I used to do a lot of it for the Stone Markians, hey? But since we haven't been in Stone Mark in a while in Eldara, I haven't like had any excuse to do that for anybody. Similar in vibe to the North Mark. It was the only two places that have those words in that, okay? Leave me alone. Yo, Beta Wolf, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. Here for an hour was Andre on YouTube chat. Yeah, I figured. I think you said it was Shadow, right? I always have a hard time tracing or tracking names between YouTube chat and Twitch chat because obviously most people have a different name. And if I have to remember too many different names, it gets confusing, and I kind of just fail at that. So yeah. Alf, what's up, dude? Bro, Alf, did you see the alert that I made? Did you see the alert that I made? Did it justice? Thanks, dude. Well, I gotta do I gotta do some serious studying on it, because the thing, like, there's a lot of similarities between Celtic knotwork and Nordic knotwork. I just don't know the cultural differences or significances. Like, I know a lot about the Celtic stuff, but I don't know enough about the Nordic knotwork to know if there's things that are like runes are something I'm always very nervous to invoke, because I don't necessarily know the correct way to sort of draw them or whatever. And it's not just simple motifs, it's actually things with sort of important meaning. But the knotwork, I'm pretty comfortable with doing like Celtic knotwork, but I don't know the cultural significance of Nordic knotwork. Just know if it's different than Celtic knotwork. You know what I mean? I don't want to step on any toes. Not yet? Oh, Mel played it earlier. Yeah, you're like 2 minutes too late, Alf. You also didn't hear me making memes about... sorry, I'm good, Alf, I'm good, I'm done. Shit. Okay, boy, is this... I was just kidding. No, I wasn't talking shit. I didn't say anything. Ah, shit. Delete the clips, delete the VODs. Mods, pour Kool-Aid on the servers. Clear the vaults. Ransack the library. Burn the scrolls. History must never know what was said here today. The shit talking must never be revealed. I would never, ever say a meme about Alf. Once you have an Alexandrite crumb, you can do no wrong.
Shit.
So
get Bit Evan smile.
Yeah. That's why I'm doing it carefully and strategically. Listen, you know the rules. You can talk shit about any mod that isn't here. You can also talk shit about any VIP that isn't here. To be fair, I don't actually know who has a VIP badge anymore, so maybe we'll just leave the shit talking straight to people's face in the going weeks, then ensure that we, you know, do it correctly. Yeah. Oh shit, what's up, Viddy? What's going on, man? Good to see you, bro. Viddy, we're drawing your favorite thing today. Innkeepers. We're drawing a dope-ass innkeeper couple, and then hopefully, if we have time, a dope-ass cleric. So, it's gonna be a real Viddy kind of day. Oh, Viddy, you ever played a Bladesinger Wizard? We were talking about that a little bit earlier. And I couldn't help remember. I thought that you or somebody on Scribe... I don't remember the name of your game anymore. Fuck, I'm sorry. One of y'all played a Bladesinger, right? At some point in time? Is that a Miko? No. It is not a Mikote. It is in fact a Rokari. So, fox folk, not cat folk. Very similar in vibe, though. The Mikote in Eldara are referred to as the Nyathar, and they're a complete meme and should never be taken seriously. The Rokari were made in honor of one of my mods, Tiny Spirit Fox. and I've used them ever since as little tiny references and jokes, and you know, sometimes a serious character like an innkeeper. How do you write that? Rokari? Rokari. Rokari. There we go. There we go. That one. And like a finished Rokari piece looks like this. This is a very old piece that I did for, yeah, this was for Fox. So this is for Rokari. So similar kind of vibes, but big fluffy foxtail, kind of more kitsune type things. The problem is when you say kitsune, people don't know if you mean weeb or furry kitsune. And so it's important, I think, to create a new name for them. So there's no confusion among the masses. Rokari, the cousins of Nyathar. Well, any of the sort of the wildkin are all descendants of the proto-elves of Thorash. So if there's ever like a wildkin story that you want to tell, your Luxodon, your Gif, your whatever, you can always sort of reference it back to the proto-elves of Thorash. So there's no furry kitsune in my mind. You'd think, but I've actually gotten a couple of commission requests recently to draw kitsune, and I had to ask them, like, hey, do you mean like an actual fox or a person with fox ears? And most people, like when I say most, like 3 of the 4 meant like an actual fox, more like a Vulpira from World of Warcraft than a Mikote. So yeah, there's lots of sort of vibes in D&D art that I think kind of they don't really get lost, but people like have an idea of how something looks and they assume that we all have the same kind of, like, you know, we're all referring to the same thing, we're talking about it. But kitsune is one of those ones that can vary drastically with people. It would surprise you. So haven't Raph might be, but he's not telling me because he's a bit edgy.
To get some stuff done at work, as scientists need to be told to do things right.
You do important work, Mel.
I'll be promptly bugging you all tomorrow. Happy birthday, everyone.
It's not my birthday for like.
And don't get in trouble. All hail the orb. K, love you all. Bye. Victory hand
for like
emoji,
2 weeks.
Ivan Heart.
It's my birthday for like 2 weeks, Mel. Come on. It's Alv's birthday before it's my birthday. Thank you for 100 bits, though. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's very kind of you, Mel. Yeah, what should we do for my birthday, man? Should we do a birthday stream? What should we do? Should I play some D&D? Should I do a D&D one-shot with No Fox Forgiven, Ulner, and Ashy of Heart? But because they're VTubers, I have to call it a collab? Is that what I have to do? Is call it a collab? Because we're not friends, we're just collaborators?
Happy birthday, Evan.
It's not my birthday yet.
Smile.
There's still two. Okay. Can understand kitsune, to be honest. And yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things that very people are not aware they do. Yep, and that often happens. So it's more than you'd think, Shadow. And I catch that quite a bit in my commissions. I always have to ask somebody when they say something what they mean by it, or to give me a reference. Because so often someone will say something like a good example is elves, you know? For your elf folk, what do your elf ears look like? Are they slightly pointier human ears? Are they very pointy Warcraft ears? Or are they side jutting elf ears? Right? And so when somebody says elf, they assume that everybody knows what they mean because they kind of know what elves are, right? But everyone has a different idea. Everyone. So for some people, a half elf ear looks basically like a normal ear, but is just a little bit pointy. For some people, a half elf ear is a full-on elf ear because for them, a full elf ear is like a World of Warcraft elf ear. So it varies widely, and I have to ask people very specifically what they mean by certain things, because they assume that because I say an elf walks into the room, and we all picture a different thing in our head. The problem is when I'm doing it for somebody's like character design, and they say, "Oh yeah, my elf character," I always have to ask them like, "Oh, hey, just so I know, what do you mean by that?" And some people are like, "What do you mean? I like an elf. I just told you what I meant, Evan. I said I want an elf." And I'm like, so is this what you mean? And I do this, and they're like, "Yes, of course." And I'm like, "Okay, good." Or I'll say, is this what you mean? And they're like, "No, what are you talking about? What is that abomination? That's not an elf." And you're like, "Unfortunately, my dear client, it actually is." To like the last client that asked me to do an elf. So yep, there's a lot of things like that in D&D and fantasy in general, and that's one of the reasons why renaming stuff in Eldara is actually very useful. People will ask me like sometimes why I rename shit, and with the accusation or the insinuation that's somewhat self-indulgent, and I always give that as the answer, as well as breaking some of the mold for things and certain ideas, because people just sort of have hang-ups with certain ideas and phrases. Like when you call a group of dwarves, they assume that they all have Scottish accents, which isn't a terrible thing, but like, there's like the cool Slavic dwarves up in Northmark that people don't know about. And when you call them the Rith, and people sort of kind of catch like, "Oh, that's just a dwarf, got it," they make that like clever association in their head where they're like, "Aha, I've discovered the secret. The Rith are just dwarves. Evan's not original as he thinks." But in actuality, that was an intentional breaking of like snapping of the connection there, so that when I say it's different, you're not hanging on to the idea of it being a dwarf. That's one thing I've got a lot of in my TikTok and YouTube comments, is people saying that like certain things work or don't work or whatever. Like, I got this comment in the video I did about Ulnar's character, the Necromancer. Basically, if you haven't seen the video, the premise is that it's a joke. It's a kind of meme joke video saying that like, I have a concept for a character where she's not actually a necromancer. She thinks that she's summoning her like she grew up in a fairy garden, and she thinks that she's summoning her friends, and they're like pretending to be skeletons and stuff. She doesn't realize that she's like resurrecting like undead corpse monsters. So it's kind of like a funny thing, right? But I got some comments of people like taking it very literally and being like, "Oh, you can't do that. You have to, necromancy is something that must be studied because the school of magic is this and that." They give this big like long-winded explanation as to why it wouldn't work, air quotes. And so I find sometimes that when you just change the name of something, you disconnect it from the like presuppositions that people make about things. Because all I'm saying basically is that you have a character that, as a necromancer, she has a very like sepulchral magic set that assumes that it's more Fey in origin. And it's like, that's the funny part. That's where the joke starts and ends, man. It's not supposed to be like overthought, But when you start saying words like necromancer class and fairy garden, Fey, people have this idea of like what the Feywild is and isn't, what a necromancer is and isn't, and very specifically like this is what you can do and this is what you can't do kind of thing, you know what I mean? Now imagine Orlando Bloom in a pointy green and red hat and wooden shoes building a PS5. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, what? How did that conjure? I must not have my helmet on straight, and I think I ate too many crayons this morning because I didn't get that. I'm sorry, Viddy. Your well-themed references didn't hit me this morning. I just EXE'd out, so... Elves versus elves. I see, okay. I thought we were talking about necromancer. Okay, sorry. Yeah, okay. So I was like red caps or death caps. What are they called? Red caps? Death caps? You know what I mean? From that part of D&D. And of course, Baldur's Gate. They're called red caps, right? Terrifying little bastards. Don't know why necromancers get such bad raps. They just trying to raise a family. Yeah. Is that all? I don't know. Often I'm reminded that people kind of like they need to be sort of enchanted with an idea rather than have it explained in theory. And so talking about creating a product, I think, or creating an adventure, creating a world, creating a game, whatever it is, creating a fantasy, a story, I think with some people it definitely is a bit of a like a their brain stopped functioning midway through the explanation, and they're trying to like now argue with you over whether or not the thing that you want to do or say is happening can actually like work that way in fantasy as a greater whole. And yeah, I'm trying to be better about it. I'm trying not to explain myself as often, even though I think that there is a contingency of the guild that enjoys those kind of conversations. I think that a lot of times it can just like get derailed and I get stun locked. So I need like a stun lock, you know, emote or whatever. Like, what's the stun? Oh fuck! I should make this an emote. Like, what is the stun icon from World of Warcraft? That's what I need as an emote. So if somebody stun locks me on something, I can have a mod or somebody just fucking spam the emote and get me unstuck. Right? In game where a can be born with power, the magic obviously must be learned, or it doesn't make sense. Yeah. That was the technology why I learned how to explain it in a way that won't make their eyes roll in their skull. Yeah, what I never really understood is why some people get so like, I'm not really offended, but like agitated at the idea of you doing something different than what they're sort of used to with their fantasy or with their. That's one thing I never got, is like why some people treat it like it's a threat to their enjoyment of their fantasy. That's the one that I never really understood. So also someone in the Clock app that commented on your Barbarian Monk video. Okay, but what that stat block look like? Oh yeah. Yeah, what? Hold on. What was that comment? Hold on. Yeah. What was that? Hold up. No, stop it. Shut up, TikTok. There we go. Why is my video muted? How would you build that stat-wise? And then somebody responds, it's pretty much impossible if you want a competent character. Multi-class is out of the question. The best way to go about it is either get unarmed fighting style or tavern brawler feat. So when you guys say that like when people say like, oh man, no one actually misses the point of a fun video like that, Evan, you're overthinking it. Okay. I mean, I'm just like, all you have to do is go to TikTok or YouTube comments and you'll Whew, yeah, man, it's rough out here, bro. Yeah, oh god. No one actually cares about that, Evan. You're crazy. Me just trying to make a silly D&D character idea. The internet. Adjusting their glasses. Firmly. And tell me why it wouldn't work. So. DD, have fun playing your character, except unoptimized one that's not allowed, right? You're not allowed to play Baldur's Gate on anything but honor mode. If you ever wanted to play a cool thematic party in Baldur's Gate 3, well, I'm sorry, Jimmy, you're playing the game wrong. Get bent, nerd. Go to sleep. You don't deserve to play Baldur's Gate 3. And you know what? You don't get to play D&D either. Oh, God, I'm so cool. Nah, man, it's just kind of funny. It is funny, right? Like that's it. You gotta be able to enjoy it. Gotta be able to enjoy it, otherwise they'll get to you, so. You know? I don't ever want to get too stun locked by getting actually to the point where I'm not making cool characters and having fun with stuff, so. Yeah, comment on the YouTube suggestion how you can make it. Oh, did you? Hey! Thanks, Nick. Let the nerds know it's possible. Alright? Let them know. Let the people know that all they need to do is just have a little fun. Play some Dungeons and Dragons, man. Relax. Grab a Baja Blast Zero from the expensive soda section at the candy store, and you're like, was this worth $3 for a can? Probably not, but here I am. Why does this story seem to be so personal to me? Because I contemplated doing it once. Leave me alone. That's my next big goal, by the way, is getting a full $30 so I can buy a case of Baja Blast Zero for D&D nights. So I can properly play Dungeons and Dragons with the traditional drink of choice. And Cheetos as well. Cheetos and Mountain Dew. Like, you know, I don't know where this whole Doritos and Mountain Dew thing came from. Doritos are always were always historically for video games. Cheetos and Mountain Dew were for D&D. Doritos and Mountain Dew were for video games. And I'm not saying that you can't mix it up. All I'm saying is that the world has treated it as if Cheetos have never been a part of the D&D playing packet, when it's always been like that. Come on, man. You crazy? They got a little riled up, cast Fireball, and not ask what the size of the room? Yeah. For real. What does Baja Blast taste like? I have no idea. I don't know if I could explain it. Whatever it tastes like, it tastes about as real for whatever it's supposed to taste like as ketchup chips taste like ketchup, or banana candy tastes like banana, or grape candy tastes like grape, which is basically not at all. Oh wait, that's a Canadian reference. You guys want to know ketchup chips? Viddy Mike, did I send Viddy ketchup chips? I forget. Did you get ketchup chips or did you get cookies? I don't remember what one Ella sent you. I think it was cookies. Oh right, we know it was maple cookies. Okay. Locked back in. Check. Remember what Canadian snacks sent to who. This unoptimized and takes too many ASIs. Yeah, if you're a coward, I'll take Monk-Barian. Wait, Monk-Barian? Wait, what? Is that the new name for it? The Monk-Barian? To level 20, just watch, right? And you'll have more fun than anyone else in your D&D group because you took the Monk-Barian all the way to 20. I love that character concept idea. I also feel like she'd be kind of embarrassed because she would like not really know the monk techniques. So she'd do her big flourishes and then when no one's looking, just punch the guy into oblivion. So we don't have Taco Bell here. We do have ketchup chips. It's disgusting. What brand of ketchup chips do you have there, Sleepy? Because that's a very important question. If you have Lay's ketchup chips, then you know what? I'll accept that because you've never really had a good ketchup chip. Fair. But if you've had Old Dutch, which I couldn't imagine there'd be Old Dutch there, if you have Old Dutch ketchup chips and you hate them, then that would be a very unsettling and yet reasonable take, because I would at least be able to say that you've properly tried them. But if you've only ever tried Lay's or any other kind of brand of ketchup chips, you've never had ketchup chips the way that nature intended them. I didn't get ketchup chips from you, but I've had them before. They slap, right? And people always think that they're gross because they're like, ew, the idea of like eating a ketchup chip. It's not like it tastes like ketchup. It's salty and vinegary and acidic and has similar qualities to what putting ketchup on French fries would do. It's not like you're eating a ketchup flavored chip. You're getting the experience of a French fry in ketchup, sort of. These are important things. Listen, as a Canadian, I gotta defend the few snacks that we get up here. We have some pretty good snackies in Canada. I think Samurai... Oh, man. I think Samurai's getting sent or got sent more hickory sticks and a coffee crisp. Gotta buy the basic salted chip and apply ketchup. You know what? I've never tried that, but that honestly sounds like an atrocity. That sounds like an atrocity. And you know what? I'm good. I don't require ketchup chips that bad to the point where I would apply ketchup to a chip. I'm so good without, I think. That's just, that's nasty, bro. Now, I did try something that I'm guessing isn't available in the US either, but it was ketchup Cheetos. I was at the grocery store, otherwise known as Dollarama. And I got me some they had some ketchup Cheetos. And you know what? They were pretty good, I'll admit. They were pretty good. A couple months ago, and I haven't seen them since, so I guess the rest of the country didn't agree, but they were all right, man. Do you think the chat has good food tastes? There are certain people that I would trust their recommendations on food, and there's certain people that I just wouldn't, Viddy. Yeah. It's kind of like how I used to play D&D with a friend. And you know why we stopped playing D&D? Because he said that Star Wars Episode 8 was the best Star Wars, and it wasn't even close. We all got out of the theater, and he said that was the best Star Wars they've ever made. And I said, what? And he said, yep, that was the best Star Wars they've ever made. Holy shit, can you guys believe that? The way that Luke just vanished there? Oh my god, what an amazing adventure. That was the greatest Star Wars movie ever made. And I was like, oh, he's in the afterglow of the movie. I get it. He's all high up on the movie experience. That's great, man. Like, I'm glad you had fun, dude. You know? And then, like, months later, they're like, oh, yeah, dude, you see the new fucking news about Star Wars? It's like, oh, yeah. Like, hey, how do you still feel about Episode 8? And he's like, I don't know, man. I watched it like 4 times in the theaters. I still think it's the best Star Wars movie ever made. And I was like, oh, we can't play D&D together anymore. We just don't live in the same world. Okay, I get it. We're not playing D&D together at that point in time. And so there's certain people that say certain things about food video where I'm like, you know what? We don't eat the same type of food, so I'm not gonna worry about this person's opinion, you know? There's like certain things, certain unforgivable opinions that I just can't handle. That I can't do it, you know? I mean, there's other reasons we didn't play D&D anymore, but that was a good one. I joined here. All I use ketchup Cheetos. Have you never tried Lexer, have you never tried a ketchup chip before? Have you never tried a ketchup potato chip? As far as I knew, they were only available in Canada, and they're very good, and the name ketchup chip doesn't make sense whatsoever. It's just a flavor of chip that doesn't really have much of a basis in the naming convention shit. Oh shit, Quincy! Holy shit, dude! Welcome in, Quincy. Good to have you, my friend. Yo! Dude, I just got flashbanged by that. Oh my god. Quincy! All dress chips are okay. Not my favorite, though. Alright, what brand of all dress chips did you try? Because this is the important thing. Ruffles are okay. Once again, Old Dutch, I think, is the superior all-dressed chip. And I hate that. I hate that I can't just have all my international, American, European friends try what I think is the proper chip in its incarnate form. But I do. All dressed is a little polarizing. But I do think that ketchup chips get a bad rap just because of the name. Like if you give someone a ketchup chip and you don't tell them what flavor it is, they're like, oh wow, it's delicious. Only had Lay's all dress. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, is Ruffles not an American brand? Or international brand at least? Okay, Ruffles be the one to check, but all dressed are where it's at. But oh god damn, good morning Quincy. Good to see you, my friend. I'm honored to have you. Yeah, holy. Dude, Quincy, I look, I'm real shy on Twitch. I've tried to get up the courage to raid you more than once. I tried so hard. No, I was like, oh, no, not today. I'm trying to be more. I'm trying to be more social this year. All right. Try to be. But wait, Quincy, how did you even find my chat? I'm so confused. Did Tank did you see? Was it through something that Tank reposted? Because I've done some art for Tank recently, and that crew, and Valiant Fox, and Mossy Socks and stuff. I'm so confused. Like it's so wild that
Ivan Goldblood Orb.
What's up, Samurai? What's going on, dude? Thanks for the tier 3. Holy good for 43 months. Samurai. Dude, Samurai, did you get your package yet? Because I need your opinion on we were just talking about Canadian snacks. And obviously Samurai can attest to Hickory Sticks being genius. But the problem is, Samurai, did you like the coffee crisp? I don't remember if we've talked about this, if it's come up already, if anything like that, or what. Sorry, artwork pop up on my For You page, and I've been looking for artists for my next book, so it just happened. That's unreal. Okay. That's so unreal. That's because, like, literally 20 or 30 minutes ago, Tank and I were talking about, like, our first D&D experiences, and he was saying that his first D&D experience was with you and Michael and a few other people I don't remember.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Quincy's Tavern.
Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. I'm honored to have you part of the Dragon's Claim, Quincy. Thank you, whoever that was. Show yourself, coward, so I can thank you properly. That's hilarious. But yeah, we were just talking about, like, our first D&D experiences, and Tank was mentioning the first time he played D&D was with you and a few others. So that's really cool, dude. That's amazing. I'm so honored and humbled. Not yet. Looking forward to another crippling addiction. Okay, good. All right. Well, let me know how Coffee Crisp is then, Samurai, and if we need to go. Because look, we're going to the big Costco this summer when we go to Ren Fair and GameCon. GameCon's the first time that we'll be at the big business Costco in Edmonton. So, Samurai, if I need to buy you the, like, vendor, like, convenience store box of Coffee Crisps, I will. Don't think I won't. All right? And I will mail that straight to you in the UK, and you can't stop me. I will be your Canadian snack dealer, so don't even worry about it. Like Ella said when she sent you Hickory Sticks the first time, she's like, I'm gonna do this again. This is gonna be a thing. This is gonna be a recurrent thing. Take's been all over the D&D since then. He's great. Yeah, dude. I did where is it? I did art for Torben right before he got movie dead. Torben's not dead, okay? Torben's not dead. Torben is off screen right now after a valiant sacrifice for the villain. So, yeah, right before, oh, God, I'm trolled. And Tank's sitting there watching. He's just dropping hints, talking shit in stream, knowing what happens, where I'm just sitting here all innocently drawing his character and not knowing what terrible things are going to happen. So this is very distressing for me. Is that the underground Costco that underpins Canada? Yes, the business Costco in Edmonton is that, exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, business Costco is great because you can get all sorts of stuff there. There's not one in Calgary close to where I live, but the one in Edmonton is where we stopped to get a bunch of stuff for like when Ella has two types of supplies for her dice. The first one is like obviously like resin, silicone, those type of things. But the second thing that are, like, is a really big expense for supplies for dice is things like gloves and cups and whatever. And that stuff is very expensive and it really adds up after a while. So we always do like a big yearly trip to business Costco in Edmonton when we're up there for the conventions, so that Ella can proceed to make dice all year without having to constantly be going to wherever to get overpriced versions of the same supplies. So we will be going regardless, Samurai, regardless of if you need more snacks or not. I gotta figure out what the next snack is gonna be, because Ella wanted to do a whole like little Canadian snack thing for the advent calendars this year that she's mailing out. So like not just like a, you know, I think she's done like what, maple cookies and hickory sticks and things like that. I think she wanted to do a more curated snack box thingy for the advent calendar. And so she's been trying to think about ideas of things that people like. So you're gonna be the testing force here, Samurai. Tell us what Canadian snacks are good. Because I'm pretty sure she's already got like 8 pre-orders and it's April. So she needs to start thinking about this very seriously soon, I guess. Now, did this know my cousin said the ketchup chips we have is delicious? Oh, shoot. Well, it's not like the Star Wars opinions that make you not be able to play D&D together, right? You can still play D&D together. Hedgehogs with the calendars was raw. Oh, you got hedgehogs too. Oh yeah, because I forgot Purdy's is a Canadian. Right, Purdy's is a Canadian franchise or chain or whatever. Oh, okay. Hedgehogs should definitely be in there. Maple cookies, ketchup chips, hickory sticks, and what else? What else can we put in there for our American and UK brothers and sisters so that you guys can get the full Canadian snack experience? Smarties? Do you have Smarties in the UK, Samurai? And I don't mean so I know when I say Smarties, Americans think of what we call rockets, but they are something like an M&M that look like this. They're like an M&M, but they're flatter and wider, and they look like that. Is that a thing you guys have in the UK? Because I know Americans don't have this, but I'm not sure if it's one of those things that's like a Commonwealth, whatever, candy or whatever. It's not colorful enough to be an American candy. Smarties are great too. That might be the other one that fits in there. So, what's a rocket? Rockets are just the Canadian brand version of Smarties. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. They're just called rockets up here. So Smarties are originally a UK snack, I think. Okay, right. I remembered Smarties wasn't the one to send to people in the UK because they knew what it was already. Yeah. What's up, Alex? Good to see you. 1 in 10 advent calendars will include a bottle of ice wine. If you want some ice wine, actually, I don't know if I can mail ice wine. I find ice wine to be incredibly overrated. It's very expensive, and for what you get, I don't know. I don't know if I'd say ice wine's worth it. If I can mail you ice wine, shit, dude, I'll mail you ice wine if you want ice wine. It's way less expensive up here than it is anywhere where you'd be able to get it though. So yeah, I'd be happy to. I'll start taking pre-orders for snacks along with the advent calendars. That's right. Ice wine made from Arctic ice, from frozen grapes. Yeah. Pill sweets. Art's looking great. Nice work. Thank you, dude. I'm drawing some innkeepers today. So one of the towns that you go to in Horizon, or in Eldara, called Horizon, has a inn called the Azure Burrows, and it's run by a young Rokari couple that are not any sort of devious or secret criminals, and my players need to relax and learn how to trust innkeepers and NPCs again. So I mean, come on, man. It's like 30 USD for 375 milliliter. Really? Really? Dude, that's so expensive. Come on. Real? Right? Quincy, I've run through... So I'm... All of the art I do that isn't commissions is basically to build my D&D setting that I'm making. And I'm about to publish the first adventure in that setting. This month is going to be the beta. I'm really excited about it. So this is artwork for that. But I've run multiple players through this like adventure so far to playtest it. Almost every single one doesn't trust the nice innkeepers in Horizon. They don't trust them. The whole point is, like, they invite you into this, like, kind of hobbit hole cozy inn, because there's 3 inns you can stay at: the fancy elven inn, the more normal human inn called the Wind Willow, or the Azure Burrows, which is kind of on the outskirts of town. A cute little Rokari couple run it. They're, you know, super new and kind of naive and don't really know how to run a business. They just treat everybody like family. They bake you fresh bread every morning. It's a super nice, cozy, lovely little inn, and it's supposed to be the hidden gem for the players that are willing to go try the modest inn. Like, it's the least expensive inn, so if you don't want to pay for the very expensive one, or you don't want to pay for the middle one or whatever, and you want to try the kind of the lower end inn, it's supposed to be a nice surprise. Like, wow, look at the lovely gem we just found. Super sweet couple, super nice inn. We hit the jackpot here by choosing the smallest or the least or whatever. And yet everyone assumes it's some kind of, like, you know, smuggling front or like criminal underground ring or whatever. And I don't know how to convince them. These are just really nice people and are really happy that you're staying at their inn. Like, what has D&D done to these players where they can't trust a couple of very nice NPCs anymore? What have we done to D&D players, man? I don't know any way I can get them to trust them either. Every group I played with is way too suspicious. They're way too suspicious. I'm not trying to betray them, all right? I'm just trying to have them, you know, feel rewarded for taking the lesser traveled path, maybe. Not try to, you know, have them secretly get robbed in the middle of the night or whatever. I need them to just relax. Just eat some honey and butter on bread. You know? Like, I tell them that when you walk into the Azure Burrows, here's how I describe it. You know what? Let's D&D this, guys. You tell me if you trust this inn. So, if you were approaching the Azure Burrows, I'd say that you see a nice, welcoming, round door with sort of knotwork designs all over it and kind of little trinkets and wind chimes hanging from the windows. The whole thing is a burrow, so it's a giant kind of mound like hill with some trees and flowers growing on it and a little garden, but the inn kind of like goes down a little bit. So when you open the big large hobbit looking door, you kind of walk down a couple of steps into a large circular room. There's a really beautiful fireplace with kind of antique iron of like characters and figures and animals kind of like guarding the fireplace. Along the left side is the bar counter, which has all sorts of herbs and spices hanging from it because the kitchen is right beside it. You see 2 kind of really short in stature but welcoming faces smiling and wave at you. When you approach the bar, I'll describe to the players how, you know, the bar stools are all kind of different and looks like they've been sort of like thrifted from different other inns from around Teleria. There's artwork on the walls. There's kind of a general sense of like being in a living room as opposed to like built-in furniture. There's sort of couches and sofas and chairs, you know, arranged in comfortable ways to sit and eat. You see people there who are enjoying food. The corner, there's a wizard smoking a pipe, looking through some scrolls. There's a group of dwarven miners that have been, blowing off steam after a hard day with a couple of tankards of ale, and everyone's generally just having a really good time, and I'll greet the players with some RP of the innkeepers introducing themselves, how they've come to Horizon to start a new life, and how they're going to start a family soon, and they think this is a really lovely place, and they wanted to make, this inn the kind of place that makes people feel like they felt when they grew up in their boroughs, because the Rokari grew up in multi-generational homes. So the home has basically been decorated and established for generations. So they might want to make it feel like kind of your grandmother's house for humans and kind of that side of Tellarians that come from that region of the world. And every time I try and describe this place, I describe the meals being like a mushroom soup with fresh baked bread, honey and butter on the side, with some sort of a stew cooking for tomorrow's breakfast. I'll do everything I can to describe this as a super nice place. The bedrooms are more of like an assortment of cushions and blankets rather than like an actual formal bed. So it's kind of like a dug into the side of the rooms. They're all kind of like circle rooms as well. A dug into the side of the rooms is a little window up top, and there's like flowers and a little washing pot station, whatever thing. And I try and make it seem like the most homey, loving place you could possibly be. And every single time the players are like, I'm gonna get up at night. I'm like, okay. I'm gonna sneak out into the main area, and I'm gonna look at the books behind the counter. I'm like, why? Like, I'm gonna see what they're up to. What kind of weird thing are they smuggling? What weird criminal things are they doing? And I'm like, why do you think they're doing criminal things? Like, because this inn was only 5 silver a night, Evan. 5 silver. This is way nicer than the Wind Willow, okay? And the Wind Willow's 7 silver a night. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? It's on the outskirts of town. They're like a really nice young couple. They're like, no. I played D&D before, Evan. There's some cultists here, and I'm gonna find them. And I just want to throw my computer out the window every single time. Every time.
Can I make an insight check to see if this innkeeper supports Big Apothecary?
Upon any kind of insight check, you get a sense that they are a very loving, very family-oriented couple that just want their patrons to feel welcome at home and relaxed after a tough day of whatever kind of adventuring or questing or working that they have to do. Okay? That's your insight check. Now trust it. God damn it. What kind of mushrooms, though? Okay, dude. Okay. Actually, seriously, the players are more willing to trust an NPC who had a bad streak, who's trying to get back in, or just get by in society. Maybe there's a way to have the party save them. People in danger can be kryptonite to murder hobos who want to feel like heroes. Well, okay, so earlier the suggestion was to Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru them, which I much prefer the idea of saving them. Right? And that's kind of the point of the inn, is that, like, you kind of want to protect them, keep them safe, and, so like a side quest, an inn-specific side quest or something like that, where maybe someone's trying to take advantage of them, and then you have the opportunity to step in and like save them or whatever, and you really like see their naivety demonstrated, as opposed to having the whole party think that they're just cultists in disguise. Is anything actually sweet, unassuming characters that don't want to slay the whole party in their sleep? No! Okay. Does she look like she wants to slay the party in her sleep? Does he look like he wants to slay the party in his sleep? Don't answer that. Oh boy. Yeah, alright, hold up. I think it definitely depends on the party dynamic, but I do agree the more specific DM gets, the more curious I become because of the details. That's a good point. Yeah. It's supposed to be a nice little hidden gem on the outskirts of the city. A reward for choosing the modest route, for taking the path least traveled, for going and seeing something different, as opposed to the fancy elven inn or the kind of the standard inn that everyone goes to. I clearly haven't written it very well, so I need some ideas for the Horizon playtest on how to write. I think I like that idea. Honestly, some way to show that they're actually just this like naive, sweet young couple is to have somebody maybe like taking advantage of them and they don't realize it, and you can save them.
We're nerds.
Yes.
We all have social anxiety. That innkeeper screams extrovert and scares us. Give me a brooding dragon instead.
You know what? I'm making when I finish these portraits, I'm making a video about this. We're gonna collect in TikTok comments. We're gonna see if I'm crazy or if the internet also agrees with you guys that they're just some sort of evil consortium. Because when I drew the art for Luna Airlace, everyone thought that she was a demon in disguise or a villain of some variety. So listen, man, listen. Listen. I'm not trying to murder the party. The abyssals in the runes are doing a perfectly good job of trying to kill the party. I am here. When you're at the Rokari Inn, when you stay at the Azure Burrows, you are welcomed, you are family, you are part of the home. Maybe some sort of history check or whatever. So that somebody would know, their character would know that that's just how Rokari are. They're very welcoming, you know? Or whatever. Have Lord Ashton show up and demand rent? They don't have it, they don't know what to do. The heroes go into hero mode and vow to save the city. Oh my god, Lord Ashton demanding rent. Well, how would Lord Ashton own this plot of land? How would that make sense? Because the first thing that happens in my brain when I think of Lord Ashton having influence over the inn is that the players wouldn't trust it because he's the obvious villain. Unless he's like the villainy is also directed towards them, I guess. My previous comment on my expectations of the nature of the male this duo. Oh, okay. I'll have to go scroll up. Actually, let's ask Quincy. I don't know what it was, but I trusted Quincy the first video in. Lucky Griffin nails the vibe, right? Yeah, wait, good point. Yeah, wait, hold on, good point. I watched the Barbarian Monk this morning. Very fun short again, Evan. Go like and comment to people. You won't be disappointed. Thank you, Daryl. I appreciate that. Thank you. Who's Lord Ashton? Okay, so the basic sort of TLDR of the adventure is you're going to the city called Horizon. It's a brand new city set up by a young noblewoman who is enlisting you and your party members to help her uncover a secret. There is an archaeological site nearby her town. That's the reason why she set it up, she got basically given the land to set up this town to allow for sort of like travel, you know, to and from this archaeological site. And there is a dynamic between her, a tension between her and the official Royal Archaeological Society. And they are...
Visitors, how exciting.
In the middle of the lore? God, I'm not... Chris, I'm not immune to the raids yet, okay? God, jeez, dude. Hello, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, my friends. How is stream? What's up, dude? What's don't fucking Pepe laugh at me. Okay. Guys, if you aren't following C Not Bush, you are missing out on one of, if not the original Twitch artist. Please go and learn from a real artist over there. You know I'm a big fan. So good to see you guys. Welcome in, by the way, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. We are doing art for my D&D adventure right now, as I was just explaining the basic premise of it, so we can figure out how to make my players finally trust the innkeepers. So welcome in, friends. It is always an honor to see you. I hope your stream was good. I did not hang out this morning before I went live. I'm sorry, so I have no idea what you're working on. Generally, I know precisely the project you were working on in the mornings, or at the very least, one of your 2 streams you do a day. So, Jesus. I'm not used to it yet, okay? God damn it. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm humbled and honored by you stopping by. So we put some scales on Alduin today. I saw you doing texturing, and it looked really, really cool. But I saw it in a video and not on stream, so I assumed that maybe that project was finished or whatever. But that's sick, dude. Yeah, seriously, if you guys, who am I to sit here and gas up C Not Bush on Twitch? But if you guys didn't actually know, Master Not Bush, the sculpting genius, the prodigy of both streaming and art, come to unite the two fields, to carve a path, to pave the way for those who will pave the way for artists on the internet. Please go ahead and drop some love over there at C Not Bush. But welcome everybody from the stream. I hope you had an amazing time with an artist who has a far better camera quality than I do. Anyway, we're doing some portraiture for some NPCs in my game today, so cozy up if that's your jam, and I'll tell you a story or two. Those some accolades, well deserved. I mean, like I said, yeah, I spoke the truth. Innkeepers are definitely not trustworthy in my experience. Tavern owners, however, are a different story. An innkeeper and tavern owner. Okay. It's all the filters, none cameras. Wait, it's just filters. That's it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm just dumb because, dude, your production quality is so high. I'm always very impressed and envious about the time you put into that. So I'm always very impressed. So sorry, I was just in the middle of summarizing the adventure that we were talking about that I'm writing for my D&D campaign right now. So basically, you get to this town. Luna Airlace is the person in charge. She's asked you to come help her to uncover a secret at an archaeological site that she's invested in because her family was basically discredited by the Archaeological Society. Her grandfather was basically exiled from the academic world because he had some theories about the ancient world and how things actually work. A lot of the modern day politics and power within the region of the world is based on ancient, like, noble lines and things like that. So when he was uncovering some of that, he might have disrupted the order of things, and his untimely death might not be so mysterious. So you're now working for his granddaughter, who is actively trying to keep a lot of this away from and hushed from the Archaeological Society, because they are the ones that are in charge of the runes and the dig site, and they are very conveniently taking that over and, you know, finding things that support the claims of nobility of their illustrious members. And so Lord Ashton is the villainous person in charge of the Archaeological Society, who is always trying to usurp Lady Luna Airlace and her family to kind of control things in Horizon and continue to manipulate things from behind the shadows. So he's kind of the villain, the go-to villain for the story. Very much someone who works out in the open, who is also kind of recruiting the aid of adventurers and people. So at one point in time in the adventure, he sort of tries to court the party and like entice them, and the players can play double agents, so they could go work with Lord Ashton if they really wanted to or whatever. So I like Atari's idea of having the villain coming in and demanding rent, or somehow, like, you know, attacking the ability for these young sweet innkeepers to do their thing, which might help paint a better picture. That's a good idea, to be able to like save them, as opposed to what Atari said previously, which is just Uncle Owen and Aunt Brewing them, and so you realize they were nice people all along. If sort of they are seen to be like victims of Lord Ashton's like iron grip, then that might be a good way of doing it. Because also, when you get to the town, you are told to like go to the Adventurers Guild to do a quest or something like that, to make it seem like you're there for a reason. Because if a bunch of adventurers come to the city and have a letter for Lady Luna, it's going to raise suspicions, and you have to sort of play a little bit secret about your intentions while you're in Horizon, awaiting your contact, Zephyrin Soul, to deliver you to the rune site, the secret rune site that the Archaeological Society doesn't know about, and uncover the ancient mysteries of the past. That's why. So that's the title artwork that I did for this, the Horizon Ring. So this is actually where the rune site is on this little island, the secret rune site that the Archaeological Society doesn't know about. So that's what this art was for Horizon, so that when you get to this point in the adventure and you are flying to the island now to go uncover the fancy, cool things, that's the art for it. So we have to have them trust them. Maybe the inn is strategically located in a dig site that Lord Ashton wants. Representative... Oh! Representative of this could be demanding, or his could be demanding rent from them, and then there's more secrets of what's nearby. Oh, cause okay, you know what? Honestly, so I described it as their like burrow thing is on the outskirts of a park that Lady Luna like designated not to be like developed or whatever. And it could be something like Lord Ashton assumes there's something that Luna's protecting by having designated as a park. And so if he can like squeeze these innkeepers and take control of the inn, then he could dig under said park without, you know, disrupting it or whatever. Ooh, that's where the conspiracy could be. Looks kind of too cool to be unknown. Well, it's supposed to be like wild and overgrown and stuff. So when you get there, now they know. That's, oh shit, I love that. That's a great idea. So you could have like a representative of the Archaeological Society in there if the players notice, and upon somehow investigating, they could find out that Lord Ashton's trying to squeeze the inn. He could even come in. That could be the first introduction, as you see Lord Ashton and his posse come in and demand rent from them or whatever. For maybe he helped them like fund the inn or whatever, and part of that naivety is they would have maybe signed a contract or whatever with him, or like accepted his help in like funding the supplies or whatever it was, and now he's trying to leverage that against them, and they kind of got themselves into a bad place with it because now they owe him a whole bunch of money they can't pay back. Ooh. Posing them as victims is easier for parties to believe than it's trustworthy because power, psychology, and stuff like that. Yeah, that's a good point. So if I have them being like, because we basically, the players have bought the idea that Lord Ashton's the villain. That's kind of the premise, is that you get the letter from Luna Aralace, you go there because you know she's being like, you know, pressured by this villainous organization. And so when you have that villain openly going and now trying to put pressure on the necks of our poor Brokari. Oh my god, there's a whole side quest there too. Because there could be some sort of like Astral Sage temple or something underneath there. Oh, I gotta make another side quest now. Shit. Wait, hold on. Do I have enough time to make another side quest before the adventure goes into beta? What if she is the villain? Okay, hold on. Let me show you the art for Luna. Okay, hold on. Why is everyone telling me that she's the villain? She's supposed to be the trustworthy NPC that you are told to go help because she is trying her best to save her family's legacy, to honor her grandfather, to keep the shed, to set right the wrongs of the greedy noble class. And everyone thinks that she's some kind of a demon in disguise. She's not supposed to be a villain. Okay. Alright, I may have lost my composure there for a moment. God. No, Luna's not the villain. It's in the eye. Seems too nice. God damn it. Oh, man. Okay. She's supposed to have an infectious happiness to her where she's joyful and kind and not a demon posing as
clarification. We don't think she's a demon. Look at those eyes. We want her to step on you, I mean servers.
God damn it. God damn it. Happy birthday. What are you talking about? Tank is not for another 2 weeks. God damn. I swear to God, man. Thank you for our best video. No, it's not. Okay. Happy birthday. No, Dusky, it's not my. No, it's not my. It's not for 2 weeks. I'm gonna. I'm gonna wander out into the Canadian wilderness and become a mountain man. All right, this is the last you guys are ever gonna see me. Everyone thinks my heroes are villains. My trustworthy NPCs are secretly a cabal of some sort of arcane drug running smugglers that my main NPC contact that you're trying to help her save her village and is a demon in disguise, and now it's my birth. Okay. I'm good. Okay. Okay. Oh god, where's okay? I need my comfort sword. I'm good now. Okay. No, I am. Listen. I am. People wonder why I don't post the audio from my recordings when I'm recording my process on stream. It's because I spend probably a solid 40% of the time that I'm actually recording my videos getting actively fucking trolled out into oblivion and explaining my NPCs and trying to convince everybody they're not villains. Now the good Lord Ashton. All right. He's basically this guy, but older, with more gray and a monocle. I'm even giving him a monocle, so you know he's evil. Like, if everyone thinks that he's the trustworthy one, because he's a happy, smiling dwarven man that talks in a suave southern accent, somewhat like Arcturus Minx from StarCraft 2, which is a reference that nobody will get unless they're at least 38 years old. Oh my god, what am I even doing with my life?
If not villain, wide army shaped.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. He's puntable. I mean, that's the idea. That's the idea. Everyone's gonna trust him, aren't they? Respectable classic dwarf or just a gentleman with a beard? Trustable? No. You're not supposed to trust him. The first time he greets you, he asks you for forgiveness. Because by no means is the dropping of eaves the activity of a gentleman, but you'll have to forgive me as my insatiable curiosity overheard your ramblings with the good Lady Luna Erelace, and I couldn't help but wonder if maybe there was a possibility for a new type of a business arrangement to be made between us. As he takes a long puff from his cigar and grins with gilded teeth, adjusting his gem-encrusted monocle. Now the good Lady Luna does her best. She is a kind soul, but too ignorant and inexperienced to run a city that Horizon has the potential to become one day. That is where I enter, the true preserver of the good people of Horizon. I hope you find me to be the one competent and capable enough of taking on such a challenge. After all, I wouldn't want to see any harm coming to Luna. Maybe it'd be best off if she ran back to her family's gilded halls and comfortably attained the rank of magistrate at some other outpost. Ooh, Ashton, you're so trustworthy. What do you mean you trust him? Rugged, polite, has beard, southern drawl. It's a man I can trust. I'm never gonna publish this adventure. The villain you trust is perfect, but they're just trusting Quincy. They're just trusting him to troll me. He asked for forgiveness, then asked if you heard about our Lord and Savior. Okay. He also uses the word declamatory. When he gets into a bit of a rage, he excuses himself. I apologize, as that was unbecoming of a gentleman. I find myself becoming far too declamatory when discussing matters of the safety of the people of Horizon. After he smashes his brandy glass into the fireplace in a rage. And you guys trust him. That's a big word for him. I heard John Williams once use the word declamatory, and I decided I was going to use that for the rest of my life. If I ever hear John Williams, Ian McDermott, Ian McKellen, or any classically trained artist, creator, actor use a big word, I'm going to remember that and lock it in my brain for the rest of time. Next time I say grim, remind me to say sepulchral. Okay? Thank you for the follow. Ithusa. Ithusa? Ithusa. I hope I got that right. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Another way to make the innkeepers seem naive and very trustful is to lose some valuables out in the open, like expensive looking family heirlooms over a mantle on display with no glass case or locked. But that's going to make people just think that they're like overly confident or whatever. You know what I mean? People with big words are evil. This one is. Yeah, why big word when small word when we're gooder? Damn it, Lord Ashton, you're not supposed to be trustful. Not even trustworthy, just trustful for gooder speaking players. That's it. I haven't had my crayon for breakfast yet. You guys know how slow you need to speak when I'm streaming. I'll see 3 words that should all make sense and still get it wrong, so. God damn it. I want to see the War of the Realms cast in Horizon. Torben immediately trusts Lady Luna and agrees to go to war for her for honor and justice. Rala just wants to befriend Lord Ashton. Hermitha just wants to go see the garden outside of fucking the inn. Never mind, they wouldn't get anywhere. Never mind, they wouldn't go anywhere, would they? It'd just be Luan going to like see what the runes are all about, as fate demands it. While Torben single-handedly just busts down the entire archaeological society, breaks the knees of every single person that was trying to harass the poor innkeepers. And a 3-day adventure will turn to 2 weeks. Good God. You make him say defense straight as well? Yeah. Listen, if a word's too big for me, then I can't have it, one of my player characters saying it, so. Who do you think the first person to try and seduce Lord Ashton will be? In the War of the Realms game? Or in chat? Like in the theoretical War of the Realms party cast, whatever? Because I'm not going to say it'll be Clara. I wouldn't do that. Why would it always be Luan? I'm just getting caught up with chat. Happy belated birthday. It's not my birthday for another 2 weeks. Oh, okay. My birthday is on the same day that Calgary Expo is. And Ella is distraught by this, by the way. In case you guys are wondering, Ella is completely distraught. My birthday is Ella's favorite day of the year. I don't know why. But if you ask Ella, I think she's in yoga right now. Yeah. If you ask her what her favorite day of the year is, she will say my birthday. I don't know why. That's just the way she feels. So she is absolutely distraught that she's going to be working at the convention on my birthday. So you guys have to all like comfort her about it, okay? She's rather upset about the whole endeavor. Meanwhile, I'll be streaming and you guys can keep me company, okay? And then you're all off limits for saying happy birthday for another year. So I'm worried that not having Torben as a meat shield might be an issue for the party. If you know what, if there's anything that I learned from combat yesterday, Tank, it's that there's nothing that Luan and Rala, with every single resource of Hermitha, like there's nothing that Luan with Spare the Dying can't tank. And there's no amount of fire damage that Rala can't take. So I'm sure they'll be fine. Actually, on second thought, no, they're all screwed. Yeah, you're right. Without the HP bar of Torben, it might be... We'll see what Kevin does to change things. Or maybe can... I've never seen Clara wild shape into a bear. Maybe it's happened and I just haven't caught that episode yet. I'm just saying. Like some kind of a parrot bear, like not even an owl bear, but a parrot bear. Maybe Claire becomes the front line tank with wild shape. I don't want to, I don't want to spoil anything for myself. So, Wizard can also polymorph a party member. That's true. It's true, actually. Polymorph Clara into an actual parrot. Okay, I'm done. Sorry. No. Oh man, yeah. Serious adventure things. Trustworthy innkeepers. Wait. Yeah. Whew, God. We got some Ricari to draw then. Look at how trustworthy they are. They're so nice, dude. I don't know what you guys are all crazy. You guys are all crazy. Non-trustworthy NPCs. Yeah. I think videos are right. I think I actually just study like every single Quincy's Tavern video to see how to make a trustworthy innkeeper. That's a good point, actually. This probably should have been the play from the beginning. Giant ape, 147 temp HP, big monkey meat. Dude, please polymorph Luan into a giant ape. Oh my god, and then you can just make Donkey Kong references the entire time. Oh. Next time you're at a market, buy a bushel of bananas for absolutely no reason. Just remember, fate wills it. Yeah. Yeah, don't polymorph the gift. They don't like that. She was literally watching someone get beaten up. What are you talking about, Evan? I don't know. Giant dusty biblically accurate ape, right? Right? See if Asmar Wing still work through that. I'm just saying, I watched Quincy and started giving most of my Tavern Keeper PTSD has been working oddly well. Yeah. Fair enough, Viddy. Fair enough. DK Donkey Kong? Yeah, man. That's a fan art I gotta make. The monkey wills it. Wait, is that still a command? Is that still a command? Damn it, there is a command. This is the entirety of like D&D recap in the new
You saved me.
party trailer.
Why?
Monkey,
Why?
monkey. You have shown me, monkey.
Oh, it's deep.
Monkey.
That's so deep, man. Yeah, anyway, okay, alright, oh man. Don't blame me when War of the Realms gets, weird. Okay. Mossy Stocks doesn't know what to say when you just walk up to him, place your hand on his shoulder, and tell him that he has shown you monkey. They're all too young for the references. Shit. What do we do, Tank? On a serious note, former adventurers would be trustworthy to current adventurers. You think so? But then they're not all naive and need to be protected and shit. Part of the reason that the inn is cheaper is because they don't know what they're doing. They're just trying to have like a nice place for people to stay. Best part is gonna happen right before he goes down. Odudio, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you. And then you just at him with that gif or with that video. Yeah. I'm about to go down, guys. Monkey. What? You will show me monkey. What? I said fate wills monkey. You gotta make turtles candle, Dara. You think so? That's the next play, is make them candle, Dara. Okay. Look, I would be willing. The only turtle I've ever drawn has 4 arms. I don't think he counts as a turtle. Does this count as a turtle? What? Where is, wait. Is there art that isn't on my, that's on my Instagram but not on my computer? How far back do we have to go to see the turtle pirate? Oh my god. Who let me start posting daily? This was a mistake. I blame all of you. Okay. We're at the right spot. We just need to find the turtle pirate. There he is. So this is the closest thing we have to a turtle. Is a 4-armed pirate tortoise. He's like a jacked Machamp with more arms. Why does he have 4 arms? I don't know. But why does he need a cane for one of them? I still don't know. But he's good in a fight, I guess. So, you know, we kind of have a turtle, I guess, already, Nick. I don't know if he's the one that... I swear to God, if one of you guys posts "You have shown me monkey" on this post, I'm blocking you. Just adding mossy socks on some random turtle pirate post soon. It counts for sure. The munition sling, yeah, basically. Damn, I thought we saw that command, the exclamation monkey command. I lost a lot of commands when I switched over from Streamlabs to OBS. Dude, I had to get him back. Oh, wait, I know how to make him more trustworthy. I know how. Give me a sec. No, I'll do that later. We're gonna make him more trustworthy by giving both of them freckles. We're gonna give both of the Rokari and Keepers freckles. Yep. Okay. Are we more likely to trust her now? A scar? No. Okay, I'm not giving her a scar. I'm not giving her a scar. That's for Ella Blackwood. And apparently Torben. Who I had to draw enough scars to make sense on. Kinda, oddly, yes. See? You thought my power was concealed. You thought that my reveals were the entirety of my power. You will not stop me. Lord Ashton will be more powerful than either of us. Oh, wait, I said that out loud. Shit, damn it. I let the inside thought out. Norse Eric, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Norse Eric. Welcome in, my friend. Appreciate you. Oh, how do my... It's like, why is your freckles dark? My brush darkness got reset somehow, so... fixed, by the way. Dude, I'm so good at art. I only noticed a mistake 10 minutes after. That's pretty good. A lesser version of me as an artist would have taken at least an hour to notice the mistake. Some of it also not when you don't trust someone. It's hard to trust them no matter how much they change. But Freckles. God damn it. I thought I was getting somewhere. Peter, I said earlier, the guy looks like he hangs around with a Great Dane and a few of his best friends solve mysteries in a colorful van. The only person I know with a Great Dane is Liquid Maximum, but I'm not allowed to actually talk about Team Liquid after TSM gifted me 150 subs and donated $1,000 in my stream, so I will refrain from any Liquid Max Great Dane references. He was an anime eyes small equals older, but with freckles in art because immediately lightens up the character. Maybe. That's a good point. Yeah, wait, we're onto something. Scar and cloudy eyes go a long way. Yeah. Dude. Okay. All right. You want scarred up characters? Here. Tell me if who you trust more. There. Wait, that's a bad example. I trust Torben with my life. Tell me who you trust more, okay? All right. Scar-faced paladin with lip scar, or adorable Rokari with freckles? Okay. The scar-faced I need to grab something. Give me a sec. Going on here? Revolt? Listen, careful if you revolt at your own discretion, because built into the revolt command is a 7% chance that you get timed out for a random amount of seconds. All right. Revolt at your own risk. Okay. Don't just trust Ella Blackwood because she's a paladin. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Don't just trust her because she's a paladin. Trust her because she's Ella Blackwood. Okay, I'm not getting very far on this right now, am I? I got a motor. Let me show you the discipline and greatness of my artistry. Let me show you how fast and efficiently we will finish this sketch now. Such a gremlin? You just came out of the lurk just to call me a gremlin, Azalea? Look, fair, but I mean, I'm impressed by the commitment to the bit. They got it. Scars and freckles are seen as blemishes on the skin and associated with common society. Apothecary Diaries mentions this as part of their character designs, loosely associated with a feature of the working class. Maybe that's why freckles are more approachable and why than when she had clearer skin. Also helps draw attention away from the lips and chin and draw them up towards the nose and the eyes, which is generally friendlier. I mean, you might be right, Viddy. That's the smartest thing anyone said in my stream all day. So thank you, Blaze. Thank you for the exclamation essaying. I appreciate that. You get a monkey paladin with a lip scar. I'm not making... God damn it. I'm not making a monkey paladin that you can... I should just do updated... I should really do updated character art of Luan as just a monkey. As a giant ape. The biblically accurate ape. And say nothing. I would need everyone else to just also... Like, we need to gaslight him into thinking it's normal. We need everyone else to just, like, comment on it and be like, oh shit, that really captures Luan. Yeah. We'd have to sell it, okay? We'd have to really sell it. But thank you, Blaze. I appreciate that. Especially the part where Viddy actually essaying himself, so that's pretty good. Maybe the blanket will help. I think maybe the blanket shawl will... You know what? I'm going to win you guys over. When I show you how adorable her blanket shawl is, there's not a single person here who isn't going to assume she's a good character. I'm going to put little tassel thingies on the end of it. Dude. You guys don't even know yet how trustworthy and this character is. And then together, the two of them. Ooh, she's hiding knives under the... She's not hiding knives underneath her blanket shawl. She's supposed to be grandmotherly. Not assassin starting a new life with her assassin husband in Horizon. Y'all need to, man. Y'all need to. I need to talk to your DMs. You guys are just. Y'all are paranoid. Y'all are scared. I don't know what your DMs did to you, but they did some shit. Y'all need to relax, all right? Not every character that looks trustworthy is actually a beholder, shape changed, some sort of a Queen Vlaakith emissary. Y'all need to do two things. Y'all need to stop playing Baldur's Gate 3, and y'all need to stop letting your DMs traumatize you, okay? You forgot insert? I'm so close to throwing my computer out the window. I'll do it. You guys will see the webcam tumbling down to the ground into the snow. And it'll be all everybody's fault but mine. Assassination job gone wrong, so they abandoned the Assassin's Guild to go start an inn. It's not just DMs, the books as well. Oh, okay. Wait, what kind of books are you guys reading where everybody's actually a villain in disguise? What kind of... Wait, hold on. What kind of books are you guys reading that Is this a book talk thing I don't know about? Were the plans of book talk to secretly infiltrate my chat, have they already begun? Is this what it is? This it? Chinese web novels? Okay. I was gonna say someone's gonna say webtoons and then I'll know. Self-report. I trust this character fully. I don't know what trauma the rest of the chat is dealing with. Thank you, Garthin. It's the lip scar. Actually, what if I gave her Ella Blackwood scars? Is she more trustworthy with Ella Blackwood scars? Does this help? Better or worse? More likely to trust or less likely to trust? Vertical scar be better. No. We have to give her Ella Blackwood scars. We have to give her the exact same scars that Ella Blackwood. Oh, what about Ella Blackwood mole as well? Does this help? An ear scar? Fashionable eyebrow scar. Can't fool me, Evan. I know she's hiding a model 82A1 50 caliber Beretta sniper rifle under those robes. She's not a Nikkei character, okay? God damn it. Right? Get a collar with a bell, that would change everyone's opinion. What the fuck? Why same scars? Because the everyone said that they trusted Ella Blackwood. So I'm trying the exact same scars. To see if the Ella Blackwood scar pattern. Because obviously anyone with the vertical scar, you trust. But the nose scar, you know? Because from this was Nikkei fan art. Alright, we'll do some Nikkei fan art, Blaze. We'll just start with that. And then we'll start with that. And then so she be crouching. And then yeah, so then oh wait, shit, demonetized. Damn, that was fast. Shoot. That was fast, man. I got like 6 lines into our Nikkei fan art. I already got demonetized. Damn it. Okay, well we'll try again later, man. We'll try again later. Okay. Vertical's very trustworthy. Oh, is it? Okay. I see. Well, maybe I'll just make all my characters dark fantasy, grim looking NPCs just for you guys. So you'll finally trust them. How's that? Will that help? Fill, let's do a fill 40. Yeah, is that good? You mentioned Lord Ashton had an entourage.
Exhaustingly predictable. But then I suppose failure comes naturally to
Mita,
your
hello.
You know, if you just make her hair a dark greenish color, you could totally just say that it's the Apothecary Diaries fan art.
What even is Dave 500 bits, jeez. What even is Apothecary Diaries? What even is this? Is this some book talk shit that I don't know about? What is this? You guys keep talking about Apothecary Diaries. It's like the 4th time mentioned today. Figured out, give her a Firekeeper's mask from Dark Sun. Okay. It's an anime, really? I would have thought I'd know an anime. I'm out of the loop. All I know is Freerun these days. God damn it. Move the goalpost and give her everyone scars and freckles. Oh, it's just yeah, in my fantasy world, everyone has scars and freckles. But where'd they get the scars? Nah, they're just like birthmarks. You're born with them. A scar, though, or a birthmark? Well, it's an actual scar. Yeah, childbirth in this world's pretty metal. Yeah, light novel and anime. Oh, okay. Give her a balaclava? I'm not putting her in Adidas and having her squat in a field with a balaclava listening to hard bass. With a bottle of kvass in one hand. Listen, just because I'm Ukrainian doesn't mean I need to make everything a Slavic cultural reference for you guys. I'm tempted to, but... Jumpsuit? Yeah, Mitty gets it. Main character spends most of all the show sad, and that other dude got his junk removed. Alright, well, there you go. That's a show I need to watch, I guess. Sounds enlightening. Sounds like it'd be more fantasy tale than Grimgar. The most relevant piece of anime fantasy work since Goblin Slayer. Vinland Saga wishes it was as culturally interesting as Apothecary Diaries, apparently. Balaclava has nothing to do with Slavic, right? Or did I miss the joke? No, I mean when I think of my Slavic heritage, I think of a dude wearing a balaclava and a fake chain, wearing an Adidas tracksuit in the middle of a forest, sitting on concrete, listening to hard bass. Yeah, what do you mean? The cheeky breeky. Yeah, what? Oh yeah. This is modern day Slavic culture. The true Gopniks of Slavia. Yeah, there you go. Single-handedly the worst generalization of Apothecary Diaries I've ever read. I'm impressed. Dude, I ain't watching any more anime. I tried so hard to get back into it. I tried to watch a couple of animes this year. Tried a couple times. Every season I try and watch a show or two, and I always only get 2 or 3 episodes and then just don't. I'm done. I'm just not meant for it anymore. Those days behind me, I think. The only anime I'll actually engage with is when I go to Japan and buy a whole bunch of manga there, and then I have it for 3 months and then never again. That's it. That's it, man. I'm a normie World of Warcraft player that doesn't even know what anime is. The closest thing I do to watching anime is watching mini full VODs. There you go. The only thing I know about anime is watching Miwa Bell throwing over and over again in Elden Ring while Ashy cackles in chat while pretending to be nice on the outside. But I can hear her incoherent giggles when Miwa get one shot by some mechanic. Can't handle these new age animes? Yeah, apparently not. No, dog. I can't do it. I can't sit down and watch anime anymore. Wish I could. It used to be such a big pastime hobby. I have watched over I think now over 1,000, like whatever my anime list entries. Maybe it was only like 800, but like a substantial amount. Bro, I grew up on anime. Oh my god. I started torrenting anime when I was like 12. Buying DVDs. The streaming era destroyed me. I'd watch like 15 to 20 shows every single season for years, plus like backlog stuff. Oh my god, I was such an anime fiend. And it got boring, man. It got boring. I don't know. I need good recommendations. I would have probably watched Freerun had I not read the manga. And I just can't do an anime that I've read the manga for already. This is too boring. You heard its intro? No. TLDR, it's Dan without crack cocaine in the writer's room. The aliens, magic, and is set in China. See, I only know Dan through memes. So there you go. I'm still out of the loop on that. Referenced anime in the last 5 years. Doesn't get it. Think about life. Regret. If you're going to that, you should wear high, sleek ponytail, round earrings with a hair tie is fluffy with a leopard print. Very trustworthy. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, shit, that's my kind of girl. There we go. All right. Good point. Put her husband in the balaclava? Yeah, let's go, dude. Let's go. I'm only allowed to wear Adidas pants. I can't wear the jacket because since I'm only half Ukrainian, I can only actually be half Slav. So I can wear Adidas pants and I can squat in a gray field on old concrete, and I can listen to Hard Boss, but I can't drink Voss. I can drink Voss, but it has to be Estonian Voss or something, not real. Yeah, I can't have the top of the Adidas on because I'm only half. Unfortunately. I'm trying, man. I'm still trying, though. Recently binged it. Is it good? You enjoy it? Yeah, I want a good fantasy anime. I've been actually like the only thing I have watched somewhat recently is older stuff, man. I've gone back and watched older stuff, which is not ideal because I feel like I'm out of the loop, you know. So I went and watched Solo Leveling. I read the manhwa. Right. I mean, I can't. I don't know. I've never been able to watch or enjoy like a manga a second time. I have to like be very removed for it. Like, what have I read more than once? Maybe like Gundam Origin? Oh, I didn't finish it though. I do, so I will admit, I want to read Vinland Saga. I saw at the bookstore when I was shopping for Christmas for Ella, I saw the big fat collector's edition books for Vinland Saga. You know what I should do? I should add them to my throne. And then when I start streaming on Project Evangeline and I'm a VTuber, then I can get... Oh, that's what happens, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'll do. Now I know. Now I know. I know what to do. My daughter left the nest and returned. S-rank adventure, short but nice fantasy anime. Ah, man, the light novel anime is just a little. I'm just not feeling it. Not feeling it anymore. The in another world is a slime. The reincarnated as a master swordsman. The middle-aged adventurer is now a hero of the realms. The least powerful is now the greatest magi of all times. The vending machine is now my cat in a different dimension. The elf that does my taxes is now my wife. Like, I don't know if I can do the light novel fantasy anime anymore. I watched like 30 of them in like the late 2010s, and I just don't know if I can do them anymore. That's the thing. I just, you know, sorry, man. I'm sure that if people are still having fun with them, then you know what, like, Odin's beard, enjoy your life, have a great time, enjoy that shit. But personally, I just can't do it anymore. And I did it for a long time long past when a lot of people in my sort of generation of anime fans could. And I enjoyed it for a long time. But I don't know if I can do it anymore. I think the last one is real. Really? Any of those could have been real. I don't know. I don't even remember what I said. I get that. I have the same opinion, but this one felt like right. That's fine. Yeah, totally. Hey, if it feels right and you like it, that's awesome. But I don't know, I hear a light novel title and I just immediately just think that it's gonna be the same shit. So don't die. I'm doing my best. Sometimes when I'm streaming and talking a lot and I drink, it doesn't work. Does not work, bro. Thank you for goodness for Dungeon Meshi, which had Atelier and Freerun. Yeah, I mean, Dungeon Meshi was fun. I was watching a little bit with Ella, but we should finish that. I enjoyed it. I just found it a little bit slow-paced, a little bit grindy. Like I was kind of waiting for next episode type things with it. The Elf Does My Taxes and Now My Wife sounds like a fun slice of life title. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see about that. The Strange Elf titles from anime recently that I've seen are getting pretty sus. We got some desperate gamers out here being catered to with modern anime. It's a little too overt for my taste. Not to say it wasn't always degenerate, it's just a bit more overt these days. And I think I know where it changed. I think Darling in the Franxx was a turning point for anime. I think it was a real turning point. If I'm going back in my brain layer, I think that KyoAni and Lucky Star was a turning point, and I think the next big one in that direction came from Darling in the Franxx. Why do the titles have to be so long and explanatory? Some of the best novels and web novels I've written had short titles because it flows differently in Japanese. When you there's the best I can describe it is in the language. There's almost like a bit of it's kind of like how German, they like to just invent new words by smashing words together. The Japanese find it kind of amusing in the language to create a long-winded, overly explanatory title like that. There's like, if you like watch like Japanese comedy, they do certain things like that as well. They'll have like skits about like, you know, government programs and things like that, titles for people that have like giant, long-winded whatever. Like it's kind of supposed to be like charming and clever and funny. So, but Darling was so bad. But the problem is, it was one of the first anime that people openly sort of like normalized the degeneracy. Excuse me. Yeah, the degeneracy being normalized in a way that the anime was taking the degeneracy seriously. It was like the era of body pillows at conventions, where in the old days you'd have someone buy like some body pillow, like, you know, pillowcase or whatever, and like snickering about it in their bag, showing their friends or whatever, and now people just carry them openly around conventions. It's just another level in the openness of the degeneracy of the desperation. Because anime always was, but it was always kind of like, if you go way back and you tracked like the Girls Bravo era, the openness and the degeneracy didn't try and take itself seriously. And now at that point, I think in Darling in the Franxx, the degeneracy started taking itself seriously. So if an infected mecha, it's over. You have too many titles now, so they use more specific titles to avoid copyright. Yeah. Too much fan service for me. Yeah, some of it's just overt and cringe. The problem is, like, it always used to be that, but it's not worse than it used to be. If you go back into the vault and you look at anime from like even the era that I grew up in, it was rough as far as the degenerate goes. But now it's just more overt. It's just more accepted, and rather than being kind of this like sneaky like thing that we all kind of snickered about, now it's just like out there, right? And anime that comes mainstream is just gonna become mediocre. I don't know. I mean, I think Demon Slayer people have a pretty good time with. I don't know if Demon Slayer is I don't know if you can say that an anime like Demon Slayer is mediocre. I don't personally like watch it, but like, good God, the kind of numbers that anime gets, the kind of generational anime influence that anime gets, I don't know if I just like level an accusation of mediocrity or anything that's mainstream, but yeah, I see where you're coming from. It's like I agree with you in principle. I think that argument needs to be refined, but I agree with what you're trying to say with it. I think 100%. Can you hear me for sleep? All right, Shadow. Have a great night, my friend. Thanks for chilling. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy yourself for the rest of the week. Whatever you're doing, good luck on it. You got this. You got this. You know, it's a show I've watched and read that doesn't have any degeneracy. It's Darling in the Franxx, another modern anime. What show? Demon Slayer is mid and the MC is annoying? I mean, might not be for you or me, but it's hard to say when something gets that much traction and attention that, you know. It's also, to be fair, Demon Slayer is made for 10-year-olds. Like all good anime is made for kids. The best stuff is absolutely made for that generation. That's how it becomes formative, you know? It's kind of like adults critiquing Pokemon games, you know? Yo, Karobi, what's going on, dude? Thanks for the Prime. Holy shit. Appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Giving you the ashy of heart welcome. There you go. What's up, dude? Thanks for stream. Likewise, and thanks. Absolutely. Thanks for chilling. Yeah, so I think Demon Slayer, those ones that are like really up there in the mainstream, I think a lot of them are designed for that like young adult and older kid audience, even though there's some weird fan service in there for a kids anime. I think it's still one of those cultural weird oddity things, but I think Demon Slayer is still ultimately made for that 10-year-old, 13-year-old audience. That's why you have like 8-year-old, 9-year-olds that are growing their love of anime out of Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen and whatnot. But yeah, it's not for me. Not for me. And I wonder if that's just what's happened to me, is that maybe I've just hit a point in that it's just not for me anymore, like all of it. And it really bums me out if that's the case. And I hope it's not. I hope that it's just like a industry transition thingy, you know? Tasukero, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Honored to have you, my friend. Questbro, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm doing great. Doing some NPC artwork for Horizon. Ooh, my favorite thing to do, yo. See too many anime and have very fine taste to find a popular anime good. Ah, yes. Only Berserk and Cowboy Bebop. Sure, and also like, yeah, I mean, age is definitely a thing. I have a hard time I have a hard time being in my 30s being mad at anime when I know they're making it for a generation that's at the oldest a lot younger than me. And there's plenty of stuff from my generation anime that I still think is good. I don't know. I really hope that I can like find some joy and enjoyment in the newer stuff. And I mean things like I probably would have liked Frieren had I not read the manga, so you know, not all is lost, right? Not all is lost. I haven't seen either of those. You just claim to have refined taste without being able to talk about why Cowboy Bebop is the best opening for... Yeah, it's a little ad nauseum. Well, maybe I don't have as refined a taste if I like my trashy 2010s anime. Not that I've been engaging with any of it anytime recently. Maybe I'll be able to find some time to like force a show or whatever. Like every week I'll find a show that maybe it'll be less about the show, more about when it comes out. Like find an evening that I can like say, okay, on this evening I'm gonna watch an anime that comes out on this evening every week, and I'm gonna watch and then pick whichever one that is. You know, I watched Assassin's Crash when I did. I cannot watch that now and still have the same love for it. That's probably the same for a lot of things, you know. It's like how everyone thinks the best Pokemon like starters are the ones that came out for the game when the ones for the game that came out when they were somewhere between 9 and 14. Like, oh yeah, the Sinnoh starters are the best ever. How old are you? Okay, makes sense. Oh no, the Gen 1 starters are the best. How old are you? Oh, okay, makes sense. You know? I actually have seen Cowboy Bebop, but I didn't like it, just forgot I had seen it. Yeah? Damn. Didn't like the Beebs. Too much to remember what I've seen. Really? Yeah, that was me a couple years ago. I'd watch so much anime. Oh my god. You wouldn't even believe it. Just anime and World of Warcraft. I think what I kind of had to do is I kind of had to beat the love of consuming media out of me for a couple of years so that I could actually get back into like producing things at the kind of level and pace that I wanted to. But it's time to bring it back. It's time to force some World of Warcraft nights here. Time to play more D&D. I am enjoying my D&D game. Enjoying thoroughly my adventures with my my Space Marines and my salad. I'm so glad that Vixie has finally realized that me calling her a salad is not shit talk. Well, it absolutely is, but you know. Fucking Dryads is a salad, man. Look, I think I'm funny. You said topic never played Pokemon, barely watched a show? Why is it sad? Some people were Digimon kids. Dude, there was nothing like the cultural sort of phenomenon of the Pokemon Digimon era in the 90s and early 2000s. Going and seeing movies in the theaters for Digimon and Pokemon. Dude, the Digimon movie, that soundtrack, I still have that soundtrack stuck in my head. It's been like 20 years or some shit, probably longer. Pokemon the first movie, oh man. I remember the theater I went to for Pokemon the first movie. I remember getting my Ancient Mew card, thinking it was the coolest thing ever. Gave the VHS promo Mewtwo. Oh man. What an era. D&D 3.5 was around the corner. Holy. The best D&D version of all time. 3.5? Could you imagine being a D&D player when that was current? I can. World of Warcraft doing its best to, or sorry, Warcraft 3 doing its best to make me draw dudes with bigger shoulder pauldrons. I didn't realize how big of an influence I had a friend in junior high school that was a hilariously big influence on me artistically, and I didn't realize it until later. His name is Calpit, and he did a lot of Dragon Ball Z and World of Warcraft, or sorry, Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 2, like inspired art. And I had no idea that I had that like spawned a love of those things again in me. So I'd always done Dragon Ball Z artwork, but I hadn't thought about it for years. And then I see him doing that in our art class, and I was like, what? I can also do Dragon Ball Z and World of Warcraft style art? Or at the time, Warcraft 2 or Warcraft 3 art? What? Me too? Giant pauldrons? We're doing it? We're ready? Watch a few minutes of something called Captain Harlock Space Pirate. Yeah. I love Harlock, dude. The Arcadia. I went to a museum for the artist when I was in Japan. Really, really cool shit. You know, honestly, Galaxy Express 39 is a really great time. When was the thing 5 years ago, really? I posted another portrait and finished work. Did you? For the VTM crowd, crew? I saw one a couple days ago, or yesterday. Yesterday? Today? Yesterday? I saw one. If you posted another one today, I haven't seen it yet. I'll go check that shit out. Your portraits have been looking really good, dude. Do this Afghan blanket thingy. What do you do? Just tassels on here type thing? Put a little pattern on there. Just allude to something without actually like drawing it out. Something a little floral. There's one for V20 Dark Ages. Oh, okay. Perma Fantasy Brained. Wait, what is that like? Pick a third one today. Gonna try and churn it all out before the end of the month. All right, man. I'm impressed. What make you wanted to do portraits for that game? You just felt the call, decided it was time to art. Artists feeling the call for arting. What do I want to do here? Let me think about this for a second. Still choking my water from before. Oh boy. Wish Photoshop would stop trying to snap wherever I'm trying to move this. Turn those purple lines or pink lines pop up. It's real annoying. Please, Photoshop. Come on, bro. I pay this much monthly for your software, and you still do this to me. Foxes would have tassels, right? Most play TTRPGs because they inspire me to make art. It overflows, and gotta get it out. Ooh. It's very, very artistic. The creative mind. You're a servant to it. Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes kind of like one of the dark truths about art. Sometimes people will ask me something along the lines of motivational questions. Like, how do I make art when I don't feel motivated? I'm like, bro, I don't know. Like, that's tough because most artists I know just have like a compulsion to do it. If it's like something that you got to try and get yourself in the right headspace for so that you can do it, I get that. But if you're trying to find the reason to want to do it, I don't know, man. It might not be worth the pursuit. And obviously, like, every artist goes through those phases. But I think that it's one of those things that, like, if there's like some sort of a blockage in your ability to like want to draw or whatever, there's often something else that you can kind of like trace or track that to, as like maybe your dopamine system's fried and you stop playing so many fucking video games. Maybe you're too exhausted from something, you have to reprioritize stuff. Maybe you're creatively spent and you've had a bad experience with somebody that put too much pressure on you. There's lots of reasons, but the problem is a lot of times at the end of the day, it's a very deep question you can't really give somebody just some like help with casually. And so when people say something like, oh man, I just want like how do I want to draw? I think about that exact kind of thing, Guapo, where you're like, dude, I just gotta get it out, man. I think a lot of successful artists kind of have that issue, maybe, if you want to call it an issue, like gift, if it were, where you just need to get it out. Still learning as I go. Feedback is appreciated. Okay, sure, yeah. I'll try and hit it up. The problem is I've been seeing some of your work, Guapo, and thinking that there's just certain things. Like every once in a while you see an artist doing things and you're like, oh, you don't need any direction. You need to keep refining this. And on your last portrait we talked about, I felt like you were kind of like doing all the right things. And not that there wasn't any like thing to think about or feedback or whatever. But sometimes it's kind of like when the closer an artist is to a plateau, the less feedback they need. Right? When you have that kind of plateau of art and you've gotten to the new level, you made that cool piece, and now you're like waiting to get to the next one. The problem is feedback here helps you start to identify where this like plateau point is. Like, because before you're just getting better and you're just going forward and you're progressing and you're moving along, but you don't really know what the path looks like in front of you, and you don't really know where you're trying to get to. You don't have a target. The problem is once you identify the target, once you sort of hit the horizon point where you see the target, you kind of just need to like progress to it, and this is just getting the reps in. And I feel like you're sort of there for certain things, for like lighting and blending your paint and mixing colors and figuring out hard and soft shapes and whatnot. If there is something that I could maybe recommend from what I've seen previously, is you might want to start working with more ambitious textures. You might find some things in there, but I'll take a look at the newest one today and see where you're at. But I'm also reluctant to give you too much besides just saying, yeah man, keep fucking doing it. Like more show me more art. And I've been thinking very deeply about art instruction and education recently. I was watching a PCAT video about it, and she does a very good job of explaining things and talking about the theory and process and all of that when it comes to art. And man, there's just like this sense of how I keep seeing the frustrating sort of like issue with not being able to tell people what they need to do without knowing much better what they're going for and what they're looking for in feedback and help. It's like you kind of need to, in some ways, identify very specifically what a person is having issues with to be able to really help them. Which is like kind of unsettling, because what do you do then? You need like, it's almost as if to say that you have to do mentorship, and that all advice for art given that isn't specific to an individual is kind of like, there's a word I'm thinking of. It's kind of like a shadow or a shade or a false half-life of advice. A cursed like simulacrum. Simulacrum's not the right word, but it's almost like that. It's like the word simulacrum applied to an idea. It's like a referential idea of some variety that doesn't really apply to an individual. You have to kind of try and glean usefulness out of it. So I've just been trying to think so hard about how to sort of like give as good useful general advice as I can. And I see it to be something that a lot of artists seem to be struggling with. A lot of artists that have taken on the mantle of teaching, like PCAT, like Adam Duff, like, you know, Proco, like Sam Does Art, whoever. And ZZ Man, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. A big Viking man portrait coming up next. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's like all general advice should be like caveated with the this is true, but I don't know how to make it make sense to you. But I think that there is in that is required like an element of somebody being willing to admit that they don't understand something. And I think that's something that I'm trying to get more comfortable with. Something that's really bothered me a lot is the assumptions we make about ideas. And trying to understand where those assumptions are leading us wrong. Right? So, and I see these assumptions all the time in you know, in art advice and things like that. I see these assumptions given, or for streaming or whatever it is. There's like, oh god, what's a good example? Maybe let me think of a good example. Measure of basics that can be taught to anyone willing. Yeah, right. Problem is what happens when people are asking beyond that scope. It's like having a class, but everything is prefaced with "in theory." Sure. Yeah. What's an example? I don't remember what I was trying to make fun of an example for. My brain completely... I heard something like downstairs. I heard a sound. I was like, I just completely lost train of thought while I was trying to dig for an idea. Oh well. Clearly it wasn't that important. Stupid me trying to sound smart, trying to think of a stupid smart idea. Oh, you know what I was trying to do? I was trying to think of suppositions we make that are flawed. So it's like the idea of talking about with your art process, saying like something that we think is obvious, like you have to enjoy the process, right? You have to figure out how to make it enjoyable. But that's kind of wrong, I think. And a lot of people will sort of try and find lessons and tailor to things that they have assumed. But if you get the axioms incorrect, then anything built on top of misplaced axiomatic thinking is just it's all going to be fake, fugazi, like doesn't exist. It's smoke. Those aren't real, like, actual ideas you can build upon. So like here's like the example. So a lot of artists will say that you have to, and I'm not talking about, obviously I'm being general here. They'll say something like you have to learn how to enjoy the process. I'll say something similar, but I think that it's less that you have to figure out how to enjoy the process, and it's more you have to figure out how to derive meaning from the process. So when you say to somebody you have to figure out how to personally enjoy the process, they will try and make it fun. And so when they feel stress, they might not push through the stress because they'll think to themselves, ooh, wait, I'm not having fun. You know, I don't want to draw boxes to work on perspective because it's not fun. I'm not enjoying the process. But really, enjoying the process is a secondary effect of meaning. If what you're doing is meaningful, you are working hard and you're enjoying it because that's how your brain works. Your brain is giving you the chemicals of pursuit towards a goal that you find meaningful. Okay? And sometimes that means you're not going to have any fucking fun. And so if the axiom you've built for yourself is meaning and not enjoying the process, then when you are fighting against those difficult stages in your art, you're not thinking, oh god, I'm not enjoying this, I'm just like burning out, like, oh god, man, this is awful. You're thinking to yourself, this means something, I know why I'm doing this. It's very much the kind of idea of like grinding in World of Warcraft. If you were to ask me when I'm grinding in World of Warcraft, like back when I was a teenager, I was sitting there one day just killing Scarlet Crusaders in the Scarlet Fields, just killing them over and over again. I was doing that for like 6 hours. I remember my mom or my dad or somebody came in. They were like, "Hey man, you're still just playing the game?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm still killing Scarlet Crusaders. Come on, get my epic mount." And they're like, "Is that fun? Because haven't you been doing the same thing for a couple of hours?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm having a blast. I'm just like killing shit or whatever." And like, sitting there killing Scarlet Crusaders isn't fun. It's not really the exciting gameplay we all live for. Why is grinding levels or XP or something like that in an MMO fun? It's because we know that at the end of it, there's a tangible reward that you can build into your brain as a guarantee, you know? So meaning...
Fighting to get past the comfort of the Forever Cat Girl draw.
Thank you for 100 bits, Dario. Appreciate it. there's a sense of knowing that it's going to be worthwhile, and so there's meaning towards it. There's meaning in the pursuit. But if you don't have meaning established for that goal, then you're not going to work for it. You know, I used to be one of the top collectors in World of Warcraft in the world, like top couple of thousand mounts or pets or whatever. And the fact that like I know it's silly to say, why does that matter? Well, I was a loser. You know, I just watched anime and played World of Warcraft all day. I didn't have much meaning in my life. So being the best at the video game mattered greatly to me. It's like people that obsess over their rank in video games. Oh God, well, I'm Diamond 1. Nobody cares. I'm sorry. Nobody cares. Doesn't matter. Being good at a video game, you grow up at some point in time and realize it doesn't fucking matter. Not to say that if you derive meaning from being good at a video game because the pursuit of it is good and you're not using that as a replacement for other pursuits, that's beautiful. If you're using it as a replacement for a pursuit, like I was, like a lot of people are, then it's not good. So the meaning behind it was there, and as soon as the meaning got lifted and the glass shattered for me as to why being good at World of Warcraft doesn't fucking matter, I stopped doing it altogether. I stopped enjoying grinding. I stopped enjoying the pursuit, even the fun things. I stopped enjoying that pursuit, and I had to find a way to like find meaning in the gameplay again. And my meaning for playing World of Warcraft is the story, the environment, the world, learning how to world build through it. So geez, wait, holy shit. Yo, Checkmaster Dark, thank you for the 30 the 30 dono. Holy shit, dude. That's incredibly generous. Wait. Like never happens. I never see that alert. I'm like kind of speechless. Thank you very much. I don't know what to say. That's immensely generous. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, thank you very much. God damn. That's really, fuck. I feel like I don't deserve that, but thank you. That's incredibly generous. And really goes a long way and helps me out quite a bit. So thank you. That's seriously. Fuck, man. I just straight flashbanged me. I just got stun locked for a second there. Yeah, W, absolutely. That's huge. There's like almost no more bigger show of support than just straight up contribution to the cause. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, fuck, dude. That's a rare alert for me. So you made my day, dude. Thank you. Shit. Okay. Fuck, man. What was I even saying? Oh yeah. Sorry. That was for the artwork. Keep on keeping on. Well, I hope to create things that are worthy of the support. So thank you very much. That really means the world. Thank you. Damn, dude. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just still a little flustered about it. So when it comes to art, I think sometimes like this is all to say that we build the inquiry. Dude,
this is for the future.
What the hell, dude? Holy shit, dude, Necromancer, what? What the hell, dude? Oh my god, holy shit. Thank you for the straight up support. Thank you for the 70 as well. Just the slap across the face. The easy 100. That's, oh my god. That's incredible. I can't like process that. I'm like, how can like my stream possibly provide enough value to make that worth that kind of a support? I can't. I gotta. Thank you. I'll try not to ramble too hard. I gotta recover from my stun lock. That's incredibly generous. Yeah, thank you very much. That really means a lot and goes a long way, more farther than maybe you know. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna get emotional. Nope. I'm a good boy today. I'm a serious artist. I stay focused. I stay on topic. That's what I do. I get unflustered. Thank you. Like finding folks out here doing the work. Well, I appreciate it. I hope that when Horizon comes out, the adventure that these characters are worth or are playing or are for. Oh my god, I can't even speak now. I hope that you feel like supporting the project and seeing it come to fruition is worth some of the support. And I hope you enjoy it if it's the kind of thing you're interested in seeing the art for, or if you're a D&D player and you might want to use some of that stuff, it will be available in Discord for everybody for free. So I consider the reason why I'm not making the adventure a product and why I'm just releasing it to Discord for free is because of support like that. Because people like you are willing to come in here and with asking nothing in return, just throw support at me for no reason. I see that as the funding towards me building the project, making the art towards the adventure, and then hopefully it's something that you can like kind of take a bit of ownership for and say like, hey, I helped Evan do this and it's really awesome, hopefully, and it makes D&D games better and fantasy art cooler and that whole set of things. So thank you, I appreciate that. Damn it. Okay. Whew. Okay, I gotta stay calm, I gotta stay steady. No, I'm not gonna cry. I don't want to cry. I don't like crying on stream. I don't like getting emotional about it, even though sometimes that kind of support's a bit overwhelming. So anyway, TLDR with the meaning thing. If we create, I'm always suspicious of these axioms, these ideas that we create that are maybe untrue, that we build future plans off of, like how we say that art should be fun when maybe art should just be meaningful. We say we should enjoy the process when enjoying the process is simply a result of having a process with a very in-depth meaning applied to it or whatever, you know what I mean? And it's good to sometimes question that, and I try and question it often and question it very thoroughly, because I'm very scared of getting into a place where I feel like I've made up my mind on how to do certain things and I've decided on how to you know, go about handling
Don't cry.
the process.
Shut up and take our money.
Thank you, Senex. Thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Senex. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. I'm unworthy. I don't deserve it, but I'm humbled. So, yeah, man. And I think that's like a way to sort of guard against mediocrity, is to constantly be trying to rethink what the things are that we're building our thinking on, the ideas, process-wise as artists and whatnot. And so it's hard to give general art advice for people, I think, because the art advice I see a lot of times is built off of assumptions that I don't know if they're always correct or true. They're commonly accepted, but I think that a commonly accepted assumption is almost a guaranteed way to like there's an interesting idea or quote or theory that I don't know how to word properly for art, but basically, maybe you can help me extrapolate it. But basically the quote goes something like, if you want to do the same thing dude.
Don't cry. Shut up and take our money, keepo.
That's a lot, though. That's a huge contribution, though. What am I supposed to say? How could I possibly properly adequately communicate my gratitude? Thank you for the 115 total, and thank you, Augie, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. I just don't know how to, like, my deepest fear when I'm streaming is not, well, it's revealing that hard drive. But my second deepest fear is web browser history. My third deepest fear is not properly and adequately expressing my gratitude for support. And that keeps me up at night sometimes, like thinking back where I'm like, oh my God, did I properly thank that person? Oh God, did I miss a sub? Oh no, you know? So I just have some anxiety about it, but thank you for the 115. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly generous, and I hope you understand what it means to me. So I guess you say that there are different learning philosophies and experts would always disagree and believe differently. Right. Yeah, shit, sorry. So the idea is if you do the same thing everyone else is doing, you will get the same results everyone else gets. And by definition, if you want to be good at something, you have to obtain results that are different than the masses. Right? And so I'm always questioning the axioms of art and of how to learn and how to produce things and process and whatnot, because there is a part of me deep down my brain thinking like, okay, if the commonly accepted art advice is to do this, this, and this, but yet, like, what are the great artists doing differently? You know, how are they doing this differently? How are they thinking about this problem differently? Like, what's going on in their heads? Why is this not the case? We've just decided that this is the way it works. Okay, well, who decided that? And why is this just the commonly accepted YouTube advice or whatever? You know? And that stuff is the kind of thing that I think about a lot for my own self, trying to figure out how to create something better process wise, because I think that a lot of times you can sort of say that people like talent, does it exist? I think it can, but it doesn't determine. Talent can determine whether or not you are successful in a certain way, but it does. But the presence of talent can guarantee success, but the absence of talent does not condemn success, right? Don't worry about it. You could say nothing, and it wouldn't change anything for me. I don't give expecting to get. Well, I just would like and I appreciate that, Dark, but I do hope that you understand that kind of support really means an unbelievable amount to me, and that it's not just a casual thing for me, but that's like that right there is something I'm not going to forget for a long time. So I guess that's, but stay strong, fight the power. What's up, Savar? It does, but it's not a factor. Well, so if you're talented as an artist, like in your prodigy, I've seen prodigies, they're amazing. I've known people that are very good, very young, and it's very frictionless for them to put in a lot of effort. But sometimes, to me, the understanding of that is what is obvious to this person that isn't obvious to me? How do you sort of like unlock the talent, you know? Turn the key to make the thing that's obvious to this person obvious to me. That's what I wonder sometimes about. And how to sort of then like do things in your process and frame your progression in a way that makes it so that you don't have to feel limited.
Whether you are born with talent or not doesn't mean you are automatically condemned
to fail. Yeah, I agree.
What I'm getting from this.
Yeah, no, and like, so this is something that this is an artist irritation sometimes that is like a bit of a meme. Nobody's actually mad about it. Maybe somebody is on Reddit. But when people say something along, and thank you 100 bits, Senex, I appreciate that. When somebody says something along the lines of, wow, you're so talented, to me, it's always a compliment. It's not like some artists are like, talent? I worked hard for it, thank you. And like, I do that sometimes as a meme. But really, I think when someone says, wow, you're so talented, they're not trying to say like, wow, you're lucky. But sometimes they do say something like that, like, wow, you're so lucky to have that talent. It's like, what part of luck was my decision to put in 40,000 hours in the last 30 years? You know, what part of luck was that? And if they trying to sort of like, you know, diminish the amount that you're working and how hard you're working and just write off as talent, I think that's kind of weird. But I don't think that like if you have tried and failed at this, like doing something for like years and years and years and years, that it doesn't automatically mean that you can't sort of figure out a way to like unlock and crack the code and suddenly have your potential. Like, I guess the idea is that the lack of talent shouldn't make you feel like you're limited. You know what I mean? If you don't feel like you have it, that it doesn't come easy to you, that shouldn't mean that you don't try because you don't think that you'll ever be able to achieve the same kind of results. And that's like such a weird thing to try and communicate as an artist to other artists, because I think that's a big anxiety point for a lot of people. A lot of people really feel like the frustration in their art is overwhelming, and they don't think that it's easier to say, I just don't have it, and it's not worth just, you know, it's just not worth, you know, pushing through because it doesn't matter for me. But I always think that's the mindset that careers go to die with. And I wish that there was something I could do to sort of assuage some of the anxiety for those artists, because my heart kind of breaks for them. When you see someone who clearly loves art and they're like, man, I always wanted to be an artist, but like I never had the talent to. I'm like, bro, what? You know? Art as a career does not combine hard work as an artisan, as business person. It does combine hard work as an artisan, a business person, maybe a little bit of luck, than less independent occupations. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of skills that go into being an artist. You know, I think that like I've talked about this as well to try and like sort of relieve some of the anxieties about AI for a lot of artists. It's been a very big topic right now. You know, I try and tell a lot of artists that like, dude, you shouldn't be scared of AI. If you ward yourself properly, you shouldn't be scared of AI. But what it requires is the development of other skills in addition to your art. But if you're the kind of artist that warded yourself against Fiverr and like mass-produced art, things like that, then AI is no different. Then you're completely safe from all of it. And if you haven't bolstered yourself against that kind of stuff, then yeah, you need to change your shit, or else, you know, it's coming for you. But a lot of people feel like the age of creativity is over. And I'm like, dude, it's so not over. The age of creativity is just beginning, man. We're unlocking our potential. Art has yet to see its glory days, I think, in human civilization. And I think it's gonna be awesome. And I wish that I could like relieve those anxieties for artists. And there's a lot of anxieties and fears that I've felt personally as an artist that I wish I could communicate in a way that would relieve the anxieties of other artists, of my fellow you know, artists and creatives. But I think that sometimes the difficult or challenging part is that a lot of artists feel like they don't see the way out, and so it must not exist. And they aren't looking at, you know, the forest for the trees. And that's why what I think they feel very anxious about things. It's because they don't see possibility. Because obviously not. If they saw the possibility, they'd be doing the thing that you know? It's like kind of weird, right? Some really talented people fail because they hit a roadblock and don't know how to, or haven't built secondary skills to push past it. Sure, yeah. Talent's just an XP boost, regardless of that. If you never go adventuring, you never level up. Yeah, I mean that's some of the best. The problem is that, like, when I talk about talent, there's like kind of two forms of it. There's the form of just natural raw ability to understand.
Feel free to take my anxiety. Could really live without it.
Yeah, I'll try and get you. Thanks for on a bit, Stenix. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of artists, obviously, if it was obvious, then they wouldn't be in the place where they are, where they're worried about it. But it's like, almost like you just need to like learn to have faith in yourself to figure your way out of situations, to release some of that anxiety. Challenge a level 1 stat array, right? Yeah. There's like talent in like the raw form of just being good at something, and there's talent in the sort of the spawn stats of being like able to pursue or push through something. So there's like multi-facets of talent anyway. So I'm a business person personally, but I'll eventually make up for it. Being an independent creator is a different process for everyone, for sure. Like there is, you know what the thing is about art as well? You can become so technically good that you're undeniable. So if you don't like the business and social media side of things and you don't want to deal with any of that, and all you want to do is grind art, if you become unreal, you'll be undeniable, and everything else won't matter. You don't have to be a business person, you won't have to have personality, you don't have to do anything else for your art. You'll just be so unbelievably unreal good that when you post a piece of art, people can't help but like be enchanted by it. So that is also a path, you know, there's lots of paths through it. So it's born with a great, I've been told singing voice, and I love to sing. I've sang in front of hundreds of multiple times. That's cool. Even my graduation, but I haven't sung professionally in a long time, and puberty really messed with my voice, and it broke my heart when my voice cracked for the first time a few months ago. Ooh, that's weird. Yeah. Well, then time to build around it, I guess. Time to evolve it, Sleepy. If it's something you love doing, then now is not the time to give up on it. Now is the time to figure out what the new challenge is, the new evolution. That's the path to success, I think, for creatives. Every time there's a challenge, you figure out, what do I need to do to overcome this? And you solve it like a puzzle, and you have faith in yourself to be able to solve them. And the more you solve these puzzles, the more confidence you have next time a puzzle hits you, I think. And so it's like it requires a great deal of courage and faith in yourself at the beginning, and then that courage and faith isn't so hard to force, because it's easier and manifesting in the form of confidence at that point in time. And you're like, I've been through this. I've had bad days. I've had pieces of art that I can't get. I mean, I'll tell you, last night I even had this a little bit. Last night I couldn't get this character right. I couldn't get either one of them right. And I was completely losing and completely just messing it up and not getting anything right with these two characters. And I kind of rage quit and logged off, and I was like, okay, I just need to walk away from this for a while. And then we took Yuna out for the last walk of the evening. And I'm talking to Ella, and she's like, hey, do you want to go to the gym tomorrow? Like, whatever. She's got like yoga today, so she didn't really want to go to the gym twice. And I was like, I don't know. I have to get up early and like figure this thing out. But I don't really want to figure it out right before stream. I'd rather have figured it out tonight so I can walk into stream with my concept sketches ready for tomorrow. And I decided to take another shot at it. And I sat down, I cleared my head, you know, took a couple deep breaths, turned my computer back on. And it was confidence that allowed me to do that. And it's very nice when that happens. The confidence is I get through these. I have these sort of roadblocks, and I always get through it. I always have, and I always will, because I've gotten through so many. And so when I didn't have that confidence, it took a lot more courage and effort to feel like I could actually do that. It took way more stress and, you know, heavy lifting and squeezing and whatever metaphor you want to use, but it was a lot more taxing and a lot harder. But as you progress and as you continue to throw yourself at those roadblocks, and as you continue to sort of prove to yourself that you can figure it out, then it doesn't require so much courage and faith. It just sort of like is a thing that you can kind of relax the process for. So that's, again, people might say you have to enjoy the process. Well, what if you're just more confident in the process, you know? The time I'll give up singing is when I can no longer speak. There you go. There you go. That's the motivating mindset. There you go. Okay, one character done. Oh, do I want to start another portrait? Or do I want to work on Mila Bell? Got a couple things I can do. That's it for me today. Take care, everyone. Gren, be good. Take care, my friend. Thanks for chilling. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. You enjoy your day. Actually, let me just get more water real quick. My voice is getting a little dry. I can feel it. You go get some water. Here, while I'm gone, you can have your orb. There you go. Wait, where is it? Sphere mode. Alright, there you go. While I'm gone, you can have your orb. You can revolt, whatever, man. I don't care. Don't get mad at me if revolt times you out. Who got banned? Who got timed out? No one? You guys all dodged it? Wow. I'm impressed. Yeah, a little slippery today, man. Getting away from that, the Stream Elements anti-revolt. Holy. Holy, dude. Alright. One portrait done. What do I feel like I want to do? Do I feel like I want to draw Nakia? Do I feel like I want to draw our other Rokari Innkeeper and start that? Do I want to draw Torben? Do I want to draw Miwabel? Dude, I'm making Miwa look so mean, I don't care. I do not care. What do you want? Cool Paladin? Oh, fucking orb emote. God damn it. Get out of here. Get out of here. I banish thee. Off with you. Off with you, orb. I think you're lying if I haven't seen others get sniped. Alright? Here's the thing. I don't know what the max timeout is. So it times you out for a random amount of seconds, but I don't know. I think the highest amount, I think it's random between 1 and 100 or whatever. Maybe? I don't know. She's the girl with the animal ears. Oh, I should get her name. That's a good point. I have the names of the innkeepers in here. There she is. There you go. Let me get the names real quick so I can write these down. Take a little stretch break while I'm doing it, because I didn't do that while I was downstairs. I was asking all about something. Google Docs. Horizon. Let us see. I timed for 2.5 minutes once. Oh. All right. Is it Horizon Notes? All right, the Inn Azure Burrows, modest, 5 silver, cute Rokari Inn, outside the market district, very Hobbit-like, best vibe, Mannix and Senna, Baugen, Mannix and Senna. So her name is Senna. Mannix. Or Sienna. Sienna. Mannix and Sienna Bauhan. Oh, so I had on here a detail I totally forgot about. Grandmother Beedrin. Are you guys more likely to trust the Azure Burrows if the grandmother is doing all the cooking? Are we more likely to trust these NPCs then? If Grandma Beedrix is there doing the cooking. Grandma isn't evil. Exactly, right? Grandma is living her best Nona life. So that it really would be then multi-generational. I wonder if I should add that back in. Is it better? Is it a better story? So if you ask like you RP with the innkeeper, they moved to Horizon recently, like everyone else did. They set up their inn, and Sienna is actually pregnant. So they're excited to start a family, if you ask them. And Mannix is all like nervous and stuff about being a dad. So it could be fun to have the multi-generational Rokari thing, to also have Beedrin there. Grandma Beedrin. Now Grandpa, never a secret hag. That's true. Always Grandma. We're not playing Russian roulette with hours of the day of timeout. It's well worth the risk for the chaos. All right, well, exclamation revolt at your own risk then. Yeah, the babushka. Yeah, right? No grandma can be evil unless they have a Dalmatian fixation, like for 101 of them.
Give them a sweet little dwarven grandma.
Well, she wouldn't be dwarven. She'd be Rokari. So she'd be a little fox grandma. She'd be a little. She'd have her little curly hair with a little handkerchief, whatever, and she'd have big round glasses and her chubby cheeks, and she'd be all hunched over, making food with her little apron on and her little foxtail.
Don't care. One sweet little grandma, please.
And I'll have a little foxtail there. And she'll be 4'3". Because Rokari average, thanks on her best suit, appreciate it. Rokari average between women are on the 4'9" at the shortest to like 5 foot. Or no, they average on the 4'5" to 5'0" line, and men average on the 4'10" to the 5 foot, probably 6 at the very tallest. So grandma's a little 4'3", old babushka, you know, just with her big old fluffy foxtail and little grandma ears, making you food at the little stove at the inn. The little spice rack hanging down. And got the oven there with the bread. Yeah, dude. Some ladles hanging down or whatever. Yeah, there we go. Now do we trust? Okay, with a half blind grandma makes the best food at the Rokari Inn. Are we more or less likely to trust the Azure Burrows as being a legitimate place where you can go and have Fox Grandma make you stew? I'll need to like create the coziest fucking menu. What is the coziest menu that we could possibly add in here? Like the realest Hobbit shit, man. Like we're going straight to cozy talk on this one. This is important. We got to think about because when we're talking about the inns, we have to talk about the menus. All right, that's important.
Hobbit style.
Yeah. Thanks for 100 bits. I appreciate that. Rabbit stew? No winter allowed? Dumplings? Dude, what if they make pierogies? Yo, we got our tieflings make. Dude, the tieflings make pierogies. What if the Rokari are like the more Western Slavs in their food, where they got pickled everything and they fry their pierogies? Honey milk? Oh yeah. So honey butter bread is something that you can get at the inn. Fried potatoes and cheese gravy. Obviously has the mafia under her thumb, but she cares for everyone as her children. Sourdough biscuits. We eat some kind of like a stew or like a porridge or whatever. Yeah, yo, breakfast at the Azure Burrows would be lit, man. Could you imagine the porridge you'd get? Holy bro, you get fucking, what's it called? What's the Ukrainian wheat porridge called? Ukrainian wheat porridge. There's the K. Kutya. That's right. My grandma would say, eat your kutya. Put more honey in your kutya. That's right. Yep. Homemade beef and egg noodles. barley corn porridge and back bacon. Oh man, hot cocoa with massive marshmallow. Bro, what if Grandma Rokari, what if Grandma Beedrin, what if she makes marshmallows? Fresh giant marshmallows. And then she has a little brand that she has to brand a little fox ear logo into the top of it. So you get your big pot, not mug, but like, you know, one of those big pot mugs of hot cocoa. Even if you didn't ask for it, Grandma Beedrin brings you your giant mug pot of hot cocoa with giant marshmallow. Yo, dude. Well, details on the clothes of the girl in the animal layers. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Class for the grown-ups, right? Put some mashed potatoes down. You put the beef and egg noodles on top, and then you get a lovely cozy home style dip. You know what we should do for the meal? You know what we should do? Just take. Here's what we'll do. We'll just take inspiration by watching like 3 hours of Quincy's Tavern videos to find the ultimate in cozy. Yo, that's exactly it. We'll find the ultimate in cozy Rokari food. We're all just gonna watch like 3 to 4 hours of Quincy's Tavern videos. All right, that's what we'll do. Hell yeah. Yeah, make a menu based on that. Dude, just the coziest, most delicious food. Because, like, okay, the Human Inn, the Wind Willow, those inns are your typical sausage, you know, stew, hearty things like that, bread, whatever. We need some cozy shit. We need some grandma kind of shit here with the Rokari. If we give them Grandma Beedrin, oh my god, we gotta give them some cozy ass shit. You know what? This is exactly it. Because if we're trying to get players to trust our Rokari, that's how we do it. We give them Grandma Beedrin. And you know what? We never make art for Grandma Beedrin. We never make official art for Grandma Beedrin. And for a very important reason. Do you know why we never make art for Grandma Beedrin? Because if we describe this little old grandma making jam on the stove, making you hot cocoa, making you marshmallows and mushroom stew, if that's how we describe Grandma Beedrin, there is no art that could do justice to you imagining that as your own little grandma. Oh man, yeah, I'm never making art of Grandma Beedrin because I know what Grandma Beedrin looks like. But canonically, Grandma Beedrin is probably everyone's grandma, I think. Yep. We'll just say that she's 4'3". She stands small in stature, looks up at you, adjusting your glasses, while giving you a pat on your forearm, asking you to try something. Okay, I'm gonna save that because I didn't actually save it. We got our recording good. So I think the next thing, let's see, we could do Paladin project for Miwabel, or we could do Paladin Miwabel project, or we could do Nakia. You know what? I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna follow my gut here. We're just gonna draw Miwa for a bit. And if I want to switch over to the other one, then I'll do that. Because I got a lot of work to do. And everything kind of has its own timeline. So you know what? I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna work at my pace today. Do what I feel. I have to be a whole lot more honest about my workflow right now, because really, with so much stuff to do, I can't force anything. I just have to kind of do whatever I'm feeling in the moment, where the vibe is. Like old lady version of Paddington. Like the bear? Oop, oop, oop. That's not what I want to do. Oop. Like Paddington the bear? The marmalade chugging bear? Or is there a different one?
FYI,
Yes.
the original Larry Elmore
Wait.
Royal painting for the Forgotten Realms City System TSR box set cover just sold for $55,000. Did you buy it?
Only? No way, dude. 100 bits, Moose. You mean we could have done a subathon and bought that for 60,000 bucks? We could have owned D&D, all D&D art at that point. We would have owned it. Fuck, man. I'm sorry. Let us all down. Yeah, wasn't there some big auction or whatever with a whole bunch of like Star Trek shit and D&D stuff and art and whatnot? Is that a thing? Is that today? Is that a today thing? Damn, dude. How could we not get on board with that? Well, I've let myself down, as well as the legacy of... What the fuck did I just do? Okay. As well as the legacy of my family. My family were D&D players since the beginning of it. Since the dawn of time. I'm a third generation D&D player, bro. I am a D&D player, like my grandfather before me. Our bloodline has always been favored by the gods. Specifically Pelor, Bauhaumut. Especially Bauhaumut. Evan, don't you mean Bahamut? I said what I said. Okay, dude. Damn, 50 grand for that. That is a steal. It's kind of unreal. Can't recall the specifics of the art, but a vague idea. How much is that Canadian? 55,000 USD to C80? Let's see. 55,000 USD to C80. That is 78,000 Canadian dollars. Yep. 78,000 Canadian dollars. That's almost enough to pay rent for a year in a top 10 Canadian city. Well, top 10. I mean, you know, not Vancouver, Toronto. But like a B tier city like Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, man. You could get a whole apartment for that much a year. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. If you could believe it. Should have grown up in that. I lived through the 80s, Satanic Panic. I had to sit through the interventions because D&D was obviously teaching me real world witchcraft. Now I'm playing it with my kids. Oof. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, my grandpa was a nerd, dude. My grandpa just read science fiction and fantasy novels and history and shit all the time. He read The Lord of the Rings every single year. At some point, I don't know when, I think it was around Christmas time, but he'd read through The Lord of the Rings every single year based on tradition. And you know what the biggest shame is? He never saw the movies. He never got a chance to see the movies. He would watch Star Wars, like, religiously. Read science fiction. Read a lot of Ian Fleming. Oh yeah, man, he was a my grandpa had a character that he played for years in his D&D campaign. I don't know who he played with, to be honest. I don't even know who my grandpa played D&D with, but he played a gay kobold that he loved. His character was for the longest time, which is funny. My mom played D&D. I don't know if she played D&D that much. I don't really know. Never really asked her beyond knowing that she actually played it. Not sure who with or what. Yeah, man. It's good shit. Got that D&D in my bloodline, you know? I fill some paperwork. All right. Good luck. Good luck, Thorkin. So I'm making a year, not more. Yeah. Well, it's decent living in Canada. Trick is to get paid in USD and live in CAD. That's not why my commission prices are in US, because Americans don't know how to convert to Canadian. I don't blame them. But yeah, man, if you can get a remote job, oh, for a big US company, holy, you can live in Canada, mountains and wilderness and valleys and moose and Pocahontas shit. Let's go, dude. I'm also on day, what, like 7 of being not sick, according to the doctor. Oh, really? Damn, dude. Americans can't math? Well, I mean, who knows the conversion for Canadian? Like, pfft. The problem is if I say the Canadian number, American will just get freaked out because it's like so much higher than it is in USD. And they're like, $600 for this? I'm like, oh, it's only this in US. So like, oh, it's fine. You know? So. You're talking freedom units. How many miles do you walk your pup? How cold is it outside? Ooh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know temperatures. I can't do temperatures. I know the general American scale that like 0 is real cold and 100's real hot and 50 is like kind of comfy. And I'm happy in the 70s or 80s, but I don't know any of that shit. So. Nothing going on, no problem whatsoever, but my body is just deciding to have have constipatic and be miserable. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, hey, listen. You just stay sick and then, you know, and then get out of work for a week. Oh, wait. Shit, doesn't work like that? Damn it. 65, 75 is best? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how to speak American. Last time I was in the US was when I was visiting Ella's family in Hawaii, and they're not really American there. Nor do they like being referred to as American. They're pretty adamant that they're not. So, was I even in America anytime recently? No. Last time I was in America, really like America proper, was I think BlizzCon 2019. It's been a while. I gotta go see my friends, man. I gotta go see Dashto and Jackie and Genova. Do I know the American friends? I don't think so. Anybody down there? Chris and Caitlin? I don't know. A couple people down that area for BlizzCon. That's a lot of JMD, I guess. Let's go cold enough. The temps are same anyway. Yeah, it does get to minus 40 here, so. Ironic how it's repeated itself. Yeah, right. You know the American friends he says in California for BlizzCon. I just don't want to like accidentally not, you know. Oh, I go to BlizzCon to see Dashto and Jackie and then Genova and then Satori's just like, what about me, asshole? I don't even know who watches my stream from that crew, so I don't want to like, you know. I know that occasionally Chris and Caitlin watch my VODs or whatever, but I don't know. Or at least Caitlin does once in a while, maybe. I don't know. Well, she hasn't in a long time. No idea. I don't want to forget anybody and sound like an asshole. 55 to 75 is 18 to 24. Let's see. I'd say it's still a little cool for my taste. I like 25 to 30 Canadian. That's what I like. 27 is great. When it's warm enough that I can feel the sun on my skin and the wind is warm. When the wind is warm and nice, that's what I like. When the wind hits you in the face and or at your body and you get this like chill, which if it's like 15, 16, 18, whatever, you can get some cold ass wind. I don't want none of that. That's what I like. When I'm out for a long walk with Ella and Yuna and that wind hits you and it's so nice and a little cool and you're like, ooh, I feel better. That's what I like. That's my temperature. 30's deadly to you. 30's pretty rough, I think, but I still like it. I like being outside in that kind of temperature. I like the heat. I really like the heat. I really like it. I go places that are really warm and I'm like happy there. So don't know when the temps are the same, but I know it's when -40 here, Fahrenheit here, so same in Celsius. That's the only time. Yeah, that's it. Yep, -40 is the same in both. So you born in the summer, weren't you? No, I mean I was born in April. Like there's snow. There's snow on my birthday often here. Yeah, late April. It could be nice. It could be like 15, 16, 17, 18, around that, you know, the low end of that, like 65, like it could be like 60 degrees here, maybe American. Or it can be all the way down to like below freezing here on my birthday. So no, I wasn't born in the summer. I just feel more alive, and I think I absorb a lot of vitamin D and energy from the sun. I had like this interesting kind of like dive into seeing how to cope with that kind of February blues for me, and I didn't realize, like I thought, oh, everybody gets miserable during the shad, you know, but I read a study about a group of people that have a phenotype basically where they do get affected by like seasonal depression, but what happens is that if they're part of that phenotype, they also feel energized in the sun, so their variability is just higher, so they get way more depressed and sad and like, you know, sad and like just like low energy, not even depressed, but just like low energy and unhappy in the winter, but then in the sun they're supercharged. And I feel that during the summer I hardly sleep. I will sleep 6 hours a day for like 2 weeks before I need to catch up. If I do 6 hours a day in the winter for like more than like 4 or 5 days, I need to catch up. But I just absolutely feel electrified and charged up. I go for a walk after stream. After a 5 or 6 hours long stream, I'll go for a walk in the sun during the summer, and I'll get home and just be like fired up to go back for another 6 hours. Whereas like in the winter, I'll finish a 6 hour stream and I'll just kind of like feel really drained and I need to recover from that for a little bit, and then I can start working again. But, you know, and no shot am I going for a walk when it's like cold out and miserable and like dark and shit. So I don't know, maybe I like the heat, I like the sun, I like the summer. We get so little of it here, so it's 29 Celsius here today. Don't need a fan because of the wind. Oof, it's pretty warm. Pretty beautiful place you live, Sleepy. Weather-wise, anyway. I don't know. Probably a lot of weather issues and whatever storms you guys get down there. It's obviously not all ideal, but man, when I go to Hawaii and we visit the fam, I'm just happy to exist there. I don't even need to do anything. I just want to go for a walk every day. My ideal day when we're visiting Ella's family is I wake up at like 6 a.m. and Ella and I will go down to the beach and swim for an hour to 2 hours and like snorkeling the entire time. Not lazy. I'm not a beach laser. I don't like to laze in the beach. Listen, I'm a walrus built man. I do that in Canada, not in America, not in the heat. So we go swimming for a couple of hours, and then I come back, shower, get ready, whatever, eat a nice fresh breakfast, something like fish, like baked fish and fruit and yogurt and shit. Dude, it's so good, man. And then go for another walk, and I just spend the entire day like walking, doing stuff, swimming, whatever, just being outside in the sun, being around, you know. That's like, I just feel so much more alive when I'm down there, you know. It resets me, recharges me, I think. but that's kind of like a thing that people talk about when you live in Canada. When you live in a place in Canada that is much colder, much more hard to live, much more unreasonable basically for your average person, people say, well, the advantage is the cost of living is lower. It is. Buy a house in Vancouver versus buy a house in Edmonton, Alberta. Way different, you know? You can get, for $500,000 in Edmonton, you can get a decent house. Well, maybe not anymore. The market's kind of fucked. Used to be anyway. That a $500,000 house in Edmonton would cost you $2 million in Vancouver. So, sure. Part of the thing that a lot of people view when you live somewhere very difficult to live, like because of the cold and snow, is that you need to go somewhere every winter. And so you'll have people say that, like, online friends, you know, this would happen all the time when Ella and I were going away a lot when I was like, had a real job and shit. And they'd be like, oh wow, look at you, must be so nice. You just go out there and go for a trip. It's like, dude, I live in Alberta. The cost of living's nothing, but if I don't get out of like here in February once in a while, I'm gonna implode. So, yeah, no, it is an issue for me in the winter. And now the sun is rising earlier, so I do feel a little bit better. But on Hermitha, no, not yet, Tank, not yet. I'm not quite yet tackling Hermitha. I realized I didn't have the brain power to start a new piece. So rather than doing something new today or on stream, I'm gonna probably start Hermitha tomorrow or tonight. I'm just working on another piece, just chilling for a little bit while I ramble about the cold and whatnot. This is a piece for a fan art piece that I'm doing of a VTuber streamer that part of my VTuber series. So kind of look like it. Yeah, I'm thinking. So Chelsea sent me some different like references and stuff, and I think I want to try something a little bit different and ambitious with her portrait, because she said that Hermitha changes her hair a lot. And so I shouldn't necessarily keep to the Hermitha like reference art too hard if I didn't want to. So she sent me a couple of references of ideas that she had for different like Hermitha hairstyles, and I'm gonna try one that I think it looks pretty cool. So yeah, it's gonna be a challenge for me. I'm not used to doing I'm not used to doing I guess like really kind of complicated hair textures in like complicated styles, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna do my best. She sent me a really cool reference that I want to try and do a really good job for, so. And she was so nice about it too. She was like really accommodating, and dude, you've all just been so unbelievably nice about me like doing stupid art for, you know, your amazing show. I just feel bad, you know. Like I asked, I was so scared to ask Valiant Fox about the markings on Rala's face and how close they were to reference, and I didn't expect her to be so like go in depth on it, because when I did Luan, it kind of scared the shit out of me, I'll admit, because when I asked Mossy Socks if I could do a portrait of Luan, and I did that, I was expecting him to say like, yeah, sure, here's the reference, you know, that's whatever. But when I was asking him about it, he's like, oh, let me get you the mood board and whatever. And I was asking him about, like, I think I asked him a question something along the lines of what kind of, like, does he have any jewelry or whatever? Because it kind of looked like Luan had pierced ears in the art for the War of the Realms, the official art. But I asked him about piercings or something like that, and he's like, no, he'd probably have like trinkets and like braids in his hair. And he's like, and so Mossy Socks are just start describing all these details that were not in the art. And I was like, uh-oh. Oh shit, wait, is the art like, uh-oh, have I missed character evolutions and stuff? I was terrified to like not get like proper details in or whatever. So that's why when I asked Valiant Fox about the piece, because I was like, hey, just checking, is the art reference, like, is that what you have currently in the campaign, you know? But it's so weird to ask somebody about like fan art. You just do for someone. You don't ask them about it and like expect them to like take time to tell you how to do your fan art to them. So I felt real nervous asking her about it, but they were very accommodating and just very generous with time, and you know, so was Anna and Chelsea and everybody. I don't know, and of course I got way more detail than I thought that I would get from you, Tag. So yeah, man, it's just really cool. Like I do fan art so rarely because I have such a nervous anxiety about it, where I just don't want to do stuff that people don't like or like people kind of look at like, ugh, that's not my character or whatever, you know. So I always need to like kind of ask permission before I do fan art, and I always feel kind of bad. But no, I mean, I say it whenever I'm working on this portraits or whatever. I say it every single time, how amazingly accommodating and generous you all have been over me doing silly art for War of the Realms. So expand your skill set with the party project. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I don't think that I could have drawn an Aarakocra a month ago, and I have attempted to do Claire's portrait now 3 times. And none of them have been good enough, so I'm stretching out a little bit, you know. Yep. So yeah, I'm not really sure about tackling Hermetha right now, because I gotta really make sure I get them curls correct, I guess. Make sure I don't. I've also had some like. I got very discouraged when I tried to do a character with some different hair textures once, and I kind of got shit on Twitter for it, and kind of told this like, I mean, obviously everyone knows this is dumb, and but it really got in my head when someone said basically you don't know how to draw like different types of hair, like stay in your lane, white boy, and I was like, okay, I'm sorry. So I just like didn't. I just have not wanted to. I've just been so unbelievably anxious about it, and haven't tackled it since then, because that's kind of like I don't really want to catch hate on the internet for doing something wrong or whatever. But I mean, upon reflection, people have said no, that person was those people were whack and out of line, and they were being stupid. Draw whoever you want. So I realized that was not a great experience though, and so I just have had a reluctance to study different hair textures and stuff. So I guess, and I'm trying to not let like those bad experiences limit me from drawing the characters I want to draw. So I probably could have done something pretty safe and drawn Hermetha's just like kind of like light loose curls or whatever, but I really want to do something that is similar to the reference that Chelsea sent me. So we're gonna try again. Well, I mean, I've had lots of people say that, which is very lovely, and I appreciate it. But it was just kind of it was one of the first times I had posted, a character that was a person of color, and I got completely roasted over it, and I was like, oh god. And not even because it was bad, but they just said like, oh, you're white, you should like stick to drawing what you know and not take away from like black artists and stuff like that. And then I had other people say like, that's fucking whack, those people are stupid as shit, draw the person you want. I don't know. And I just like, I don't want to cause drama or make anybody upset or offended or whatever. So, I'm not even gonna try to draw different hair textures or anything. I'm just gonna like, just play it cool for a while. So it's awesome how we saw our characters initially for the stream evolved or playing them over the past year, which is crazy. Yeah. Cause then like, what's the difference between like Luan or then or now? It's like, so I tried to include like the braid Luan, and dude, when I rated Mossy Socks and sent him the art right after stream, and he saw it live on stream, and he was so unbelievably excited about the hair braid and the trinkets and stuff. Yeah, so don't listen to that, man. Yeah, I know. I realized it was dumb. It's just, it was like one of the, like, I had like 100 followers on Twitter, and I had somebody who was a bigger artist with like multiple thousands of people saying, that I was basically stepping on the toes of black artists by drawing like a black character in my setting. And then it's like, well, what do? Just like not draw any sort of diversity in your diverse, amazing, cool fantasy world? Like, that's stupid. Do I just so, and I got like, so this also kind of stung, because before that, prior to that, I had also gotten something where I had drawn a character for a person who was Southeast Asian, and she wanted me to draw a Southeast Asian character for her. So I did that, and I posted the painting, and there was like somebody who was, again, a bigger account. They weren't an artist. They just sort of whatever found my shit, and they were like, they said there was like the fetishization of Southeast Asian women amongst white game creators, and here is an example, and then quote retweeted that, and I had a fucking panic attack. Because it's like when I just started, I'm an absolute nobody. Now if somebody criticizes my art, like I just kind of, whatever. Because you guys give me a lot of confidence to do things. But at the time, I basically had like nothing to stand on, and I get shit on for that. And then I do another character a couple of weeks later, or maybe it's a couple months later, and then I literally get told, "Stay in your lane, white boy," and I was like, "Oh God, I'm terrified. I'm terrified. What do you know?" So I'll admit that probably made me not want to be ambitious with like doing studies and like trying different things with different hair textures and stuff for a long time, and that's not right. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing. And I probably should have let that get to me so much. It just, you know, the last thing I want to be is accused of being exclusionary or, you know, anything like that or whatever. So I just sort of, you know. So I'm just gonna try to do the more ambitious sort of hairstyle that Chelsea sent me. I'm gonna try very hard with it. Hopefully do it right. So I'm sure if I say to her, like, look, tell me if this is okay, because I'm not practiced with this, and you know. So I kind of want to send her an approval sketch, I guess, if that makes sense, and not start it on stream. Only elves can draw elf ears. Yeah, I know. I know I'm dumb for listening to that. It's just, you gotta understand, it hit me at a time where I was like brand new to this shit. I was terrified at posting stuff, and that left like a Morgul blade wound in my chest that's still having a hard time healing. So yeah, I can post a tweet that's a picture of a blank piece of paper and people can start drawing. Yeah. The Jedi Braid is goated. Yeah, I really like it. I really like Luan's character. I think honestly, if I or Moss character, I think if I were to draw Luan in like a way that I would think about him, like the way that I would think about Luan as having kind of his hair pulled back in like a bit of a ponytail, and have like the like braids and stuff. You know, that's the way I would like think of if I was to draw like a completely, you know, new interpretation of Luan with his eye bags. I would think of giving him like a cool ponytail and then giving a whole lot of like trinkets and braids and whatnot. I don't know why. Kind of like a messy samurai, raggedy pirate. Yes, yeah, like an old like kind of Ronin or like the pirate. Yeah, exactly. Like a Ronin samurai combined with like a pirate with like the braids and the intricate stuff in there. So I don't know. Do I get offended over the most nonsense issues ever? Well, and like I've had this a couple times, you know, like I have a mod from India, and I was drawing a character for her that was like in, you know, more, I did some concept sketches for her Azale, which was in more traditional Indian garb, and I got shit on that on Twitter as well for, you know, hey, why don't you stick to European mythology, white boy? And I was like, oh fuck. So I've had a series of bad experiences that have kind of like made me not want to be adventurous, I guess, you know. And then I have people that would say on stream like, oh wait, I thought it was so cool that you were representing my culture or whatever. That was so rad, dude. Like that was awesome. And it's like one of those things where like the people who like it or who are okay with it or supportive of it often don't say it. They just sort of like quietly nod and are like, huh, that's cool, and then move on with their day. It's people who don't. That's the negativity bias and stuff. So, you know, I'll admit that I've been dumb in the past. And I shouldn't let that, you know, limit me or stop me from doing whatever. Yeah. So, loudest angriest opinions aren't the ones that matter. True. I mean, it is scary when you have like 120 followers or whatever, and somebody with like 5,000 quote retweets you and then comments on it and tells you to stay in your lane. It's like, ooh, oh, God, that was terrifying. I thought that it was like, I was afraid I was gonna get hate and shit and like just like harassed and didn't post for like 2 months. Still engage them and they don't get the reaction they want. I'll raise the ban hammer. Yeah, I mean I've learned, I think, how to deal with some of that in Twitch. Like I'll sometimes see stuff like a first message of somebody like talking shit around. I just don't read it, you know, or whatever. And then a mod, I just see the mod quickly, like, you know, clear that person out or whatever, or they get bored and leave, and it's like, you know, it's people getting butthurt about like characters having a Swiss braid, so literally Swiss into the name. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of got messed up from that, so I didn't want to try any different, you know, textures or whatever, try anything different with characters. And I want to, because there's like lots of characters that I want to be able to draw, like a cool, vast, diverse, amazing world that represents the totality of humanity, and people can see themselves as the heroes and characters in a world, and you know, and I really want to do that. But I'm just I'm still a little nervous, and I'm going to try and do it respectfully and make sure I don't, you know, do anything wrong or whatever, even though I'm unpracticed. So Hermitha and Claire are going to be challenges for me. One, because it's a bit of a different sort of like, you know, style of like hair and stuff like that I haven't been practiced with, and the other because she's a bird, a literal fucking bird, which is also tough for me. Guys, got a related question on this subject? Sure. What's up, Formicide? Absolutely. Like an old English raggedy pirate look. Oh, okay, there we go. Twitter's a cesspool. I don't open the app, shake my head, and close it. Yeah. God. I don't know. Twitter, I don't use Twitter as much anymore, but the problem is a lot of the people that I've like, a lot of the small streamer colleagues that I have sort of use Twitter. So one thing that I found that makes me happier with Twitter is I just don't look for the recommended. I only ever look at people that I'm following. So that just keeps me away from like 90% of Twitter's nonsense. You know, some people, you just have to turn off their retweets or whatever, just move on, just have a good day regardless. So yeah. Oh God. Oof. Yeah. Don't even have an X account? You're probably not missing much, but probably not missing much. I wouldn't worry about it. So I now know why so many projects have no diversity, or diversity seems forced. Make sure to speak out if you're doing something that doesn't work. That'll help. Like, I mean, I would like to know, right? But like, part of it is, I think a lot of it is fear, and a lot of it is whatever. Because like, I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to do a character in a way that's like not, you know, like I don't. Yeah, it's tough to articulate, but I just want to draw cool characters and draw all sorts of people, and I'm just not sure how to do it sometimes the right way. But I don't want to let that limit me. I don't want people to think that like that the world is like limiting and whatnot in any kind of a way like that, where you can't, you know, be you in the world, right? And I gotta responsibly take on the challenge of learning how to draw everybody if I can, right? A few days ago, some people were talking about an AI in Mini's chat, and you said you believe in the future will be bright for artists. Why do you feel like that? Because, from a side, I believe the future is bright for artists because I think that this is just a test for our art sphere that many other craftsmen and artisan have had before. So the way I see it is, if you are a leather worker and you make wallets, fine leather wallets, Walmart comes to town and sells wallets for $23. They're mass manufactured cheap wallets. Well, some people are going to buy them. They are. And so does that mean you stop making wallets, or that the demand for wallets goes away? Well, it changes, and yeah, it's tough. But there are people out there that want artisan, handmade, good quality wallet from a craftsperson that knows their craft, can tell a story, and can, you know, make something of quality. And AI is just Amazon opening up, I think. So Fiverr, I've always looked at something like Fiverr, a race to the bottom, cheapest art sells type thing. I've always viewed Fiverr as something that I don't want to interact with. And that's one of the reasons why I do certain things. Like, I don't have a commission sheet because it attracts a different type of client. So the kind of experience that I provide as an artist, and the kind of thing that I try and do as an artist, is a bit more multifaceted than just the value of the art being good. I try and capture certain things. I try and tell a story with the art. I try and tell a story about myself. I try and have the whole thing be about something more intrinsic to the art or to the experience than just the art. The way I view it is like a gestalt. Everything that has to do with my art, I try and make it greater than the sum of its parts. And I think that wards against Fiverr. And so I never hear people say, oh, I can get this done for Fiverr, or at Fiverr for $20. Why am I going to pay you this much? I just don't interact with that kind of market. And AI I see as an evolution of that market. But I think that it is going to force artists to try and change the way they think about it. think of themselves more as craftsmen, as artisan creators, as, you know, you have to evolve yourself. You absolutely do. But I think that the forced evolution of that will make artists better. And yes, unfortunately, some artists won't make it. There are some artists that don't want to learn, that don't want to figure it out, and don't want to change, and that sucks, and it's awful. And I think that if people keep an open mind, they can learn how to do these things. But I think that it's a test on our tradition. But art has been tested in tradition many times. If we go back and look at the advent of photography, that's very similar. And I know people will have problems with that analogy, and I recognize that there are problems. But the general vibe of it, I think we can understand that when art was patrons getting you to draw portraiture and paint portraits of them, and popes and kings and bishops and cardinals, and paint pictures of saints and icons and whatever, and historical figures, and then all of a sudden photographs come out. Oh my god, dude. What are you doing? You don't need, you see history, it's like painting, pope painting, pope painting, pope painting, king painting, king painting, king painting, and then king photo? What? Pope photo? What? President photo? What? And so a lot of artists thought that was the end of art. That's when some of the response movements came out of France, you know, the Impressionists, things like that, to try and capture something intrinsic and different that the photo didn't. Art has grown every time it's tested. Whether or not artists have the stomach and the fortitude to withstand the test and to be worthy of the bounty that comes out of that is different for each artist. But I think artists that are viewing AI not as the end of art, but as a challenge to creatively embrace and say, okay, I see you. Okay, we'll do this. And they evolve their art, and you evolve your experience, and we could talk at length on how to do that and how I think the best way of doing it is. That's a different topic. But the one thing I would like artists to do is not to feel so anxious about it. This isn't the end of art. This isn't the end of creativity, of creation, of human expression. A lot of people don't care about the art that goes into the human side of art. A lot of them don't. They really don't. All the big personalities people saying, oh, no one gives a shit about your art. In a way, they're right. But the way I view it is I've never made art for them to begin with. I've made art for people that care about the human aspect, the element of storytelling, of creativity, of art. And if you think about your audience, I think, and you think about who you're making art for and why you're making art and how you're making art, I don't think that you have anything to be scared of. I think that it sucks, and we have to, you know, put our hands on the shoulders of our artists and say, like, hey, I got you. Like, we'll get through this. Some of us won't make it. That's the way it always works. And the only thing you and I can do is try and lift up and grab the hands of our other artists and say, come on, let's figure this out together. And if I can't do anything maybe to help, what I would like to do is try and alleviate some of the anxieties and say, yeah, for me, Fiverr has always been fast food. People will say, why would I ever go buy your art, Evan, when I can get a character piece on whatever? The commission process with me, I try and design as something that's really fun. I try and make sure people are, like, I ask people for their backstories for characters. I'll RP sometimes with them for their character to get a sense of who they are. I'll try and build something with somebody that they feel like they're also part of the creation. There's not a single person that cares about art and story and the human aspect of art that would enjoy the prompt process of writing more than me taking them through, grabbing their hand and taking them through the amazing, beautiful, wonderful design process that is hopefully working with me or any artist that really takes that into consideration and treats it with attention and love and dignity. So, dude,
Encore, encore, encore.
Thank you.
Clap two, clap, clap two, clap, clap.
Thank you, 25,
clap,
dude. I
clap,
appreciate it.
clap,
Holy shit.
clap, two,
Thank
clap.
you. That's very generous of you. Yeah, thank you. I want to finish my thought if it's okay, but thank you very much. And so, yeah, even with industrialized food and cheaper food, some people prefer getting homemade food. There is an internal quality to art and to creativity that you cannot replace. You can make a simulacrum of it. You can try and convince ChatGPT can feel like a good friend talking to you. But the soul is composed, I think, of incomprehensible factors. And I think about the storytelling all the time. that I try and, when I think about the master stories tellers of our human experience, I think about things and ways to evoke emotions that no one understands how they did it. When you read Lord of the Rings the first time, when you watched that show, Avatar, whatever that show was that defined your teenage years, when you watched Star Wars or read whatever book for the first time, you can think about things where you're like, I have no idea why that was so much better than this thing over here. They seem very similar, but this thing just wasn't as good as this thing. This thing changed me, man. And I think that part of that is a inherent quality of human experience, which you can say is like the soul or divine or whatever, or just the evolutionary sort of like back brain doing stuff. Who knows? There's a billion explanations for it. I don't know what it is, but I do think that art will always have a place within human expression. And I think that it's okay to be nervous.
Why would I go to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant when I could instead purchase 100 White Castle sliders like Harold and Kumar style argument from these
Because
people?
I got food poisoning in Las Vegas from those sliders, but I'd still do it again. Thank you for 100 bits of Duria. So look, I don't want to ever sound like I'm diminishing the challenges of AI art and that it's going to place on us, on art as artists. But I think that if I were to wish for something, I would not wish for the issue to not be there, because there will always be an issue. I would wish to handle the issues worthy of our lineage of painters. So, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So, yes, it's a challenge. Yes, it's going to be difficult to navigate. But, God damn it, dude, what are you guys doing?
Wait, are you saying this messes you up? Ooh,
dude,
you just exposed that you have a button I
chill.
Can push.
That's so much, dude.
Ooh,
that's
kappa,
huge.
Kappa, pride, Kappa, Ross, Peppo, think.
The 25 again. Fuck. I'm trying to form a coherent thought about something very important. Thank you for the 25 again. Thank you guys. I appreciate the support. I don't deserve it, but I appreciate it. Fuck. Okay. Shit. Sorry. So, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be painful. It's gonna be awful. But what I'd like to do is remove the anxiety that and the dialogue of people saying it's over. It's not over. I don't think it's over. I think it's gonna be tough, but I think that those who are willing to put the work into take the challenge can do something really beautiful for humanity. Because if you want to think about it like as a meaning type thing for your art and for the reason why you're doing this, what more noble cause is there in some way as an artist than protecting protecting, how do I word this?
Chat, he said he doesn't deserve it, Ivan Blonix.
Damn it. Thank
I'ma
you for
make it rain until you realize you deserve it. Kappa.
Thank you for the tip. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do Orbathons count for the Simathon? I don't know, honestly. I should, because it's through stream elements, but I don't see it adding to it. Sorry. Okay, let me just finish this thought real quick. I think that taking on the burden lifting the burden onto our shoulders of artists, of saying we are in an era where we have begun to summon monstrosities that threaten the very value of human expression. What are we going to do about it? To me, that sounds like a worthy cause. And I'm willing to fight the good fight. And I don't mean fight the Congress fight. Like, I can't. Carla Ortiz can go lead that march in Congress, and good for her. She has the resources and time and whatnot. All I can do is try and continue to prove that human expression is worth something. That's what I'm gonna try and do. And I think that it's okay to be nervous. It's okay to be anxious a little bit and think, ooh, how are we gonna do this? But I definitely want people to still have the idea of how are we going to solve this problem, not can this problem be solved. That's what I would like artists to do, is just breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. And
did you realize you're worth it yet? I'm okay, guess I need to punch the flustered button again. Kappa.
God damn it. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate that, Necromancer Dark. Thank you. So, God damn it. So I don't know if that helps. I don't know if that makes anything, it changes anything in the way you think about it at all, or maybe think I'm crazy, and that's fair too. I'm not, if you're like, yeah, I'm unconvinced, Evan, get bent. That's totally fair. I will hopefully try and prove my point by doing it. But no, I think artists are amazing. I think human expression is amazing. I think art is beautiful and intrinsic to experience and necessary for experience. And although a luxury of comfortable societies, you can make an argument for, necessary for the heart to grow of those societies in a way. So, I don't know. So you see it as a chance for us to improve and by consequence evolving art as well. Yeah, I mean, it's like the way I kind of see it is that this challenge was upon us, no matter what. And the challenges of artificial intelligence and of the modern age and of technology, the challenges that are in front of us are so unbelievable that we can't necessarily like think and imagine. We conjure what they're going to be, you know, but we know they're going to be there.
Flustered. Are you worth it yet? Oh no. Push.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm worth the support. Thank you. You good? We're good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Wow. Geez. Hey, thanks for recognizing me. I appreciate that. Thanks for the tip for a worthy cause such as myself. There. Are we happy? God damn it. I understand the way you view it. It's nerve-inducing because we don't know what will happen in the future, but I like to believe that there is a place for art, and since there will always be people who enjoy and support it, even if it becomes a smaller place. But that's where I kind of think that it's maybe going to be more optimistic. I think that as no one appreciated a handmade wallet or boots or saddle or whatever until they became mass-produced. And then people appreciated it way more. And so I think that in some ways, the amount of people that really care about that might actually grow, if you ask me. But I don't know. I'm kind of out of my depth. I shouldn't be talking about this. I'm just some dumb artist guy that on the internet. That's just the way I think about it.
See,
so
we've all grown here today.
Damn
Congrats, it. Clap too.
Okay. Fuck. That's a lot. Okay, I'm sorry I missed a bunch of chat. Let me go back and get it. Oh shit. Thank you to 25. I appreciate that. I am worthy and okay, sorry. Let me make sure I didn't miss chat. Oh shit. Okay, Quincy approves. Okay, good. I try and come back with whimsical, wholesome positivity, and you do a fantastic job of it, Tank. I mean it. 100% of people can't even understand how things draw emotion from you. It cannot be replicated. Yeah, right? Who's Afraid of Red, Blue, and Yellow has the exact thing around it because Barnet replacements after the incident were notably not the same after evoking those emotions the original ones were. Interesting. Yeah. Everyone have to manually enter the amount? Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah. Yeah. So, I missed anything? I think I probably missed some chat. I'm sorry. I think we're talking about it. Sorry if it's gotten in the way of something. No, we're chilling. We're chilling. And this is important. I'm happy to talk about it once in a while. I don't want to spend my stream just like talking about it, obviously. So I don't chat about it all the time. But no, I want artists to be confident and not to allow the stress to get in the way of the amazing creativity they're possible that they can conjure. And like we can talk about specifics of things you can do to make yourself more sort of warded or guarded against some of these issues, right? I think telling a story with your art is a great idea. Making the creation process of your art about something more than just the art itself. So this is things like, learning to record your process, to talk about what you're doing, to have a story that goes along with your stuff, like something just intrinsic that builds in some interest and value and intrigue to your work beyond just the fact that like hot booba girl look hot. Because like the people that were just like, here for the thumbnail, stay for the thumbnail, hot booba girl, that's fine. Look, man, you enjoy art however you want, but those people were never here for you, for the artist. They had something that they wanted and they're getting that in a different spot, and that's rough, man. It's kind of like fan artists like learning to cultivate an audience of people that appreciate their original work. It's tough. You're gonna lose some people. A lot of people will say like, why do I care about your project? I just want to see more Tracer ass. You're like, you know, but I had a story I wanted to tell. So I think that, you know, I think you just do you. Make amazing shit. 25 tips. Yeah, more than 25, Nick. And Necromancer Dark has been extremely generous, and I'm still a little flustered by it. So, I don't know. Am I crazy about all this? Am I dumb? Maybe I'm dumb and crazy. I don't know if people are going to agree, but... The most important thing for me when I'm having this conversation is not to downplay or pretend like the concerns of those who are concerned are not legitimate. So, I was to rank 5, the Orbathon. Ooh, so close, Nick. So close. The Orbathon, man, so close, dude. Can you believe how close it is? It's just so close, man. Just like, you know, like 200 subs away. Holy, yeah, can you believe it? It's crazy how close. We as a guild have all gotten to the Orbathon. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, Miwa looking kind of determined, not gonna lie. I hope Miwa appreciates this. She's kind of the first of that like crowd of like Ashley's extended circle that I'm doing a piece for that I don't know all that well. So I hope he likes it. But I remember she said something about when I did Ashley's portrait, she said that she thought it was really cool. So I always want to, like, if I'm making something like for fan art or whatever, I always want to do it with the intent of making somebody happy. You know? If I can draw like Tank's character, or if I can draw Miwa, or if I can draw like who did I just do? Minnie or whatever, and they like, you know, makes them happy or whatever, that to me is like, that's like good for the soul, you know? There's like art that you do to survive, art you do to like grow, art you do for all sorts of different reasons. For me, doing these little fan art projects for people I know and people I like admire, look up to, watch, whatever, man, whatever it is, however I interact with them in a positive way, this art for me is like art for the soul. Something that feels very gratifying and motivating, uplifting to do. You know? Makes sense to me, but I'm not an artist, so don't have a horse in the race. Usually I'd help me get fast food art, take me close based on my non-art vision, then I commission someone to re-envision it and do a real original piece with the AI. Art is only a reference. And you know, I'm like, the moralization around AI at all, like I don't know, I'm not gonna yell at anybody for using the tool or whatever, like whatever. To me it's more like I just wish the artists weren't so anxious and hopeless about it. And I get why it's scary though. It's made a lot of people's lives more difficult. But I think people are pretty cool. I think people got a lot of cool stuff they're doing. There's still going to be a usefulness for all the amazing artists in the world and all the cool stuff they do. If I was, you know, if I was like 17 thinking about going to art school, I'd still do it. I would. Even given the way the world is evolving, I would still do it right now. Somebody asked me if I, like, would tell them that they should still pursue being an artist, I'd say yes, absolutely. There's stuff inside your brain and that is intrinsically, inherently valuable because, you know, you created it, you thought it up. You're the only person that'll ever make the art that you make. You're the only person who will ever make the art that you make. And that has value. Because you have value as an artist, as a person. And so, yeah, the stresses of how to deal with it are one thing, but whether or not it's worthwhile, yeah, of course it is. You know, so can't improve on something without practice. I don't even know how old that message was, Cass. I'm being so terrible watching YouTube chat. I'm just a terrible streamer. We know that. Hey, you know? I'm just gonna pretend that I was looking at Twitch chat and YouTube chat all day. That's what I'm gonna do. Most of YouTube chats, that's fine. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that, bro. Might be of value, but I'm depreciating like a Kia. Ooh. Vidi, I think you're aging like a fine wine. That's right. And anytime I interact with you, I know always to smell you, not to taste you, because that's for the unexperienced wine lovers. Now 30 seconds of eye contact, Witty. Go. Found like 4 or 5 classes in my first semester, so I might have more time to build up fundamentals for art and start writing and processing my book. Hell yeah, dude. Go tell your story. Go make your thing. Go do whatever you're gonna do. Go risk being optimistic and hopeful. Go be Tank Tolman levels of whimsically happy. Make the world around you a brighter place like that. Most of YouTube chats was fine. I put stuff in there knowing full well you won't see it forever. Okay. I listen. That's fair. I don't have any response to that. I don't have a retort of any kind. I don't really have yeah, oof. That's just kind of fair and brutal, but also true and real. Yeah, shit. Ah, God. Where is my undersketch? Oh no, did I merge my layers? Oh, thank God I didn't. I just deleted the sketch layer's name. How'd I do that? What the hell? How do you have an unnamed layer? Okay. Dude, there's some gremlins inside of my Photoshop today. There are some gremlins in there. And that's okay. As long as I continue to feed them, they won't mess things up too bad. At least so they promise. Marquee is one of the cards that attract mice? What? Is that a thing? Am I unaware of a meme? So my family's a Kia. Oh shit. They do have, but they also depreciate faster than a sack of bricks thrown in the astral sea. Oh, well. I mean. You know what doesn't depreciate? Paintings of the Emporium. That's right. That's right. Vidi, what art should the tier 3s be getting for a card? I was going to decide that on the weekend, but upon further review, I didn't. So I'm still trying to figure out what piece of art I should put on the promo card for the tier 3s for April. And I mail it to everybody. I'm currently as the representative of the tier 3s because I think Entities was further up in chat. Got a tier 3s in orb? No, I want to do something they actually care about. I want to do something that's like beyond a meme. Obviously they'll get orb stickers because that's like, you know. Obviously. Some cars use food grade plastic tubing and mice think it's tasty? Wait, really? Is that like a real thing that happens or? The fuck? Really? 'Cause I decided that's that's like the best thing I can do is like some sort of trading card for the tier 3s every month to make it worth the support if I can. And then maybe like some kind of a Horizon game or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if any of my tier 3 subs like to play D&D. I think I was monologuing earlier. I saw Alf mention something. Maybe he was telling me that I need to do better for the tier 3s. I was gonna go back in chat and catch it, but I was too dumb, too bad of a streamer to do that, so. Hopefully he forgives me. Could do some silly Horizon thing. I don't know. Artwork from Horizon, maybe. Battle maps, tokens, something like that. T3 game. Kind of wanted to at some point in time. Can run to Saga Edition game if you want. No, I want to run everybody through Horizon if I can. I want you guys to have your first Eldara footsteps in Horizon at some point in time here pretty quick. Those who supported the adventure for a long time, I want you guys to finally see your efforts paying off in some way that you can be proud of. You know? T3 all paladin game. Ooh, yeah. So if you're tier 3 sub, you must play a paladin in all D&D campaigns going forward. Yes, Ella? Why are you questioning why the sword's off the ground? Or off the...
I don't know why I'm questioning it.
I don't remember what someone said, but it required sorting earlier, so... Yeah. See? She gets it. Considered a 4-card set, one of the maps that you can put together to make a full map. You know, promo set like that could be really cool. I didn't think about that, doing like multi-card sets. That's a pretty good idea. The fox people are untrustworthy, that's why you go with the sword? Oh, yeah. Right. I was complaining about that. Yep. Thank you for reminding me. Yep. Okay. Well, I'm glad we remembered that. Yes, Ella. Are we having burger? I didn't take anything out. So you want to take something out, put in the fridge or on the counter or whatever to thaw? You gonna make salmon? You wanted salmon this week, didn't you? Okay, take salmon out then. Put in the fridge. Sick. I'm sure you're proud. I don't want to be proud about any Eldara stuff. Wait, what? We recorded a lot of it behind the scenes stuff we don't even get to see, and yet it's still being worked on nonetheless. I mean, yeah, right now, especially. There was a while last year that I was just so exhausted and stuff, I wasn't really doing anything for like a good couple months that wasn't on stream. For the most part. Yeah, a little bit of stuff here or there. So, I got through some times last year, man. Oh, boy.
April, you know those werewolf cards in MTG that flip? Das Aryan on one side, Das Aryan on the other.
Oh no, not the flip card with all the abs, his like 32 pack or whatever. Oh no, that's too many abs for one card. Yeah, come on, dude. You think oh man, you think I put that many abs on one trading card? Bro, let's be reasonable here, okay? That man had too many abs. Way too many abs. I can't. Nah, you can't be serious, right? Oh my god, he's serious. Oh my god, what do I do? I give the people what they want. Do I give both the book talk T3s and the D&D T3s what they want? My god. The weight of such a burden. It should be mine, for there is no other. Okay, I want to play Warcraft. Leave me alone. I'm going to continue to quote Wrath of the Lich King until morale improves, okay? Misprint. Ah, yes. Right. Yep. How deep is the commission waitlist? Right now it's pretty deep. The commission waitlist is, I'm quoting people. So I'm not, my commissions are like, I'm listing them as pretty formally closed because the waitlist is so far that I don't want to, like, the waitlist is at least a couple of months, and I feel like once you get past like an 8-week or so timeline, the waitlist was hi, I stream. The waitlist is more abstract. So I'm telling people right now, if they see my commissions are closed and they still want to ask about something and they're asking about a project or whatnot, I'm telling them between 3 to 6 months because I just don't know. With convention season this summer with Ella, you know, like after I finish Horizon, the adventure, obviously I'm going to have some time to just work on commissions and bang them through and just get them good. But still, even then, I'll be working almost like half the weekends in the summer. I'll be either traveling with Ella, doing convention with her for Blackwood Dice, which is awesome, and I'm glad Ella got into so many conventions this year. But it's kind of more like a shrug and a late summer type thing, as opposed to a definitive timeline that I can commit to for waitlists. So,
or even better, we combine the two ideas. Some
Oh
tier
god.
3s
Okay.
receive Tarsasa, the top half.
No.
Other tiers receive Sarsarian.
No,
bottom
not
half.
just abs. I'm not just gonna do abs. What? Thanks for 100 bits, Vinny. Thank you, dude. So the list is closed unless he likes you / joking. Yeah, I left a surprise piece of art in 6 months. Well, look, I'm more than happy if you want to chat about a project. I'm more than happy to have that conversation. I'm just making sure that everyone that I'm talking to right now that like wants like definitively. I'm basically not advertising commissions whatsoever at all. I've even stopped using the word commission on TikToks and Instagrams and say I'm doing a project for someone or whatever. It's not saying commission because I started posting Instagram Reels and TikToks and YouTube videos a month and a half or 2 months ago or early to mid February. So I've been posting videos for about 2 months almost, and in that time I don't want to pretend or LARP like I'm a real, you know, like I mean, how do I pretend like I'm a real creator when like earlier today fucking Tank Tolman and Quincy were both in my chat? But I've grown quite a bit, and I was getting like between 15 to 30 commission requests or inquiries like a week for a while. So I had to like, you know, really try and like I'm trying really hard to make sure that I'm staying on top of things and whatnot. But yeah, I'm not even like saying those words anymore in videos because I don't want people to be like asking me about it and feeling really bad. Why isn't Patreon linked to stream? Because sometimes people use their real name for stream, Ella, or for Patreon. So I don't want a person. I don't want an alert to pop up, like an alert that pops up that says like, you know, Sleepy Time Art Patreon sub. Like that's great, but a Patreon thing that pops up that says like, oh, Joe Peterson or whatever. That's a little unnerving, I think, if you see your real name popping up on stream or whatever, if you sub to Patreon. So I don't do Patreon alerts or anything through stream. So, yeah. But yeah, it's so I'm happy to talk to people about projects like that, but just the wait list is abstract right now. At best, it's like somewhere later in the summer. And if people are okay, some people have been like, oh yeah, sure man, put me on the list. Like, fuck yeah. Well, you know, we'll talk about what they want, and I'll give them a quote, and we'll go through forward like that, and that's totally fine. But yeah, I just don't want to advertise anything openly so that people would get disappointed when, you know, it's like 3 months down the road and they're like, hey, when do we start a project? And I'm like, in like 6 weeks maybe. So no, I'm happy to have the conversation. 100% happy to. But it's just not something I really want to quote people timeline on and get too far ahead of myself. That's why it's like a wait list, and I don't expect any, or I'm not accepting any like sort of deposits or anything, because if I had to sort of like adjust or cancel the wait list or whatever, I would definitely not want to have any deposits from anybody whatsoever, even in the slightest. So there's no like, so you can go on the wait list and not feel like there's like anything that you're like, oh man, I already did $20 or 20% deposit or whatever. Like, ah, shit. I don't like doing that. It just feels bad. Too much risk for people. You know, they don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about it. I'm happier just to maintain a longer wait list for people. Yeah, it's it's obviously an unreal blessing to have people want my art. An unbelievable blessing. And I'm extremely fortunate and lucky as an artist to have people enjoy what I do. But it's tough to balance sometimes doing projects for other people and making sure that my adventure sort of comes out at a reasonable time and people are kind of getting stuff from me that is in a timely sort of fashion. Adventure releases. And like I just sort of redid my Patreon this for this month. So I was gonna make my first post yesterday or today, but I might make it tomorrow with this month's kind of like lore and stuff in it, and a preview of the tokens coming out later in the month. So yeah, I'm gonna get to a pretty aggressive release cadence for Patreon and Eldara stuff, and I'm really excited about it because I've kind of set myself up this year to be able to do that in a really awesome way. And it feels good to kind of be back in form. I was out of form for a while, and like I paused my Patreon and did a whole bunch of stuff and whatnot, and I was very much not kind of in my element, not in my groove, not in my space for a while, and I felt really bad about it. But people were very accommodating and patient, and kind of, you know, fixed the issues, the things that stood in my way, and recalibrated and came back stronger and ready to release this damn adventure and get Eldara going in a serious way. I've even got a Kickstarter planned later in the year for Eldara. Like, I've got a lot of plans for the next 10 months, maybe even, for projects. I just have to not throw it. Just gotta not screw it up, at the very least. And hopefully get something people are proud of. Something worthy of all the support and encouragement. Or whatever. I don't know. Dramatic nerd shit like that. God, I love these like gorget neck guard thingies that I do on knightly characters. I'm gonna tilt her head back a little bit, actually. Give her more of the smug Miwa Bell look. Oh, that's better. Hiding some of the detail, but that's fine. That's fine. We make sacrifices, alright? As long as I don't have to lose too much of the detail behind, it's fine. Oh no, the delete sketch. I realize I should probably be doing more of this like sketching process underneath recorded. It's just so ugly. Like when I do a record, like when I record a sketch like this, to get to where I arrive like this on stream, it's such an ugly process. Like, this is where it starts, man. And then it's me figuring out like stuff to get to here so that I can get to here later on in the stream, you know what I mean? It's just such a gross, grungy process. But I really should record it for, I don't know, just like the videos and stuff, right? Even if it is an ugly process, like if I take that ugly process and I slap it in and I super speed it up so it just like sort of appears and materializes, I think it'll look okay. While I'm sitting here trying like 3 different like, you know, eye shapes and like 5 different nose nostril configurations, trying to figure out how to perspective a nose in space, and stupid stuff like that is really not appealing to watch on stream. Maybe it's okay. Maybe people will forgive me about it or for it. I need to apologize to her whenever I see her. Yeah. Still want to see the process. I guess the problem is the process is sometimes real ugly. So like sometimes I will draw a character, and I'll draw like, I don't know, I'll get the details in, and I'll have like, one eye way too far over. And I'll be like, wow, dude, like I did such a good job with this character. Man, I'm so cool. Okay, cool. Well, I'll work on this tomorrow, and I will walk into stream the next day, and I'll come sit down on my computer, and I'll be like, what is going on with that eye? Oh my god. Like, what a better example might be is like the old artist problem where I don't really do this anymore, but I used to. And I think every artist has kind of like increased in their, I don't know, skill level has been through here, where you've either put the thumb on the wrong side or made a finger, like, that like arch of fingers on a hand, or you've made like a finger way too long and you made the hand look more like this or whatever, where you're like, why is the pinky so long? Like things like that. They're like, oh my god, like what a gross mistake. And then if you don't necessarily like fix it right then and there or whatever, if your brain's just sort of like used to seeing it like that, you won't know to move that eye on over or whatever. You won't realize you've missed a bone structure piece or whatever, or the chin doesn't match, or the thumb's on the wrong side, or like things like that. And I will make these mistakes every once in a while, and they are horrific, because I'll walk into the stream the next day, and I will be like, oh my god, I can't I can't believe that I did this sketch last night. That's why when I was doing these character sketches, I just said I didn't want to do it this morning. I wanted to do it tonight. Or sorry, yesterday night, because I knew that I needed to look at it overnight. And sure enough, I did. This guy, his eyes were way too big this morning. Both of his eyes were way too big. And I didn't see that last night when I did this. And I had to sleep on it, come back and see, and that's a result of me not being like as far along as an artist as I want to be. It's like kind of a intermediate artist mistake. The better the artist gets, the faster, more easily, and more confidently they can do a sketch, and the more correct and exact the early process of the sketches. And it's something that I still struggle with. And like, I'm better than I was 2 years ago, better than I was 4 years ago, better than I was 10 years ago, but not good enough. I think that I'm willing to start a character sketch, start to finish it on stream. And so the issue of like, okay, well, why don't you just record that process? It's because I worry sometimes about like, I get sometimes these like comments on a video where someone will say something along the line of like, wow, that character's ear is too high, Evan, you made that character's ear too high. But on the actual finished piece, the ear was fixed, but they start writing their comment at like 20% of the way through the video because they see a mistake and they want to jump on it. And the issue, like, do I care what one person says? Not really. But the issue is you'll see that it has like 50 likes on a video with like 2,000, views or whatever. And I'll have 50, and people are like, oh wow, yeah, oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, that ear is too high, right? And you'll start seeing that kind of shit because people will be like, what was he talking about? They'll go back to the beginning of the video, see the problem. And so I'm always reluctant to show up to a video or a stream without at least the base sketch figured, and kind of, but then there is the sort of the issue of, well, then you're diminishing part of the process, and it's fine to do that for stream, but maybe I should add that in, that kind of messy, grungy, gross figuring stuff out stage into the beginning process of a video. That's not it. Like if that's the first 3 seconds of a video and I basically time lapse the all that in that chunk, that would be fine. I would just have to get into the habit of recording that part of the process. And currently I don't really like, it's like kind of annoying to start recording stuff. So unless I'm going to sit down and really like jump into a project for a couple of hours or whatever, I don't love recording stuff. That's why there's always breaks. When you see like the process of me doing a character sketch, if the video, like if this is 100% of the character sketch, I'll have like giant missing parts in it, and you'll see in the video it'll kind of jump in finish a couple times, sometimes substantially, but hopefully it's never too substantial to jump, because these are times when I have like seen a problem and I spend 20 minutes on it fixing it, or you know, like 25 minutes or whatever, 15 minutes before bed, or if I like am doing it outside of stream and I missed the recording button altogether, or if I sit down to fix one thing and I end up spending 2 hours on it, and like that's fine, I don't beat myself up over it. But the actual like sitting down every night to get the approval sketch like good, or not approval sketch, yeah, I guess approval sketch, you know what I mean, the base under sketch done. But I feel like I should, because I've had other artists say things like, oh well, you owe it to your artist friends to show them how to do that, it's cool, it's whatever. And even if you aren't going to do that first on stream and struggle through it and try and figure out perspective and ears and shit and anatomy and why does my character's nose look terrible, you know, like I mean, I really should have kept it, but I deleted the. I did. This is version 2. I did a full-on approval sketch I was going to show up to stream with this character, or for this character, that was just not good. I tried to do something really dumb, and it looked bad. And maybe I should have kept it as an example of how bad it can be. Fuck. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm willing to do it. I just got to get into the habit of it, I guess. So, to what brand and model of pen you are using? Oh, I'll linked it. What? All below that, right there. The Cintiq and all that. So, line up this mustache bones well. Ah, thank you. Yep. Artistic interpretation. This character has a birth defect in my mind, and that's like I think good to have sometimes, is to have asymmetry, you know, in your design. Like when you flip your canvas, it should look still like good. Ooh, why is that lagging so much? It should still look fine. You know, obviously there's like different problems and things that you find when you flip your canvas here and there. But ultimately there's asymmetries in people. You know, in this guy, in our homeboy over here, his eyes, this eye is slightly more closed on the the exterior part, like exterior flap of the lid, than on this side. But like I have that. I have an asymmetric like eyelid, whatever, just very slightly. A lot of people, like, dude, if you really want to mess your self-image up, go do a self-portrait. You study yourself. Notice that your nose is not quite in alignment with your eyes. Notice that your mouth doesn't smile both sides just at the same level. Notice that your forehead is slightly bigger on one side of your eyebrow, curves around your, you know, brow bone slightly differently on one side or the other. And you'll appreciate the idea of how the brain will see asymmetric characters. And the thing is, the more stylized it is, the more weird it looks. So this is obviously not realistic, but it's more sort of grounded than like anime. So if you have a character with like big old anime eyes, and one of the eyes is big and the other eye is a little off, well, that's like weird and looks weird because it's stylized and simplified and you know, very derivative and all that. But if you're doing a person more the more realistic you get, the more you see those shapes around eyelids, you know, being different here and there. And obviously it's not hugely massively different, and often it can be explained away in like angle or whatever, because if you have a character who's facing a certain direction, one eye is going to look one way, the other eye is going to look a little bit weird as the eyelid sort of wraps around it, and the brain finishes the you know, the image off in your head. So it accounts for these things and makes them correct and right and whatever. And it's a messy process to try and figure that out as an artist and understand how the brain finishes details. So don't be ever afraid of some asymmetry in your characters. whether that's in their eyebrows or their nose, even their nostrils, like, you know, can have slight variance to them. You know, you can have a character with a person with a deviated septum where the profile of their nose looks a little bit weird, and it looks fine unless you are like really, you know, thinking about it deep or whatever. You know, the nose itself can be slightly crooked or whatever. It's all variances that are fine, but the problem is sometimes the variances are so off that I just look at it and I'm like, what was I thinking? Why were his eyes so big? Or like another one, I wanted to give him this kind of like fluffy kind of hair, but his hair was too fluffy. So I actually shrunk the whole thing. It was more like this yesterday. And it just didn't look right. Like, I didn't know why it didn't look right. But it looked too childish, too feminine, too youthful, whatever. How do you have a person that is a grown man in his, you know, younger years, whatever, but still a grown man with fluffier hair? Well, you can do it, obviously, especially if he doesn't have ears to cover or to show. But you have to then, I don't know. Certain proportions are required, and I wasn't doing those. And I didn't see that last night when I did the sketch. I only saw it this morning, I guess. Not only because I am not the most conventionally attractive, shall I put it, but also because I don't have the skill to portray that, even that correctly. Yeah, I haven't tried a self-portrait in a long time. Not for any good reason either. I haven't thought about self-portraiture in a while. And I want to. You know what I want to do one day? Like, my goal for portraiture is to get good enough to draw Ella. That's my goal. I want to do a portrait of Ella. Not good enough yet. Remember reading the Kalashtar have a description regarding that? They look perfect. Too perfect. Unnaturally symmetrical. Thought that was a cool detail from Everon. Right, which is if you do see faces of perfect symmetry, it does look off. It's weird. It's uncanny. It's one of the things that people do wrong with game development and stuff like that, is they'll make models that are too realistic to have perfect proportions. When you think about a Legend of Zelda character from the GameCube era or whatever, and they've got their little, like, I don't remember what the Wind Waker art style looked like, but I think of like the triangle kind of like almond whatever seed eyes. And then I don't remember what they had for like noses and mouths and shit. He has a little cap on. This is Wind Waker Link. Like, it's fine if this is perfectly symmetrical. No one cares. But once you start getting into like more realistic game graphics and things like that, and you have a perfect symmetrical, you know, you create your 3D model by turning the symmetry tool on and doing basically one half the face and copying it, that doesn't work.
Hey kid.
So.
Got any rupees?
Yeah, thanks for the 100 bits. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. When someone's got advice from an art mentor to do self-portraits, not for improving art, but for improving the person. That's deep. Yeah. Your self-portrait will reveal every inadequacy that you ever thought you ever had. A self-portrait, like to be dramatic just for a minute here, self-portraits have driven artists mad. You want to go deep on the history of artist self-portraits and start looking into it. There are artists out there that have literally the tipping point for their madness or for their mental break was self-portraiture. Yep. I had never really cared about how I looked. I never thought that I looked bad or imperfect or whatever. I never thought that I was attractive or unattractive. I thought I was just a pretty average dude. I thought I was a pretty average 5 out of 10, nothing to brag about, nothing to worry about, just chilling. Until I had a class where we had to do portraits of each other, and I was drawing this, and this girl and I had like kind of matched up, and she's like drawing me and I'm drawing her, and we're kind of looking up at each other and whatever, and you get over the eye contact thing real quick, and she's like, wow. I'm like, what's up? She's like, can you look up for me? I'm like, yeah, what's up? She's like, huh. I was like, what's up? She's like, did you know that your eyebrows are vastly different from each other? I was like, what? She's like, yeah, your brow bone. It's like really different on one side to the other. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, it's like you're a caveman on one side and a normal person on the other. I was like, what the fuck? And so like I take a picture of myself, my phone. I'm like, what the fuck? Like it just, dude, I learned shit about myself that I didn't ever want to, know or whatever. And then I study myself in the mirror sometimes, and realize that there's certain asymmetries. The alignment of my face, if you think about like sort of perfect alignment, my nose is shifted slightly to the right or the left, I forget, and one eye is like a little bit, like just ever so. And these are not things that you'd ever notice in just looking at someone. No, you would never notice this about me talking to me, even at like a party, like close. And you would never notice this about yourself looking into the mirror. It's not until you have to consider the elements and the basic shapes of self-portraiture on such a deep level that you realize that these like flaws, insecurities, inadequacies, whatever exist, and then you never unsee them. They're like the FedEx logo, man. You just never unsee it. So yeah, I mean, you have to be very secure and very confident in yourself to engage in self-portraiture, at the very least very willing to stare into the bottom of the abyss. Zelda mention, oh shit, Avail, I was so proud to be member number 1 in your Discord, bro, you have no idea. Yeah, sorry, I mentioned Zelda, my bad. Didn't mean to summon you out of your work. Artists who did self-portrait while on various different recreational drugs have really opened my concept on perspective on how even self-portrait can only be taken and accepted so far. Yeah, it's a little crazy. I mean, I think that the how would you say it? The hole that you go down to analyze yourself on such a deep level is something that one should do with a certain level of caution, I'd say. And I don't think I'm there yet. I don't think that I could do a self-portrait right now. I kind of understand that or whatever. And I think that's important to know. And I would like to be able to get to the point where I could and not worry about it. But yeah, that's it's scary but true. Yeah, you don't do self-portraits as an artist, you do it as a person. I'd like to be able to just capture the things that I love the most, as portraiture. That's why I like Ella. Like I'd love to be able to like draw or one day paint Yuna and Ella, and me all together. Do like a family portrait. When we have kids, I love the idea of some artists, they'll do a family portrait of their own family every like 4 or 5 years or whatever. I've seen some artists do that on social media. Or like they'll paint their kids yearly. There's a few artists that are good enough to do that, like in a way that it looks really impressive, because the amount of artists that can do portraiture like that at an impressive level is really terrifying. But I've seen a couple of artists that I've known, and they usually you won't see it because they don't show anybody, because it's a personal project for them. But they'll like paint their kids every year on their birthday or something like that. I think that's such a cool project. It's a cool idea. Full of a lot of love and meaning in there. So, all right. I gotta bounce. I gotta do things. I gotta get things. I gotta do things. I gotta get and do things. Hey, I am tonight going to be closing the raffle on Twitter for the giveaway sketch. So if you want some scuffed art of a character of yours in a little sketch portrait thingy, go do the thing over there. But yeah, I have to bounce. I didn't realize it was so late. I didn't realize it was like almost 4. So outro and speed run this, motor, disappear, smoke bomb, ninja vanish, straight off into the sunset, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific. Same time, same place, man. So hey, thank you guys again for chilling today. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys for the love. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are what keeps me going and inspires me to work harder every day. Thank you for the raid, Master Not Bush, and anyone who stayed from that raid. I'm a big fan of Chris is a streamer and as an artist. So it's always an honor to have him in I don't know what the fan base, the club, the group is called, but either way, thank you for that. Thank you for all the support, the bits, the subs, and the ridiculous amounts of tips. Holy shit! The support on Patreon. Good God, you guys are far too generous and far too good to me, and I'll hopefully be worthy of that one day. So, God, right at the end there. All right, video process are going to be up on there. Oops, for our character tonight, and I will see you all later. Until next time, my friends. Until next time, my friends. Until next time. Farewell.